Boys, good evening. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. I haven't been here yet, so you probably aren't, but now you finally can. Hope you're all having an absolutely splendid one. We captured many Legos today. Many Legos. DOS. Oh my goodness gracious. Brother, that's like fucking 7 years. DOS, thank you for the 44 months. Gave him 44, now here's 44 more. In the words of Rap Goat Logic. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Didn't mean to throw that one out there. Late, shame. You didn't open your ears last stream. Listen, if it's an unexpected late, then you guys can shame me, but I told you guys I was gonna be late today. That's a shame on you for not listening. That's my Uno reverse card. If a store tells you that the store is gonna open late that day, and then you show up early, that's your fault. I'm just throwing that out there. I'll sleep when you're to stream. Oh, it was far before that. We've been talking about how we had to go up and get Carla's Legos. Excuse me. And it was a beautiful day going up to get the Legos. We got some good ass food. Carla got her Legos. So we are incredibly set up. We have no place to put this many Legos at this point in time. But for whatever reason, we just have a lot of Legos just kicking around. So, you know, we'll always have something to do. And that thing to do is look at all the Legos and be like, man, if only we had a place to build those. Only problem is, we don't really have a place for them right now, so we'll be working on that. But, went to a Greek place. It's nice. It was real good. I'm not even gonna lie. I was sleeping on the Greek food. What is this? Mini Shore Watcher Solomon. Thank you. Why does this guy creep me out? Preview. I get really creepy vibes from that. But I'll use it. Add to account wardrobe. Wait. I don't think I wanted to actually summon it. I hope I didn't actually summon it. It's fucking creepy. Oh, no, I didn't. We're good. We're good. Greek food's fire. Bro, the only problem with, like, Greek food for me is that I don't fuck with olives. So, like, they brought out this bread with, like, actual olive oil with, like, olives in it. Yes, or to start the meal. And, bro, I dipped some of the bread in it, and I was like, oh, no, this is fine. I'll just have the bread. But I ended up getting a dank-ass gyro, euro, hero, and whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is. One of the sandwich hot dog thingies, but Greek and with chicken and deliciousness. That shit fucking slapped. That was an absolute W. So, after that, we traversed home. I was told that I had to go light on my weed today because I'm not allowed to go to the dispensary until tomorrow because I slept in too late to get the double reward point period. So I have to get up early to go to the dispensary tomorrow for my punishment. And I'm low on weed today. It's a doubly terrible day if I do say so myself. Like, actually double awful there. But, all things considered, well, overall, you need a pacifier to upgrade your Raptor Leap. Streg has been trying to tell me that I have to do a bunch of shit before raid to get ready for, like, next raid. And I don't even think it's like a bunch of shit. I think it's just like some HOT stuff to get masteries and then some Path of Fire stuff to get masteries. But it's also like, I could do that or I could just not. Like, or I could literally just maybe not do that. And I could exist and get portals everywhere I go. I think portals would be a great thing. If I do say so myself, I'd be very excited about the portal game. Are we gonna win or lose this week? And do we have tags going right now? Would you try BDO one day? Excuse me. I don't like ever want to say that I wouldn't try something at this point. It's just for right now, my focus is on Guild Wars, right? It's not that I look at BDO and I'm like, ew, stinky, gross, BDO. It's, you know, a little bit foreign to me, and it's not exactly in my, you know, my wheelhouse, but if you only stay in your wheelhouse and comfort zone, then you'll never really grow, right? So, I don't rule anything out at this point, but I think, just speaking realistically, it's gonna be very hard for me to be excited about anything that's not one of the next gens that are gonna be coming out and providing a lot of excitement to the MMO scene, you know what I mean? I feel as though, short of Riot, Guild Wars, and potentially WoW, depending on how directionality looks with Classic Plus type shit, there's maybe an option. Can't do that in what he's asking you to do. Wait, what's that? I can't do portals? Or I can't do what, Mr. Stevington? Also, good day, sir. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Like the ARP, it's super grindy to get decent at late game. I mean, I don't even like mind a grind. There's too many platforms. Fuck. That's a goddamn shame. You have to glide and glide and glide. How many mesmers do we have? We can always just dusty chain a few portals together. I feel like that's probably relatively doable, right? How many would we need? Like, what, 4 or 5 portals? Maybe just half the raid on mesmers? But, I mean, that's also the thing, though, you know what I mean? Like, right now, part of my excitement with Guild Wars 2 is that Guild Wars 3 is on the, you know, on the horizon. And if I'm being completely honest, Guild Wars 3 was my motivator to start with Guild Wars 2. And I wouldn't have even realized that I enjoy Guild Wars 2 as much as I do without Guild Wars 3's announcement, because I still would have been hesitant to hop in. So, again, I never say never. And there could always be, you know, something that draws my attention somewhere. Maybe BDO just hits like the largest titties in gaming update. And it's like, man, I gotta go check this out just for the culture, you know what I mean? But there's really the infinite number of scenarios that could happen with games at this point. And it's hard to try to figure out, what are you playing now? Untamed. Fuck yeah. It's hard to figure out where we're going to be, you know, even 3 years from now. I hope that we can find a home somewhere, and, you know, the Guild Wars 2 and the Guild Wars 3 is great. But even then, it's like, we don't really know what's going on with Guild Wars 3. What if Guild Wars 3 comes out and it just, I say this just as a hypothetical, I'm confident it will be good. But what if it just comes out and it's buns? There's a possibility, you know, it might not be everybody's cup of tea. So, I don't think it's gonna flop. I think it's got quite a good chance to be successful in its own regard. However, what if Guild Wars 3 drops and it's not exactly what we're looking for? And then we look over to the Riot MMO and we're like, oh, hello there. You know, we don't really know. We don't know shit right now. And it's one of those where I feel with WoW, with MMOs right now, between WoW, Riot, and Guild Wars 3, how I felt while I was waiting for Lil Wayne to come out at the Bangor main concert that he never showed up to. It's one of those, like, we're sitting in the crowd, and Carla's checking her phone, and she's like, maybe they're coming out in 30 minutes with something. And we're like, yeah, maybe we'll just wait a couple more months, see if there's an announcement. Ain't jack shit. We know something's out there. We know at some point Lil Wayne's gonna be here, but nobody really knows when. Another concert? It was the Lil Wayne one that we went to. It was 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne didn't show up. It was the first show of his anniversary tour. I'm shocked you didn't hear about that. That was, last week? I think last week. So, no, I haven't been to a concert in like a week at this point. Fucking starved. Actually, it might be. Might be less. Might be less. But no, that one was like a week ago. That was deadass the first show of Lil Wayne's concert. Anyways. We don't really know what's going on with MMOs and with, like, games in general right now. So it's hard to say. I heard he had a breakup. Dog, I swear to Christ. If it comes out... So, his thing that he came out with, he said, as you all know, I have epilepsy. And it can be triggered by very large headaches. And I had a headache. And I'm like, my brother in Christ. Like, I get it. I don't want him to die on stage. But he is a musician that has raged out on stage for years upon years now. And has probably pushed his body to the breaking point with multiple things along the way. And it's one of those like, okay, don't you always have a headache? But I swear to God, if it comes out to be even softer than that, hear me out. Last time I had a seizure, I kept streaming after. Well, technically, last time I had a seizure on stream. I wanted to keep streaming after, and I came back to finish leveling. I was leveling in New World at the time. But, I tried to come back and keep leveling. I was leveling a West Coast character. My group made me get off and go to bed. It's unfortunate. It's a goddamn shame. But, regardless, if it comes out that there was a second concert that I've been to that got canceled because of a breakup, brother, I swear to fucking Christ. I swear to fucking Christ. Like, when I was a young warthog, my brother and I went to go see Death Cab for Cutie, and Zoe Deschanel dumped the, you know, the front man for Death Cab that day. And apparently he just like sat in his trailer crying all day and canceled the show right before doors were about to open. So we drove to the show. It was like an hour or so. But we get there and they're just like, hey, yeah, the show's not happening. We can't really say why. And then it turns out they broke up that day. So not happening. Not happening. I won't do it again. Also, Comor, you asked what build I'm playing now, dog. Welcome back, by the way. Missed a week, soldiered up, got back in here. Happy to have you. So, I have switched over to Luminary. So, with Luminary, I'm still on my Guardian. But effectively, I am using a very buff-based build now. So, what Luminary specializes in is, honestly, like, a whole lot of everything buffs. But effectively, stability uptime is great here. We have a lot of quickness, which makes all of your skills and actions perform faster. We have super speed. We have crit chance. We have resistance, which makes all non-damaging conditions currently on somebody ineffective. So it kind of goes harder than a cleanse does with resistance, because we're effectively negating those the entire time that that buff is up. So obviously cleansing damaging conditions is great, but even those non-damaging conditions, if we don't cleanse those, they're ineffective for the duration of this. So I popped that bad boy in World vs. World. Keep in mind that resistance is 7 and 3/4. Yeah, 7 and 3/4 seconds, almost 8 seconds. And then if I'm managing my Aegis properly, which I put out a lot of Aegis through not only this ability, but also my shield stuff, I can put out multiple forms of Aegis, or multiple instances, basically, across multiple people. Every time somebody blocks with an Aegis that I generate, reduces a cooldown on my Radiant Courage by a second. So I can end up getting that back up very quickly. So effectively, this build is, you know, I do some healing, I do some cleansing, but the largest thing that I do, and have to try to continue to do, is keep buffs up for my group at all points in times. I have offensive buffs, I have defensive buffs, I do some cleansing, I have some pretty solid oh shit healing, but a druid's gonna heal far, far more than I will in, you know, similar circumstances. Lumi is still, you know, incredibly great for spot usage as well, especially with the utility that we have. Pretty much every single button that we have is incredibly impactful. And on staff, we have one of the best CCs in the game, in my opinion. So, with line of warding, it's effectively a wall that people can run over, and if they don't have stability, it trips them. If they have stability, then it consumes a stack of their stability, and it has 10 stacks. So effectively, those 10 stacks, 10 targets, of more or less doubles what a lot of ground targets will, which is absolutely massive. Glasses return label made, we return them tomorrow. Absolutely massive. And then big clams back, actually. Not even clams back, but we have the one true glasses now. We never have to worry Classic Plus gonna flop, calling it now. I think Classic has the highest chance to flop out of all the next gens. Now, hear me out. I think flop is relative. I basically think it is based on expectations, right? At least in my humble opinion. So the problem with Classic Plus, in my humble opinion, I am just a gamer, right? But what I do know is that WoW players, especially Classic players, really, really hate changes. If there are ever changes, you see the no changes crowd coming out in mass. With Classic Plus, they will either need to follow the Classic formula to a T and effectively have Season of Discovery round 2, and it'll still more or less be the exact same thing, or they have to deviate from the Classic formula, thus risking oppressing their community, basically, if the people don't actually want to see variations. So the Classic side is really delicate. Now, I do also think that in a scenario where Classic Plus flops, it's still going to have millions of players. Just, I'm gonna be completely real. It's WoW. I think the only scenario where it truly flops is, first things first, longevity purposes. If it's bad, people will just go to other versions of WoW, and Classic Plus won't sustain, right? But I think that's my largest concern with it, is just their community's not very receptive to change. Now, on the Guild Wars side, Guild Wars 3 is going to probably be pretty well received from the Guild Wars community, even though we don't know a ton. Primarily because the Guild Wars community is conditioned to expect changes game to game to game. Now, they've already told us we're going to have an open world with exploration, and it's going to be an engaging, active, momentum-based movement system. So, with the momentum-based movement system, we're probably going to see stamina used for sprinting or dodging. We might even see a slide, because sliding is a capability in Unreal Engine, right? We see other Unreal Engine games incorporating sliding down hills and whatnot. We could potentially see wall bounces, wall runs, glider deployments, a whole lot of shit within that. So they have talked a lot about the movement structure as an emphasis. I wouldn't say a lot, because it's more or less like the little they've talked about has primarily been about the movement structure. So just don't want to be in a MMO light with very few people. So I have reason to believe, my guess is, and again, I don't have any insider information. I'm not an ArenaNet partner. I don't have anything. I have a feeling that they will still have open world, you know, incentivization, so to say, like Guild Wars 2 does. Because with their open world, they don't really have to worry about friction within that structure. You know what I mean? Their open world is very chill, so they can slam at this point, and Guild Wars 2 has shown them, they can slam with their structure a ton of people into open world, and it can just be kumbaya and peaceful, and everybody can get along out there. So the frictionless open world that they have is quite nice. I think that we'll probably see, obviously, restrictions on layer size, and we'll see multiple layers coming in. But I don't feel like, and again, this is literally just me saying I don't think. This is zero credentials whatsoever. But based on what they have said with the scale of 3 being in between 1, which was a, you know, a co-op RPG at its core, where it was basically, you know, you go into a town and you see other people, like a Path of Exile type shit. And you can either get other people to go out with you, or you can just go at it solo. With the henchmen if you wanted to. But that's literally like Path of Exile or Diablo nowadays. Like, in today's day and age, Guild Wars 1 plays more like an ARPG. But people swore up and down that it was an MMO at the time, so they were just like, alright, fuck it. Y'all get your way, it's an MMO. I don't feel like they're gonna go full MMO light with it. But we also have no fucking idea, if I'm being completely honest. I think one thing that might be freaking us out, and hear me out on this one. One thing that might be a little fucked up is that they talk about an evolution of the MMO genre. Everything else that talks about that ends up being MMO light slop. And I feel like they might just be getting the fallout of other games using that descriptor for something that's not even really MMO adjacent and is more ARPG kin than MMO kin. You know what I mean? I think at a certain point, they might be catching flack there, but also they could just be giving us a fucking ARPG with training wheels, so. Is it halfway between Gold Wars 1 and 2? I don't know if that could be light, but don't worry, just give me the numbers. I think they might still be balancing numbers based on server performances and stuff. I would have to guess that they'll do, because we're going to be getting betas, I believe, when we start testing as public. I would have to assume that they're going to be running some NDA to fuck testing on closed-sided things. And again, NDA to shit, where if anybody talks about it, they just cook any chance that they ever have at, you know, working with Guild Wars again on anything, which would be absolutely terrible. I had signed an NDA for this, by the way. So anyways, there's probably going to be some NDA testing. Probably already is. Yeah, with it being in works for multiple years, yeah, I can almost guarantee. And there's certainly, hear me out, internal testing. The only question is if they've brought out external testers, or brought in external testers and then NDA'd the fuck out of them, you know what I mean? Like, is it just employees that are NDA'd on internal QA teams, or is it literally throw the black hood over somebody's face, knock them out with a baseball bat, bring them to the studio, and then be like, you play game, right? I think it might be at the point where they're abducting people, bringing them to the studio, and being like, you play game. Again, hear me out. I look great with a bag over my head. Look, Carla tells me I look better with a bag over my head most of the time, ArenaNet. Look at this. I'm so abductable and kawaii. I wouldn't even fight back. I'm 6'5". I will lay down in the back of the vehicle if it conserves space. I'm down for whatever. Also, Shiro, hope you're having a beautiful day. At this point, it would be friends and family type usually. Yeah, but hear me out. What if I absolutely mechanically gap their friends and family? Like, what if I'm just a superior gamer? Their friends and family haven't gone through Ashes of Creation. They haven't felt the pain of New World, Fupo. I'd bring passion into that fucking studio. God damn. It'd be like the LeBron James story, except way more adversity along the, you know, the whole professional career. All of his adversity was in the come up, and then once he hit high school and got, you know, notoriety, it was basically just like, okay, keep going and be an absolute one of one and defy all odds. No adversity whatsoever. They said they'd be too worried to kill their game. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. What if it's not me, though? There are other content creators that played both New World and Ashes of Creation outside of me. I am not the only one out here. And I feel as though this libel and slander could just generate me enough money to not have to stream anymore. The Dusty effect is always live. I'm gonna start sending you guys fucking scissors and Doritos. Tell you to stop talking about my goddamn curse. I'm gonna tell you to get the goddamn hint, put 2 and 2 together. I like Doritos. You gotta find something to do with the scissors too, brother. It's a puzzle. Once you figure it out, you're not gonna like what happens. Is there a tag anywhere, by the way? Because I don't think we have a tag literally anywhere. I might queue some SPVP. That is one thing. I always talk about how PvP is very much a side mode with Guild Wars 2, and I feel like sometimes new players don't really believe me because I'm so new myself. And then I'm like, man, you know, a month in, people come in, and there's like, holy shit, Dusty, this is crazy. It's crazy. Not even a month, I'm a month in. Like a week in, people start to realize that I actually mean it. And that it is not 24/7 the most active, you know, alive PvP right now. There definitely needs to be a resurgence, but I also feel as though, hear me out on this, the complexity of the Boon and Condi combat system for a new player to come in and learn against players that know everything is very daunting, and something that is a more traditional, I don't want to say traditional, but kind of like a more cookie cutter combat system where it's not as much an emphasis on boons, condies, and then just, you know, you get more of a, yes, boons and condies do exist, but there's also damage that matters. Straight up, I hit you, I do damage. That goes through. Not everything is perma, you know, perma-ageist, perma-stabbed. There are windows. So, if it works like it did back at the start of the game, the amount of boons has tripled. yeah, half. What up? Hope you're having a good day, dude. Yeah, the boon stuff is definitely, I would say, the largest, I think, like, hurdle of intimidation for new players to get into. It genuinely took me, I'd say, a good 150 hours of gameplay before I even had any idea what I was doing in terms of boons and condies. And a lot of that just came from brute forcing PvP while also being able to ask all of you any questions that I had about it. And I'm gonna be real, bro, it's still a lot to learn. I'm still learning what some classes do. I just went through the realization that most Necros are power builds at this point in time, and I don't necessarily worry about them stacking up like condies themselves and doing a huge amount of damage. It's more they flip or strip boons type shit. So I have to be worried about that. I'm still clicking in on things. Hoping they do away with the ball group meta in Guild Wars 3. I think in any form of PvP, there's always some form of a ball. It just depends on your ability to break away from the ball and operate. So, in New World, for example, we still had ball-on-ball action. Just sack, slap, and sack, dick beside dick. And, like, we had ball-on-ball action in New World. However, it was a little more spread out. And the way that New World worked, we had a large point, right? So, effectively, you guys look at Microsoft Paint from this. So, in New World, we had a point. A point was effectively a circle. And for comm purposes, we divided the point up into quadrants, right? So, we would have top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, okay? So, very simply put, quadrants for the point. You would have a quad group, and keep in mind you had 10 groups of 5, so 50-person roster. So, you would effectively have, to start out, just going through all of your groups, you would have, we'll do this in green. That's terrible. That's the worst G that I've ever done. So you'd have G1 and 2 on the middle of point. So group 1 and 2 were your point groups, and they would just go around to different quadrants and try to overwhelm and basically win the fight on point because you had to have more people on point than the enemy. Then you would basically have your quad groups assigned, and people would just do the numbers on these, however. But you'd effectively have one group in each quad. And these were 5-person groups that wanted to win the fight within their quadrant, push other people off a point, or save up for a big army-wide collapse in one of these points. So the entire time that this was happening, you still had effectively this ball, right? But this was spread out probably over the course on a screen of, if we're top-downing, a point in New World was probably close to, I'd say, actually, probably this entire screen worth, if I had to guess, probably like relatively close. It was a large area. So we had our 5-person groups that were spread throughout, but effectively healing there was kind of a similar situation. You had healers that were dropping green circles called Sacred Grounds. And those Sacred Grounds, effectively, you wanted to have Sacred Ground coverage all across the point. Now, these are just your first 6 groups that are handling the point. Then you have your kill squad. So effectively, within your kill squad, you would typically have one side as your strong side, and you would have one side as your weak side. So with your strong side, you would effectively stack up 2 of your groups. So you would have, like, we'll say you're going 7, and then you're going 8 and 9. This is basically your strong side over here versus your weak side. So with this, you're trying to effectively push pressure up and get kills off the point, and then get into their healers who are typically pocketed back here protected by everything, right? So you're trying to win that on the side. Meanwhile, 7's still trying to create pressure and then either crash back in or stop respawns from coming back into the point on that side. So 7 almost acts like a little bit of a wall. And then you have Group 10. Group 10 is kind of like your floater and your wide fight. And they just fuck off to Narnia and they try to get wider and further out than the enemy Group 10. So they can basically cut in at any time and operate like within that. So you still have these like, you know, these ball structures, and this from the outside in operates as one giant amorphous ball. If I were to show you footage of what New World Wars looked like, most of you would be like, what the fuck is going on point? That is just, that's like 30 people duking it out. How do you see what's going on, right? So there is still the clump, but with something like New World where the time to kill if you get caught out is a little bit slower unless there is a full dedicated, basically like alt dump that gets put on your head, right? There are ways where you could die in New World if you got caught out, of course. However, there was definitely an element of being able to play your life a little bit more if you got separated. The, you know, the iframe structure was the same, 2 dodges, and then technically you could get a 3rd one and stam yourself, but it was just a slightly longer TTK, especially on a lot of your tankier kind of like, you know, more frontline classes. So you felt a little bit more ability to break off from the ball, you know what I mean? You can see more in New World than in Guild Wars 2 of what's going on. I think it's all, like Stevie said, I think it's all relative, honestly. Like, if we go to New World, I mean, I can pull up, I'll pull up just a random video. I don't know what these are actually going to be. But I can pull up just like a random... I don't know which one would even have, like, good point stuff. Oh god. It's like 180p on that preview. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is it what's going on in Guild Wars 2 when everyone is clumped in a ball? Because you're not really looking at individual people, you're looking at a lot of the animations that are coming out and a lot of the abilities and ground effects and shit. So, like, both are confusing, but it's also, like Stevie said, once you actually learn what all of those effects are, what all of those circles are, you may be able to spot a familiar, friendly circle versus, you know, not knowing what the abilities do whatsoever. You may see that there's a combo field on the ground, you know what I mean? And that combo field could be something that you move into, you find, you know, you find value in type shit. But let's see, 23, we're getting into old ones. When were my, we're like back in time here. Oh wait, no, we might be going forward in time actually. Yeah, I think we're going forward in time. Hold on. Hold on. We're almost here. Like, we're so close. We're into 2024 videos now. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. We might actually have something with good content out here. Oh, what the hell? Oh, they came in.
Yeah, they're literally not even bad.
Oh, wait.
Take a little bit of
Yeah.
polish.
Yeah, those bad boys will hold up.
Yeah,
Sorry, Carla scared the shit out of me. She like corner peeked my shit. What is Legos? We got her Legos today, but we also got a pair of docks like super duper fucking cheap. So I have docks now. Okay, hear me out. So, for those that play New World, right, this stuff is going to make sense. But for those that didn't play New World, like, how are you seeing what's going on in this? You know, this is still chaotic as fuck. So, even with this being a, you know, being a standpoint of like, oh, I'm dead here. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Jesus Christ, yes, I am. Jesus, I lived there way longer than I should have. Whoever was healing me let me die. I blame them entirely. But like, even with this, yo, Pear, thank you for the 19 months, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But like,
Back.
This shit's chaotic, and this isn't even in just like full collapses and whatnot. Is quality up on this? Oh, hold on. Oh, it only goes 720 because it's converted. But even with this, this is for people that have played it, right? This makes sense. For people that haven't played this, it just looks like there are a bunch of nameplates going around everywhere. A bunch of damage text and shit that's flying out. My health is flying up and down. But this entire time, I'm out here trying to work opportunities, right? And watching this without comms versus we'll navigate this with comms now. So, hold on.
Moving up. Cleansing here.
My group's quiet. It's sad. I wish it was louder. So like everything that we're doing is in response to our main caller.
Stepping in from right, they're sending you all left. They're full sending left.
And off of this,
Stepping in here.
every single position is coordinated. So after collapses, when our caller's done, we listen to our main caller, and then we start actually going into group comms. So hold on, I'll let this listen.
Stepping in here. All left. They're full sending left.
So this is after the collapse.
Step in here. I'm stepping in from right, they're sending you all left. They're full sending left. Stepping in here. Playing on mid left on flag. Yeah, top left. We gotta just play top, I think.
My group's really quiet,
He's stamped on flag.
but we're literally.
Bottle left, 3, 2, 1 now. Hit the skills. I'm gunning for the collar, Hit the skills, he's one, no two.
We're literally calling out every single thing is beautiful. And then another collapse comes out. Collapse goes in, we play off the collar, and then we get out, and then we recollapse, their recollapse.
Look at bottom.
Who's calling? Kilosh, the goat. Not zombie. This is one of our, this is one of the callers of New World. Very fun to war for.
Gonna grab one right.
We also cooked him in New World League.
Careful, they're sending him up.
Bro, we're fucking destroying these people.
I'm dead here. I'm so dead.
Absolutely destroying these people.
Oh, I see him. Stepping in up top.
So my healer just died. Just small thing. So watch how different I play when the healer would die. Because we can still play off of other groups' heals because there are persistent heals on the ground that can fit multiple people in them. So my healer dies, calls out that they died. I was about to go peel for my healer,
Sacred top left.
but they already died.
I'm gonna grab on top left.
So now I take over a lot more comms because shit's not like working as intended, right?
Oh, I see him. Stepping in up top. Sacred top left to play. I'm gonna grab on top left. Crash panda mid left weak.
Yeah, I see it. Watch it.
Yep. Step in right if we need to. Just play fluid. Go shy, C top. No tomb. Go shy, C step top, no tomb.
Careful bot.
I'll be real, this shit's so fun. And then they had to reset off of that. So effectively, we just work the entire point and wipe them. So now they call a reset where all of them go back to a respawn and then watch the point over there. Like, this is, if I could have a combat system for Guild Wars 3, this. I could legitimately play this all day, every single day. And as you guys can see there, you can still operate without healers. There's still, like, obviously you need heals if you're being focused, right? And you don't want to be without healers all the time, but you can play other groups' healers reliably without just praying for overflow. you can move throughout different parts of the fight in different parts of the clump fluidly. And you saw I was around the entirety of the point when we were on the point. I'm moving around this entire time, right? And I'm going around pressuring and getting kills on, first things first, my part of the point. So I'm bottom weak here. So my area that I'm supposed to control is this bottom left. So whenever my assignment is won on bottom left, I go up and I help the top side. And as long as my quadrant is clear and we're winning, then that means I can go assist somebody else and win their quad, and then we can snowball off of that. And the ability to just break off and have impacts in a lot of different areas. Bro, I was cooking motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. It was a comp war too. The ability to operate independently. And you see here, right? This person is a support. Joe Shiesty. One of the best names, by the way, in New World. I catch him completely out by himself. Call him out to the group. He has no tomb, no stamina. And it still takes that much commitment to kill him. Whereas with Guild Wars, if you have heals and you have supports, you just die instantly, even if you're in the clump sometimes, if shit comes through. It's the second I'm not in the center of the ball, I'm insta-dead. Yes, and I think that is part of why the combat system in Guild Wars PvP doesn't take as much hold as the combat system in New World did for new players. Say what we want about New World's retention, but the combat system in New World was one of the most appreciated things about a very, very, very fucked up situation in gaming, and was one of the only reasons why New World even had a chance to live 3+ years in the first place, and why it pulled in nearly 1 million concurrent players and sold millions, plural, of copies on its launch. Despite all of its problems, it still was a straightforward, approachable combat system. But hear me out, keep in mind, with the combat that you guys saw, we were still working buffs and debuffs on people. So every group has 2 bruisers, which bruisers put out damage, of course. Those are your Great Axe Warhammers. Those are your big beefy boys in the front. And they're doing damage. AoE combos, solo harass on targets. But we also put out Plague, which was an anti-heal. An anti-heal over there is an anti-heal on incoming and outgoing heals. So if I put a wound up on a healer, or sorry, an anti-heal up on a healer, you know, a Plague, and that healer goes to heal themselves, at max stacks, it's 50% outgoing and 50% incoming and 25% outgoing. So they get doubly nerfed by the Plague. So off of that, there were empowers, which were increasing your damage by up to 50%. There were weakens. There were rends that were nuking armor. There were percent mitigations based on uptime, based on situationals. There was a lot that mattered on the status effect side of it too, but the status effects were like really intertwined with the rest of the game. Do you play during Nighthaven or you didn't have time to? I didn't care to play during Nighthaven because I had a really bad feeling that the game wasn't going to live past Nighthaven, primarily because, and I know people are going to say, Dusty, there's no way you knew, but I knew what was going to happen. So effectively, this is an interview from 2024, sorry, August of 2024, by the way, where Christoph Hartmann, the CEO of Amazon Games at the time, by the way, talked about their first step out of the MMO genre being King of Meat, which was a lot of hoopla and hullabaloo. Emailed a lot of New World creators before the announcement. Oh no, keep in mind, we knew longer than that. I left New World in December of 2024 after TwitchCon, when there was a leak at TwitchCon from a reputable source that New World was already on its deathbed. A very reputable source. There's a party, and word got out, and that word got to me, and I was like, oh shit, so that makes sense with what Hartman's saying. Unfortunately, we knew long before, when was it? Wasn't it like, not late last year, like early last year? Makes sense, that's when Scott Lane left. And hear me out. I still think Katie Kaczynski did great for New World. I think Katie actually stepped up to the plate and did really well with what she had available. I think that Katie was a solid step up, and I really respect her for what she was able to do with that. A lot of people were very critical of Katie early on, and I'm gonna be real, like, people were very, how do I say this? Like, parasocial and cruel to Katie because of her physical appearance and the fact that she was a woman in game development. And so many people in New World were actually extremely fucking, like, degenerate towards her. And had heinous shit to say. The entire time, turns out she was probably one of the people that was working the hardest to keep that game going, even before she had a very, notable position within the game. The New World community was really interesting, and it's like, part of me really wishes New World were alive, but part of me is also glad that a lot of the creatures in New World have not found their way to the games that I'm playing now, and we have ended up on different parts of the internet, because that game truly had some of the most heinous fucking people that I have encountered on the internet. It's this element of, like, I understand why Ore nuked itself. Every single time I think about New World, I'm like, you know what? I kind of get it, dog. True almost that are public facing game dev. Says some pretty disgusting things. When did mod stuff on Ashes? Fupo. The worst part is, you don't know what's going to make it worse. Lady in game dev attractive, or lady in game dev not attractive. But somewhere somebody's always gonna have something to say about it outside of just their credentials as a game dev. And I don't really get it, man. I say we should objectify the people who really want to be objectified, the gay men in game development. I've never seen a man that likes to be hyped up like a gay man does, and I feel like we've just got to start gassing our kings and send all of our objectification where it will be well received. Chat, who's with me? Really bad shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, people with the slight veil of anonymity that the internet provides, heinous. Heinous shit. It's crazy. It's like, green. What the hell? Really, 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 really heinous. Counterpoint, Steven Sharif. Okay, well, short of putting Steven's face on underwear, I bet if you gassed him up a little bit, he would've smiled a little bit. Just the OC chat, sometimes people were saying some crazy shit. Brother, you should have seen it every time there was a fucking dev stream that came up. Like, oh yeah, you mean on stream. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bro, thankfully, people would come into my chat and be relatively normal, and anytime somebody started to be weird, we'd just be like, hey, no horny jail, and they'd actually calm down and respect it. But man, golly gosh and gadzooks, just seeing the stuff that didn't make it to chat. I'm so glad people can't send images in Twitch chats. I'm gonna be completely real. So, I got creatine today. Might go bald. If my hair starts looking thin, let me know. But I'm gonna start taking... It's a 5-gram scoop or 5-milligram scoop or something like that. I don't remember which one it is. 5 of whatever measuring units I'm supposed to take. So I take 10 of them. I figure I should catch up. Kidding, by the way. 1 scoop. 1 scoop a day. 5 is a scam. I think it's like 0.1 milligram per kilo of body weight or something like that. Don't go bald. That has actually been contradicted by more recent studies. Carla and I were looking into it because we actually found the creatine, like, it was a really solid brand and it just happened to be on clearance at one of the stores we went to for 66% off. So I looked up the pricing and I was like, oh shit, this is way cheaper than I expected it to be. So I've been taking like 15 milligrams a day. How was your hair? 5 grams is enough if you eat enough meat. How much meat should I gobble? Take some every day. Yeah, I mean, I know there are a lot of bald motherfuckers, but the thing about the whole creatine makes you bald, the study that a lot of people got that from wasn't actually covering like hair loss or the, I believe it's DHT, I think, which is what people said creatine increased the levels of, which more recent studies had no link between creatine and increasing DHT levels, nor any increase in creatine and hair fallout. But what people think is that since a lot of the people who would be taking creatine as a regular, regular consumer, especially since it tends to be post-college aged males that are interested in fitness, male pattern baldness starts to get relatively common the further past 30 you go. And like a lot of motherfuckers might just be bald. I'll be real. Maybe kidneys if you don't drink enough water. Yeah. I mean, you definitely should not consume creatine if you have kidney issues. But it's like 1/3 at 30. Yeah, I'm glad that Stomps is bald enough for 3 men. Because really, he's doing God's work out there. He's fucking tanking. Anybody want to do some SPVP, by the way? Because I don't think we have a single commander up right now. And some say, be the change you want to see in the world. I am. I'm supporting the groups properly and focusing on support and not running us all over hell and back. I'm going to let somebody else do the commandering. Is it monohydrate or hydrochloride creatine? Monohydrate. I can get the bottle. Hold on. I did research. I'm back. So basically, this one. It's creatine monohydrate. And I did mucho Googling. And apparently, this is a very solid brand. Very reputable. That's the best one. Yeah, it seems like people were really, hyping this up. And it was 66% off of this. So we got this entire tub for... like 12 bucks? 13 bucks? Something like that? Really wasn't that bad. So that's gonna cover me for quite some time. I believe it's like 100 servings in there or some bullshit. So that'll cover me for a little bit. You got the right one? So I just... like, it's unflavored. I just slammed this bitch in a little thing of water. And I'm like slowly building up the courage to just down this bitch. I'm not even gonna lie. Level 27 just finished my Asura storyline. I'm struggling to figure out what to do, just do the heart missions and adventure stuff. My recommendation is Adventure Guide if you want to level quickly. The Adventure Guide achievements will give you a lot of XP very quickly, especially for completing the overall tiers for them. That would definitely be my recommended. Outside of that, you can also go around and you can just work on map explo and shit. Map exploration is still very important to complete as you go. You will eventually want to do that probably for like legendaries and stuff should you get into that later on. But you can literally do anything to level. If you want to go around and explore more, heart events, map discovery, all of that shit, extremely solid. What is? Mix it with a protein shake. You gonna make the protein shake for me? Sorry. My bad. Yo, Stragma, what up, brother? Got out on the bike today? I can be your bike. What am I on today? Anyways, I'm out enough weed. I'm running low on my ganja until tomorrow, so I have to conserve. I mix creatine with Metamucil. Isn't that a nasal decongestant? Crank it before I get on the train in the morning. It's a fiber supplement. Oh, Mucinex is the snot one. The snot one. Okay. How are your shits? Because DOS is a large human as well. Like, I am a large human. DOS is a large human. Large. DOS is that, like, you can tell he threw people around on a football field. Me, it's like, oh wow, he's tall. He must have played something very delicate. Want to see what Lion's Arch look like at release. Yeah, invite me. I'll peep. How did this happen? How did you get over there? Take it with Mio and some iced tea. You don't taste the powder at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I might just pound it with water. Because it said... Oh, wait. Alexa. It said... Mix it with water for the best results. Because I think you just want to get the pure shit, right? What happens if you snort creatine? Not that I want to, but like, is that more efficient? If I dry scoop directly into my asshole, would that be efficient? I also have been known to put creatine in my coffee. It's actually not a bad idea. So, hear me out. If I put a funnel in my ass and then pour creatine in my ass directly, is that more optimal than drinking it? I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but I am asking simply from a physiological level. Am I more efficient if I am putting the creatine directly into my ass? Creatine tech. Brother, just dry scoop into your ass and then go set a world record. I don't know what they haven't told you at the strongman games, but there's a reason all of them know how to do a handstand. Memory of old Lion's Arch. Wait, so this is an achievement that you have to do to get this unlocked? It's never been studied, can try it. Well, so my whole thought is if I put alcohol in my butt, then it gets you drunker than, you know, not having alcohol, or sorry, having alcohol in your mouth. Because of the processing stuff. It goes directly into your bloodstream through your butt. So wouldn't the butt just be more optimal, like, absorption? This is pre-Living World Season 1 Lion's Arch. Wait, like as it was in the game?
You killed just 8 dredge? I crushed that many under my foot.
When did all the shells come in? I guess they got some nautical stuff over here. What the fuck? Wait, so is this where frackies are? Or is this where frackies? This is the frackies.
We have water closets.
Okay.
Like, latrines?
Living World Season 1, there was a battle for Lion's Arch and it got destroyed. Oh, interesting. So WoW Battle for Azeroth was literally just ripping the battle for Lion's Arch. I understand. Wow. You have 24 hours to respond. I need to do some goddamn story prog. It got destroyed twice. I feel like the entire lore of Guild Wars so far is just this town got blown the fuck up, help us rebuild it. And then you rebuild it and it gets blown the fuck up again. Am I wrong? Because at a certain point it's like, why wouldn't you just move the goddamn town slightly to the left? And then maybe
Really? I haven't.
not have it get blown up instantly. But I guess that's just a little bit too, guess that's a little too straightforward. Wait, what are these guys doing? Is there RP here? Are they an old Lion's Arch just chilling? What's that lantern? I think it's just for being a luminary. I'm pretty sure I got it when I went to my elite spec. Because it goes in my ass when I press G. So that way I have the most successful intake of the lantern. If you dive in the water current Lion's Arch, you can see the remnants of the old one. Oh wait, what the fuck? Things that I'm learning right now. Hold on. If you put creatine in your butt, does it work more efficiently? I'm not doing this on incognito, by the way. No, putting creatine in or on your buttocks will not make it work more efficiently. Creatine must be ingested orally and digested to be absorbed into your bloodstream and transported to your muscles. Applying it topically or otherwise will not build muscle or enhance performance. Oh. So alcohol can basically just absorb without being digested. Which I think... Is that an AI response? Yes. And I'm also going to ask it, why can we pour alcohol in our butt but not creatine? Hold on. You can absorb alcohol rectally because it's a liquid small molecule drug that easily crosses the mucosal lining of the colon directly into the bloodstream. Creatine cannot be administered this way because it requires the digestive tract and specific enzymes to be absorbed, and rectal delivery of creatine powder could cause severe bowel irritation. It's been through worse. But seems like you can't put creatine in your butt or it won't have any effect. Now, technically, I guess you could have the funnel and then you could just kind of like LeBron that shit up one time. But it looks like we're gonna boof creatine. Not anymore. I was thinking what the most optimal creatine intake would be, and it turns out it's not your ass. But you can drink from butt. So what if you mix the creatine in the water? I guess then it wouldn't get dissolved. Or not dissolved, digested. Because we need to digest it with certain enzymes. So then what if we put the enzymes in our butt?
I'm looking to hire a guide to take me to Nebo Terrace. That's Senton country. Good luck.
I feel like we might be cooking here. An all-in-one creatine solution. A funnel, a triangular-shaped package of creatine in the funnel that has individual serving sizes, and then on the bottom of the funnel, wrapped around it, the proper number of servings that you need of the enzymes. Open it up, funnel in butt, enzymes in butt first, creatine in butt, fill with water, let drain for 5 or more minutes while in handstand, absorb creatine. I feel like we might be up. I don't want to say that I could probably get this clinically trialed, but my brother is a biologist, and I know many things that are dumber than this that have actually got to the point of, like, clinical trials. We just have to figure out what enzymes are required for digesting the creatine, and then put them in your butt chat. Most things would get absorbed faster from the behind. Well, that's the thing. It's not the absorption of the creatine. You need to digest the creatine to break it down and have enzymes that then allow it to be absorbed. Because apparently it's like the byproduct of the creatine that we get that is good for us. So, can give you an example of something dumber. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, can I give an example of something dumber? What is the dumbest shit? I mean, I don't want to say dumb stuff. And I don't know how much I'm allowed to reveal since he works for the state. But I will say, him and a lot of his colleagues get paid to play Nintendo Switch all day. And I ain't but a lie. Half of them, I don't even know what the fuck they do. I have no idea what they do. Okay, I'm going to just bottoms my creatine real quick and then just be done with this. I'm gonna run this glass out. And then who wants to do some SPP? Because I'm gonna be real. I'm ready to blast. Someone who also works for a state. I play Guild Wars 2 on company time. Oh yeah. Yeah. State jobs are quite possibly the easiest jobs in human existence, depending on what state job you have. You also, I don't know what state, but in Maine you get the craziest benefits. Like, just free everything. They just slam it at you. So, it's quite nice. Quite nice. Twitch and YouTube, or what makes GDP go around? The sheer number of people watching while working is astounding. Can you imagine, Whetstone, what would happen if companies actually crack down on active time and bosses were able to, like, not mandate 8 hours of work because production would go down because people would be so unhappy. But, like, some people still understand what an 8-hour workday feels like. But, man, the difference in work between, like, going out and doing manual labor for a construction company in the sun all day and somebody that works for the state in an air-conditioned area that just goes on, like, Reddit and stuff and YouTube all day and looks up things on Etsy. Like, it's a large difference in things, and I almost wonder why every construction man doesn't just learn how to pick up a phone and then get a call center job and kill their body way less and then, you know, probably make a decent amount comparatively. But we also absolutely need construction men. We can't go without them. So, 8 hours 100% work is basically impossible unless you really love what you do. Or you're in a zero downtime position. Like, there are things that are effectively very little downtime. Now, some of these can be a little bit relative, but shit, it doesn't even have to be hard stuff. When I look back to my time when I was pulling doubles at Applebee's when I was working through, like, college and shit, bro, I'd be waiting tables, and when your money's dependent on you slamming tables out, I'd fucking have somebody get up from a table. As soon as they left the table, I'd be waiting to clear their table before they got out the door. I'd have the table flipped before they left and another party in so I could maximize my money. If I went out back to smoke, I'd take somebody's order, make sure I had no tables, and then I'd run out to my car, take a bong rip because I had a little silicone bong ski in my car, and then I'd run back in, which even then I had like 90% work ethic there. But bro, that shit was active as fuck. Also, fuck actual in-person management. Certain areas of management, very chill. More specifically, fuck Starbucks. Fuck that shit. Felonies? Bro, felonies don't even stop you from getting a good job these days. You can be a felon and then get an IT job and make like $200K a year. As long as it's not like, you know, certain types of crimes. But most felonies these days are like fucking negligible. I'm gonna be completely real. Especially if it's like felonious assault. You can just kick the shit out of somebody these days and then just apply for like a bodyguard job or something. It's almost a credential builder. It's just the diversity of work these days. It's like, would you rather have a bodyguard that's kind to everybody or a motherfucker that's not afraid to kill a man? Personally, I'm getting the bodyguard with felonious assault, also booking him an anger management tutor, and then I have a keyword where I can unleash him at any point in time. It's like, I don't know, the equivalent of Arise. And then I just have all of my summons that come out. There's a certain credential that can be built for felonies. From bodyguarding to politics, there are plenty of jobs that you can do once you've established just a few felonies. And again, in certain areas, it's credential builder. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring my glass out.
Hey, where have you been?
Exploring. I found another entrance to the sewers.
You shouldn't go slumming like that. It's dangerous.
It's wonderful. Respectable folks can't go there, but I want to live there.
If you know about it, the guards have sealed it up by now. Stay up here with me.
you see what he's selling?
By Ogden's hammer, what savings?
I don't know if I just made the greatest decision or the worst decision of my life, but I broke out the diamonds. Felons can't carry guns. I don't think most security carries guns. Like, most private security doesn't carry anything lethal. Except for, I guess, like, very specific contracts, but, like, most security, especially just, like, normal people's bodyguards, it's non-lethal, it's pepper spray, it's maybe there's a taser, but the biggest thing about bodyguards is that they're there to defuse, not actually fuck somebody up. Private security is just very expensive 911 calls. Yeah, and I mean, if you have, like, a firm, so to say, that's doing protective services, bro, they're not just gonna drop somebody in the street because they come up to you and chest bump you. Like, their job is to get in between and be intimidating and being like, hey, do you really want to do this? Anyone for SPP? At least half the game someone AFKs. Probably because of the PvP rush. A lot of people that just want to get the rewards. Maybe like resell the rewards type shit. But yeah, private security is it's effectively just stand there and be beefy. Guns we have for our properties legally can't do much. They just get paid to call the actual cops and take photos. And to make sure that somebody feels intimidated. Literally just stand there and look like you're not going to get the shit kicked out of you. And then you're good. It's like if there was ever an altercation, the security is supposed to just be like, whoa, 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 slow down, guys. It's effectively like a daycare. More than anything else.
Have you seen my husband?
You don't want to know.
I don't know anyone for bodyguarding until they fought a crackhead / homeless man. See, that's what I'm saying. Someone with felonies. Yes. You need someone with slight felonious assault. Just need 8 wins for the stupid Lego. Just get 510 losses over and over. Wait. What Lego? Is there a legendary from this shit? Or am I tripping? Achievements. How get legendary? Cause now I'm SP. Oh, yep. Yep, rank makes sense. Have people really been blasting into ranked like that? Because of the rush event? That kind of surprises me. I feel like people would just flood into unranked and just kind of like chud out their matches there. You know what I mean? That really surprises me a little bit. Rank rewards are nice. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. And I guess if you're just going to AFK in something because you don't really care about it, might as well just push up for the rank rewards. Yeah. Yeah, I do get that. I do get that. Goddamn shame, though. That is part of the problem with incentivizing ranked too heavily, is that you'll absolutely get people that will go in and just throw the quality of the matches. Now, hear me out. If the population were higher in ranked PvP, then it wouldn't be as large of an issue for impacting actual matches because new players would be contained to new players. However, we run into this scenario where you have in ranked such a low player base throughout the day that you have top tier matches that are being mixed in with new players entirely. They have people who legitimately may not know what they're doing. And when you have, like you said, less ability to ban people without completely cooking the functionality of your game, you have to give a little bit more leeway. I ordered some champ purple dunks. You wear a lot of purple? High or low? Low? Do you wear a lot of purple? I like dunks. They're honestly, like, you can't really, in my opinion, go wrong at all with dunks, Jordan 1s, or Air Force 1s. Genuinely, those are my three, like, comfort shoes that will never have anything, you know, bad said about them. You know what I mean? I have more of those three shoes just about my collection than I do if you combine all of the rest of my shoes. Like, it's those three models in different colorways, and then probably, you know, 30 to 40% of my collection is things that aren't those models. So, also a big neutral color guy, so purple's my color pop. Yeah, I mean, it can be nice. It can be nice. I crease my shit. I ain't even about to lie. I walk on my toes, so that's my largest issue. I always worry about creasing it. Back in like the 2010s, when everybody in sneaker culture was like, don't crease your shits, bro. I used to walk like a fucking duck in new shoes sometimes. I swear to God, I was actually that person because I was broke as fuck. So if my parents ever bought me a nice pair of shoes, I was like, bro, I can't break this shit. I can't crease this up. Bro, I was walking flat-footed as fuck. I was like stomping on the ground type shit. I don't crease my shit always. Yeah. Oh wait. We need bodies. We do need bodies. I will take more bodies. I don't know what happened with our queue. I think somebody like declined it, which is slightly tragic. Oh, Nin.
Wow.
Hear me out, by the way.
Cowardly and proud to make money.
My recommendation, if you're going to TwitchCon with the intent of being like, man, I'm gonna have this dope purple fit and stand out, so many people try that. So last year, my story of this, and Streg probably remembers the shirt, but basically, oh shit, Waldo, we got you next. So basically, I'm not going all out. You'll appreciate this story regardless. You know that place that I talk about a lot in Maine, Martin's, that gets like, you know, they buy out inventories of other stores and whatnot, and they're like the surplus salvage place, so it's all new stuff, but it's super cheap, right? And you never know where it's sourced from. So last year, before TwitchCon, we went over to Martin's, and we found a purple button-down shirt that had little squares on it, right? And it was just like different textured squares type shit. And we're like, oh, we found this, you know, at this super obscure store that's only in Maine, right? That just buys out inventories from a lot of random places. What are the odds that it is actually Cole Beasley? The fuck? Anyways, like, what are the odds that it's gonna be some super popular shirt? Well, let me tell you, it may have been the single most worn non-TwitchCon piece of merch, or like piece of clothing at TwitchCon. You know what I mean? We saw, unironically, no fewer than about 20 people with that shirt in. I shit you not. Every single day that we were there, we saw people with that shirt. And it was so fucking cooked. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, brother. It made me very sad. Like, very, very, very... Uh-oh. This is bad. This is very bad. Uh-huh. So I'm not gonna lie, we got our shit cooked in that team fight. I ain't even about to lie. We may be in a slightly bad spot. I think... we need a front line. Because... I ended up frontlining there. That was not ideal. That was not ideal. And we got two randoms in here too, which Jin plays a Gale shot. Streg's untamed, so I mean, I guess I probably let Streg go in and like do his shit. Cause I got a little too aggro there. I'm gonna be completely real. I gotta kind of like, gotta play my life against these goobers a little more. And give a little more space. We gotta get on the objective though. Because if we don't get on the objective, we're a little cooked here. I just gotta try to keep you guys up. I can't really like get in to do much, you know? If I try to push in too aggro, then I'm gonna get my shit cooked. We can kill Elric, potentially. I don't really know what he's got going on, but we can definitely cook that. I come strike. Careful, careful. Oh, wait. We gotta... Ah! Everything's bad. Bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Everything's looking pretty rough out here. But we might be able to get Stragma up. Just get an X and then Strag's alive. We're so up. There's still hope. I think that first fight might have just been a little cooked. I think they might have got us in a bad spot there. Might have caught us out or something. I'm into the cosplay and costumes go crazy. Oh, bro. Nin, you're gonna see things that you're very excited about and things that you're very sad about. And I'm gonna be completely real with you. I cannot tell you which one you're going to see more of. I wish that I could, but I simply cannot. Once they turn this corner, I'm gonna wall behind him. Will not escape. You shall not survive. Bro, I don't really have a lot of like, oh, that was kind of a nice pump. And then we'll keep up stab for everybody. Make sure that we got a lot of blocks going out for this fight. Fucking beautiful, my boys. I swear to God we can win this shit. I swear to God we can do it. Oh, that's not good. That's very less than ideal. Stragma! I'm here, buddy. I'm here. I'm here too late. But Papa's here. Uh-oh. Strag, it might be not bad. We might just beat down terrible. I think when Streg is actually like able to frontline and when I can just sit behind him, we're great. But I'm not about to lie. As soon as he goes down, we have... Where's our Reaper? Shouldn't our Reaper be like up in that shit? He's kind of been up in that shit. He's kind of been up in that shit. I just feel like we don't have forward presence. And these motherfuckers hit hard. Almost naked Ben. Almost naked everything, my dog. I'm not even about to lie to you. Like, everything that you could possibly imagine will be present here. That's unfortunate. I can't do much about that. Be completely real. That is more of a you issue than anything else, brother. Wish I could have helped, but I cannot. And he absolutely just got bitched into that corner. I am so sorry for that. But I love throwing people into the corners there. That shit nice. Oh my God. Did Cole Beasley just fucking slap our shit? What is going on there? Do they have a DH? They have a DH. So we must be cautious around that. We can walk in on this. You guys have stability. I think we just gotta kind of try to dick up on it. I can give as much protect as possible. I just don't know how much it'll actually be or how much we'll get done with it. I got a wall out on the back line. Oh, boys, we won the fight. Wait, holy shit. Any other add-ons other than the block party? In terms of like the actual TwitchCon tickets, no. The thing about it is there are always going to be other events at TwitchCon type shit that pop up. We don't know what those are going to be. Some of them are done by brands. Some of them are just hosted by venues, and it's like, you know, unofficial TwitchCon shit. So there's definitely a potential that we do end up going to some events that do have a, you know, a cover. But honestly, we try to avoid those, if I'm being completely real, because the events with covers last year were just ass. There's so many good free events that it's unlikely, I think, that we go to anything with a cover this year. And I wouldn't really plan on it, but I would also just bring a little extra just in case. But there's nothing directly with TwitchCon. TwitchCon, the only thing you'll spend more money on are like if you go to a vendor there, right? So say there's a, you know, a G Fuel setup or something and you buy G Fuel type shit. If there is a scenario where you want to pick up merch from like Artist Alley or some bullshit, right? You can hit that. The actual TwitchCon stuff as well, obviously, in terms of like TwitchCon's official merch. That's also something that a lot of people will end up grabbing. Jesus Christ, that shit hit me hard. But bringing $1,000 cover and $1,000 buy shit.
A console is about to activate.
Wait, what do you mean you're bringing $1,000 cover and $1,000 to buy shit? I'm gonna rob you. I'll be completely a buck, bro. I'm gonna rob your shit. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in the middle of the night with a pillow sack filled with bars of soap. Fucking clean your act up a little bit. Oh shit, I'm not helping at all. Hold on. Everything's bad. Oh, I just got kicked. That's very not good, actually. And I don't enjoy that very much, if I'm being completely honest. A couple more of them rotated over because one of them was not doing enough work. But we might be slightly down bad. I might have fucked up. I got a little distracted. Not in my wallet. Well, I'm still gonna do it. I feel like now that I've said I'm gonna do it, I'm kind of bitch made if I don't actually, you know, go through on it. Careful, my boys. I will be there in 1 sec. Papa was throwing. I'm gonna be completely honest. I was selling an absolute Baggington. But I've arrived now, and everything is beautiful once again. I will not let anybody here die a painful, violent death. And also, fuck that one guy. He's trapped now. He can deal with that when he deals with it. I ain't gonna worry about it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you'll spend that much. I'm gonna be completely real. Your largest expense, unless, like, I don't know how you feel about, like, coming to America. I don't know if it's your first time or what, and you plan to, like, tourist the fuck out. But, like, food's probably your largest expenditure at TwitchCon, since we go out to eat more or less, like, most of the meals, you know what I mean? We definitely spend a decent amount of money on food while we're out there. Ow. The fuck was that? I was just minding my own goddamn business. And then out of nowhere, I get my shit goddamn slapped the fuck up. Thank you, my lads. I appreciate you all. Pump us home. And I've got everything you might need for success. Oh my goodness gracious. Wait, we might actually win this. This was a good-ass match. I thought after that first fight, we were fucking cooked. But I think I just have to let Streg be big and beefy, bro. He is, he's a chonky one. I'll be real nice and tanky boy there. And I just have to find a safe place to play that's not directly in the thick of it with them. And hope that I can do something to keep him supported. And sometimes I cannot. And I'm not gonna lie, I forgot to switch over to my res signet.
Secure the console.
And that was not the greatest decision that I've ever made. Just as a personal, you know, choice. Not the smartest thing I've ever done. Cole Beasley! Alright, we killed Cole Beasley. But I might die for this. Hiya! I did everything I could. I tried so hard. And I got so far. I'm actually delaying them for so long, though. Wait, this is fucking BIS. They're all off point for that. Was that clutch? Chat, I feel like that was actually kind of fucking clutch. Because we just killed so much time, bringing so much CC, spores and roots and bleeds and poisons. I love having CC in group. We just need, like, I mean, I guess we have a strip because of the Reaper. But I think once people see more of the true interaction of group comps, it'll really start to open people's eyes to the, oh shit, this is possible type reaction, you know, instead of us kind of hitting the struggle bus during PvP. I think it'll be a very noticeable differential for us, which I'm excited about, if I'm being honest. No, sir. I cannot allow you to launch projectiles at us. That is incredibly rude of you. Oh, he did not like that. He was not happy about that. Is that OP? If I just pop my projectile absorb on Jin and then let him blast?
Console is active.
Because he just sat in there and did an ungodly amount of damage. Streg with the defense going absolutely crazy. My fucking goat. I wish there was like a CC and a buff counter. I swear to God, that would make me so happy. What kind of cover money is like if I need a new plane ticket? Why would you need a new plane ticket? Like if your plane explodes? Why would you need a new plane ticket? What do you mean? I feel like I need SPP. You need SPP? I have to sneeze. You shouldn't need a new plane ticket. Bro, I'm gonna be real. The only way that you're spending over $1,000 at TwitchCon is either if you tourist the fuck out, buy everything, do drugs, or book the hotel that Streg did last year. He spent like 3K for his hotel for the weekend, and I will never forget that, and I will never stop talking about it. He fucking balled out with the hotel choice. The hotel was ballin'. Cypher PK thought that I was soda poppins in the bathroom of your hotel, Streg. We wouldn't have had that interaction. I gave Cypher PK my business card because you spent $3,000 on a hotel room for the weekend. And for that, I thank you, sir. But I bet you're also probably excited to spend a fraction of that for your total trip this time, huh? At a certain point, it's like, oh shit, I can do this cheaper. Carlo always makes fun of me because my first year going, Stomps and I shared a couch, and I paid $600 for my share of the Airbnb for the weekend. And Carla's like, 600 for that? And she always finds, you know, what she finds now that's far cheaper. She's great at finding that shit. But yeah, she gives me shit about that, so I have to put it down the pecking order to you as well. I'll probably buy a lot of stuff. Like, define buy a lot of stuff. Are you talking like you're gonna buy a lot of like TwitchCon Artist Alley stuff? Or you want to go like shopping at a mall in the area and buy stuff? Artsy stuff. I would, okay. Before you go hog wild on Artist Alley, we'll be together at the con anyways, but be very cautious and don't buy anything until Carla looks at it. There is a lot, right? That is basically Temu, Etsy, stuff like that. So people will say hand crocheted, handmade, this, that, the other, and then every single one of them that they have on display will be the exact same with no variants. So you know obviously that if there's no variants to something that it's mass produced, right? And there's a whole lot of like, I don't know, no, it's not even that. It's mostly that people will just, like, Artist Alley used to be amazing. And it used to be a lot of people that genuinely made stuff and brought it in. And I think Artist Alley, even like last year comparatively to 2 years ago, was substantially different. There were a lot of like custom keyboard makers and shit like that 2 years ago. Last year, there were not many of those. It was a lot of like, here are my stickers. You know, here are my little plushies that I ordered off Alibaba. It was interesting. Now, there was also that one stall that was making literal fucking armor. That shit was fire. There was like a leatherworking stall that had actual like draconic leather armor suits. And it was like $10,000+ for a suit of armor. But still, that shit was fucking awesome. Like, I don't know if they got a singular client that entire TwitchCon. But if they got one, then it paid for their entire booth and more. But goddamn, their stuff was fucking sick. They had like full armor displays. That was probably the coolest thing in Artist Alley last year. There was some other cool shit, but I think the armor was the best. I think TSA would arrest me. No, it's leather armor. Leather armor. Also, you'd probably be fine if you explained it, because it's not a weapon. It's like, sir, why are you in a full suit of armor? Just in case somebody else tries some fuck shit, sir. Just, you never know. Like, what happens if there just happens to be an archer aboard? Tight leather armor? Yeah, exactly. Like, 3 guards, let me swap to get in. Oh, wait. Did I just invite other guardians? Oh my god, wait, do we have a core guard? Mr. Rick, are you core guard? What's going on there? Because that's an interesting one. Leon, good day, brother. What a do?
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
And a ni hao to you. Fuck no, I'm a Lumi. Haha. Just says Guardian on my end. Are you DPS Lumi? Or are you support Lumi? Which variant are you, my boy? Back home and finally able to sit down. Crazy long day. Had the costume day. Carla and I drove to pick up her Legos because apparently she shipped them to a post office multiple towns away instead of to our address. So that was a little bit weird. Outside of that, we got lunch. We did some shopping. She picked up some manga because I took her to one of my favorite little like music stores that I grew up near. So we got to check out that place. Scored some manga half off. Used some of my reward points that I didn't even know I had. So on top of that, oh, we're also getting another one shipped. Who did it? Also getting another one shipped. But even with that, it was a pretty solid day. Drove home, more like 70% off. Yeah, it was pretty cheap because they were pre-owned as well. So it was already like half off, and that was half off the half off pretty much. So yeah, we did quite well on that. Got food, drove home, and now I stream. And so far, we've been trying to pump some SPVP, trying to get some blasted, because there's an event going right now that's basically just bonus rewards for doing SPVP. We tried to find commanders in World vs. World, but there just simply are not many commanders in World vs. World right now. It's kind of a goddamn shame. So at the end of the day, our choices are slightly limited. And as we wait for more people to actually hop on towards peak time, we wait with open arms for somebody to tag the fuck up. So, still looking at flights. Might be a play to go to Buffalo to fly. Wait, why is that? Because you have a stop regardless type shit? Or do you have a non-stop available near you? Because we have the option to fly out of Portland, Maine, right? Which is our closest airport. And we could fly out of there, and that would have us having a stop, usually a layover along the way, having to switch flights. We drive to Boston and fly out of Boston type shit. Because then we can just park there. Not at the airport, but they have a lot of parking areas that'll just shuttle you over for cheaps. I don't want to say it's cheap, but it's reasonable comparatively. And then we fly out of there. So, my flight was killer last time, although it was with XQC. Wait, so was the flight good or bad, and was XQC good or bad to have on the flight? I think it's always funny seeing most like internet personalities in real life and realizing that they are just truly nerds. And it's like, it's almost the same thing as seeing an actor and realizing that they were truly just a theater kid at one point in time that was really good at being a theater kid, and now they're famous and have aura. But man, oh man, there are some fucking dweebs with millions of dollars from streaming. And I like that XQC tries. I think XQC is fucking hilarious. I like that he tries. But man, it's a reminder every day that a lot of us streamers, no matter how cool we may think we are just nerds at heart. It's humbling. Actually, chilling in his first class, so that was fun. Wait. He wasn't flying economy like a humble king. That's crazy. That's crazy. Was he just solo flying? Or did he have did he have posse with him? I'm assuming he probably had at least somebody with him. Maybe like Buddha or some bullshit. I think Buddha also Canadian. Came back home to sister having a new vehicle. It had no one look at it, so I ran around setting up things to scrap the old car. Get this one looked at, because it drives good, but feels like the tires are rubbing in the front. Wait, hold on.
Take my advice. Don't mess with
So your sister just like bought a new vehicle randomly? Huh. Well, that's fun. That's fun. Yeah, I mean, I would get that bitch looked at. But granted, if they already bought it, I don't know how shit works in your state. But man, if it's private sale, GG no re. Could also just be something small. But could also be something not too small at all. Bro, that's why I just hate private sales. I think you either have to go CPO, like a certified pre-owned, through a dealer these days, or just new if you can get it. But Dusty, get rich so we can fly with a lie flat seat. Carla, you're 5 feet tall. You can lay down in your seat normally. You don't let me. Well, because I have to lay down. I'm large. I take up lots of room. It goes on top of me. I don't fit in my seat because we fly poor. Okay, so hear me out. Technically, I would only have to get rich enough to get me into like first class or whatever it is, and then you could sit in the poor people seats and be comfortable. Yo, Ardito, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. You could continue the peasantry way and you fit in those seats. So personally, I do see that as, you know, an out, so to say, if it does ever happen. Now, hear me out. We did discover flight tech for anybody that's curious. Anybody that doesn't fly a lot. I'm new to traveling. I didn't travel at all. I'd never been on a plane before TwitchCon 2 years ago, and I kind of fell in love with it. So Carla and I try to travel a couple times a year, whether it's, you know, a weekend trip or something. We went to Phoenix to see her parents and ended up there for over a week, and it was actually really fucking fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad we got that delay to see more of Phoenix. That was great. But yeah, so we try to do a little travel now, and I realized, oh shit, wait, what do they have? Okay, we're fine. Hold on. I realized that JetBlue has the best leg room in their poor people seats. Because we got a JetBlue poor people seat for our last flight. That was to Tampa, the Kanye concert. And we got into our seats, and my knees weren't hitting the seat in front of us, which normally happens as soon as as soon as I sit down. My knees are just immediately in the seat. So I sat down and I had leg room. I was like, the fuck is going on here? And we were immediately a little bit concerned, if I'm being completely honest. If I could describe it in any way, it would be mild to moderate concern, you know what I mean? So I hit a point where I was just like, all right, fuck it, I'm Googling this. Turns out, basically, JetBlue offers more leg room than, not sponsored by the way, than other airlines in their default economy seats, which I really appreciated. So our flight down, I had Omega leg room, and then our flight back, we didn't pay for seats or book our seats or anything like that, right? So we show up early to our flight because it got delayed anyways. And effectively, Carla goes up while I was on stream at the airport, and it's like, hey, we're just hoping we could get our seats together. And they're basically like, yeah, we got you. We got put in the emergency row. That shit was piss. Let me tell you what, I'm gonna start asking for emergency every single time that I fly, if it's possible, especially if it's not a JetBlue flight. Because man, oh man, that was a goddamn game changer. That was easily the best flight that I have ever in my life experienced. That was comfort, just incarnate, man. Boop. Get fucked. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to not do this. If I could just ask for a singular thing from you. Honestly, does he win this? I don't really know. Haha! Oh, that poor soul. I think I might have been able to kill that guy if I was actually going at it from an aggressive standpoint. So I'm gonna play this game. Is it worth to come back? Yes. Personally, I think it's very worth to come back. Also, no ecto gambling. No ecto gambas. Ecto gambas are very bad. I do not advocate for ecto gambas in this house. I feel like there are many better ways to spend your money other than gambling ectos. So, personally, yes, great time to come back, but also don't gamble ectos. It's not healthy. Streg, how did your ecto go? Yo, Raven, what up? I appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope your stream was phenomenal today. Raiders, welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. If you are just joining from the raid or you're new in general, appreciate y'all showing up today. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day, starting usually around 2 p.m. EST. It was a little late today because we had a large Lego haul that we had to pick up. So, I usually stream between 8 and 10 hours a day. I have been in Guild Wars 2 for about a month now, and plan to be here as my primary game through, well, you know, through the launch of Guild Wars 3 and then bounce back and forth between the two. I play a lot of PvP, if I'm being honest, as a lot of my primary focus. But I will say, definitely embrace the other sides of the game as well. I've done raids with my guild. We're completing all the content that we can. So it's been a really fun time. Wait, I might be able to pull this off. Jin, stay alive! Stay alive! No, I couldn't pull it off. I couldn't pull it off. So right now at this moment, you've caught us in some 5v5 SPVP. So basically pumping some arenas over here and having some fun with that side of it. There is an event going on now, for those that haven't heard, called PvP Rush, where you effectively just get bonus rewards for playing PvP as you normally would. So great for people like me that really enjoy the PvP side of things in the first place. I get my reps in, and later tonight we'll be going into some World vs. World, and I think at some point there may even be a little bit of motivation to get maybe a raid group together or something. There's always something that we can be doing within the game, which is quite nice. A few times I've flown a Delta, and they're pretty nice seat-wise as well, kind of shit for luggage. I mean, honestly, like, Delta still has solid... I think we had Delta on the way back. I can't even remember who we flew on the way back where we had the emergency row seats. That shit was beautiful, though. But we looked up the default, basically, like, room for seats for the different airlines. And I want to say... Boop! I want to say it was, like, JetBlue and then Delta... And then it just went down from there. And they just, you know, started cramming you on with the cheaper airlines type shit. Which, I'm gonna be real, I'm not gonna pay first class levels to travel. I can't afford that shit, brother. I stream full time. But at the end of the day, I will absolutely pay an extra, like, oh, this poor guy. Oh no. Oh no, he got Fortnited. Jin, that was devious, brother. Jin hits him with the big burst. I drop the wall, and he runs into the wall and just immediately gets nuked. I'm gonna bait him back around the corner, and then you go. I can get heals in for you. I'll get a wall in on him in a sec as well. Next swap, I got walls. We're fine. We're fine. We don't lose this. I haven't even had to pop Forge really this entire matchup. I'm not gonna lie. I feel as though there is plenty of opportunity for me to just start getting active on the offensive end a smidge more, and I can still keep all of you alive just peachy. We'll have my R up. All right, R's up. We walk forward, and now I become offensive machine. Are you trying to trade this? No, you won't try to trade this. Fortnite. Chad, this guy died at my wall last time too. I have a feeling he's getting very fucking tired of my walls. I'm not even gonna lie. 2 supports, brother. The 2 support tech is actual life-changing tech. You can die, it's okay, it's okay. But you're not going to! I got you, big dog. I got you. I got you. I had the res sigil ready for you as well. I was waiting on that shit. If you dropped, I had you back up before I even got there, Torag. I want you to know. Do we have... Oh no, we only have 2 Loomies. This is good. But yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie. Flights are usually...
The plaza is yours.
Not fun for me. I think I've had maybe like 2 flights in my entire life that I've actively enjoyed being on. He did not intend to go there. I'll be real. And they were both pretty much these last 2 flights. The JetBlue leg room, bro, if there are ever JetBlue tickets, I'm snagging JetBlue tickets at comparable prices first, just because there is so much more leg room. And then after that, I'm gonna just like walk up to the front anytime we get to the desk and just ask for emergency row, bro. I'm gonna tell him I've been through like 6 plane crashes already, and I got us out of every one. Look at the spread of badges, by the way. That's kind of wild. Although I did no fucking healing that match. I don't think we really needed it though. I don't think we took a lot of damage. I just kind of walked around and kept buffs up on whoever was available to buff in the first place. That one was kind of, I don't know, I felt unneeded to a certain extent. But I think we also had other heals, right? Someone else was supporting there as well. Chat, what are the odds there are any commander tags right now, by the way? Because I have a very grim feeling. Oh, God. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Chat, why do bad things happen to good people? This is not ideal. If I'm being completely fucking honest. Time to buy more bags. I unironically think I might be at the bag, like the cap. I'm not even gonna lie. I think I may be at the cap. So we're slightly down bad there. I need to try to secure. Does this get the upgrades back? 100% chance of salvaging upgrades within the item. So we want to use this bad boy. And then that'll get me the rune. Oh. I read that wrong. RIP 1 rune. Well, noted for the rest of those. We'll definitely not nuke those. Do you have to have your cursor like this because you're an old man? No, I'm putting my cursor like this so I can be the one to battle the stigma that only old men benefit from this cursor. This cursor in PvP settings actually just has benefit. There's no way around it. To not ever be at a spot where you could even physically lose your cursor because this shit is effectively a spotlight. It's, I think, hands down advantageous, and somebody has to be the one to tell people it is okay to use the old man cursor. It's okay to embrace it. And even if you're not an old man, it's okay to understand that something that gives you a competitive edge, even if it may make you look a little silly, gives you a competitive edge. John, what up, I go? How are you? So hear me out. What's easier to find in PvP? Or even right now? This cursor?
Quickly.
Or this cursor? Brother, even if it's just popping up around the screen, like fragmented off in sections, this looks like a goddamn rhythm game right now. You can't miss shit out here, brother. I'm playing Osu on screen. I made my turn to bright pink during combat. And it's normal the other time. Okay, hear me out. If I could, Guilders do Osu edition. That's just... Yes, we're Osu now. I gotta lock in. I just gotta start mashing a few buttons. I don't even know how to play Osu. All I know is for whatever reason. Now I'm gonna get a YouTube short of it. But for whatever reason, I see Osu sometimes and I'm just like, y'all do this for how long a day? Like, I play video games 8 hours a day. Those motherfuckers play video games, bro. That shit's different, if I'm being completely honest. A blue one, but it looks nicer than that thing, and it's a bit smaller. That thing. That thing. Fucking disgusting that you even talk like that. Bro, put some respect on the goat's name. This cursor, hear me out, for non-add-on scenarios and things that are within the creative suite of the game, this cursor is nice. It provides an actual factual benefit. I wish that I were capping, I wish that I were lying. But there is absolutely no cap within my yap on this fine day, my good sirs. This cursor slaps, and I mean, it is large enough if you cross it over somebody, they do take 5 damage in combat because of it. This shit is chonky. What are the odds I have something that's gonna make me hate my life? Lumi's on special today. Wait, I've about concerts for TwitchCon. Wait, what do you mean concerts for TwitchCon? Oh, like the DJ sets and shit? Yeah, most of that usually comes out like more towards the convention itself because venues will start booking with shit. There are a few different apps that we can keep our eyes on. Eventbrite and Partiful are a couple of them, just in case you ever want to inquire on your own for a couple of the facilitators for those. Eventbrite and Partiful, once again. But those are where most of the events will be from, and then some of them are like invite only shit, but even then I can probably just reach out to any that are invite only and shoot my shot there. Have okay odds. Outside of that though, I think we're just avoiding anything with a cover fee this year, dude. Cover fees fucking suck noodles, if I'm being completely real. God damn it. I don't know why I always go up here. It's clearly not faster. Man! Wait up for me, guys. Wait up for me. I'll be there in just a second. Who'd we lose? Stragma! Oh, I think he might be downloading the apps. I knew that a lie. Just go smack the shit out of him. Concert was pumping to the ocean front. Wait, at the venue? Are you talking that one? The one that was like outdoors at the venue the first night that we were there? Because that one was probably, if I had to guess, yeah, that was the partner party. So, that one, I can't do much to get y'all into. However, partner party do be, oh, I did not expect them to go into the X that quickly. I'm gonna be completely fucking real with you guys. That caught me a little off guard, just straight up. I was not prepared for that. They have double Lumi as well, but I feel like their Lumi is not the same that our Lumi is. I feel like they just have damage everywhere, and they have no sense of, like, support. Maybe they do, and maybe I'm just being presumptuous, but I do feel as though we are just out-supporting them right now, which this guy has combat healer as his title. But I feel like outside of me throwing that one res that I definitely could have saved, we're kind of in a good spot. But yeah. I think the one that was like first night, I want to say that was a partner party that was right at the venue. I didn't end up going to look. This year I'll probably poke my head in and see what's up with it.
You've taken the graveyard.
Look like a huge concert. The partner party is effectively like a no. The first night that we went over. Not partner party. The one that was outside at the venue? That one was partner party. Unless we're talking about a different one.
You lost the waterfall.
Because the partner party was the first night that we were there before the event. The one on the water. That was at the venue out of the balcony. Oh! Oh no, you're talking about when we saw all of the youngins that were coming down the stairs. Nope, never mind. I remember. I thought it was the first. I thought you meant when we first got there. There was a little party that was in the balcony with people like bopping and vibing. And then Carla said, the one on the water. You also said that. But I remembered, I just got the mental clarity. Looked over at partner party and it didn't look lit. No, that's why I was kind of confused, because there was stuff going on there, but it was mostly people bopping and vibing and stuff. And then I remembered the flood of people that came down from the stairs, where we're like, oh, okay, something happened. Did we ever find out what that was? Because yes, that just jogged my memory entirely. I'm not even gonna lie. That was just an element of like, oh, yeah, no, that happened. But up here, I don't remember shit. I think it was a DJ. What if it was like a prom or some bullshit? And it was really just some lame ass shit. And we're like, man, that looks so dope. Just a bunch of random fucking nerds show up at like a random prom. I think it was outside of prom. Oh my god, what a devious wall. Hold on. That was rude of me. I'm gonna be completely fucking real, dog. I feel like I might have just disrespected them a little bit with my actions, and I do apologize for that. But man, oh man, I just don't know what their option is to try to deal with our level of invulnerability right now, bro. We're just not dying. Just at all. Granted, we're kind of getting out-rotated right now, I think. I don't really know what's happening on that side, but man, oh man, we're not losing.
You've taken the
Girls, we're going
graveyard.
very skimpy dress for a prom. Girl, it was 2025 in California. I'm shocked people were wearing anything to the goddamn proms. It's a different world out there.
Waterfall is yours.
For when you and I were wee lads and lasses. Everybody's now Everybody's now rocking Fenty Beauty and Skims and fake lashes.
Lost the quarry.
Back in my day, the only thing that was fake was the fur on people's knockoff Uggs. Times have changed. Got fucking BBLs and VCRs, and Lil Wayne's got ab implants. Fenty Beauty is makeup. Scantily clad youth of today in their Fenty Beauty and their goddamn Satan art. I don't need to hear about your product shilling. I've got products of my own to shill. Satan. Satan! Is it Rihanna's? Is that Fenty? Because if that's the case, I'm pretty sure that's actually a really well-respected brand, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah?
Fury is mine.
Influencer products have gone too far. Is that one of the most successful influencer products that exists? Just like straight up? Oh no, this poor kindred spirit. Don't worry, Jin, you're fine.
You've lost the quarry.
I think that guy's in a less than ideal set of circumstances, if I do say so myself. And then we can blast this guy real quick. I got stabbed for you. Never mind, he does not want the smoke. Don't worry, I'll deal with this one. You get that one. Okay, we're so lit. Do you see my new finisher, by the way? That shit's toxic. There's basically a pole dance, a face sit, and then like a coom fountain. Oi!
Captured the quarry.
Literally just to be a dick there, by the way. No reason other than being a dick for dropping that wall. That wall was not impactful. That wall did absolutely nothing other than make me giggle a little bit. And I'm gonna be real, sometimes that's all you need, my boys. Sometimes that's it. I'm tall enough to see this, by the way. I literally have a line of sight. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's there if you guys need it. I don't know what we're really gonna do with it, but, you know, have fun. Just in the event you end up needing that shit. Oh, this poor kindred spirit. Bro, I feel so bad for Fortnite. Oh, he had stab. Nar. I'm so bad. So bad and sad. Mad literally because bad. Sir, please come here. Don't make this something it doesn't have to be. Thank you. I appreciate you kindly from the bottom of my heart. Who's dying? What can I do to help? Because I'll be real, I don't really feel threatened much in this one. I don't think my health has moved in these fights. It's just kind of, existing, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know what we got going on here, but it's not a lot of threat right now. I don't know why I'm not taking damage, by the way. I'm getting hit for like 100 from these guys. I'm not alarmed whatsoever when any of them try to jump me. And I'm a little concerned by that. I don't know what builds they're running. I don't know what's going on with it. They have double Lumi, so they should have good burst. Antikoris are just memes.
Attack my target.
Have they been ratting the entire time? Phoenix, what you be up to today, brother?
Captured the quarry.
I feel like they might have been trying to rat the entire time.
Your base is under attack.
And they probably haven't, like, fought squared up the entire time. Maybe a 5v5 would be a little bit different, but... Psych, bitch!
I nearly died.
Don't worry, Strike. I got you. You're fine. Freedom? What do you have to do, like 5 minutes of work today? And you poor kindred spirit. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, brother. Absolutely terrible set of circumstances. Oh my god. What the hell just happened to that Lumi? My brother in Christ. What are you doing to these people? I can probably keep you alive. I'm gonna be completely real. If they keep trying to push you, I think we just win. Because they don't have the stab to get through my walls and shit. So just do what you need to do. I'll play off you, and then just make sure you're cooking during this. I'll do everything I can to keep you alive. And I don't think we lose this fight. I've just got to make sure that you stay alive with everything that I have. Then make sure I stay alive off of that secondarily. And that's going to be a big thing. But we have good kill opportunities too. I just got to live here for point one. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, there's no fucking shot that I actually live this. Brother. No! Strike, I believe in you. I got the pushback. No, I didn't. Wait, I didn't get it off in time. I didn't see his animation. No! Dude, I was living like crazy there. Fuck. I think if I live for another like 5 seconds, we actually turn that with Strug there. I had to just get a little bit, a little teensy weensy bit. I don't see this Maz even when downed. Weird. Maybe his like teleport brought him somewhere weird or some shit. Huh. Well, probably not much of an issue. We need like stealth detection or something?
Defense, then offense.
I'm not quite sure, if I'm being honest. But I don't think he's in our base anymore. Something about American scammers. Artist Alley. Yeah, good way to describe it. Artist Alley is very heavily shifted towards like Temu products and shit that people aren't actually making now. Which is kind of what you have to be the most cautious about, I think, if I'm being real with Artist Alley. Other than that, Artist Alley, really, it's dope. It's a great opportunity to see some really cool stuff. And there are genuinely, like, some products there that are still really high quality. It's just Artist Alley over the years has most definitely got itself a reputation for degraded quality. A lot of people that are just trying to bring in, you know, ordered on Alibaba. Oh, shit. Super cheap mass-produced stuff that's not actually how do I say this, like worthy of being on Artist Alley at TwitchCon, so to say. So Pupu El Duki. Yeah, it's just that a lot of places will be like, here's our handmade, hand-stitched, you know, hand fucking farmed, hand-grown, hand-assembled organic hand, and it's just a hand that they got from like Temu or some bullshit, you know what I mean? It's kind of tragic. It's kind of tragic. The revives went crazy. That was all I had. I did 700k. Welcome to the buff life, brother. I'm pretty sure you just sat on top of me team fighting, and then we also have Streg stripping and CCing, and then we have Tag playing a Troob. So, Concert of the Water would be lit. Well, we don't know what there is. That's probably not a TwitchCon event, if I'm being honest. Because, like, TwitchCon doesn't shut down San Diego except for the block party. So that was probably just an adjacent concert of some sort that wasn't even TwitchCon, and they probably thought we were a bunch of fucking nerds. We can see, you could probably just see what events are in San Diego the days of TwitchCon. That seems easy enough and seems like the relatively straightforward option if I had to guess. Outside of that, once more events get posted, we can always cook up something on like Eventbrite, Partiful, all that stuff. But like, I think I have a good eye. We'll see. We'll see. We'll just let you pick your stuff, and then Carlo will come in and save you when it's time to save you. I have to piss real quick. I'll be right back. Un momento, my lads. They're sponges? Bro, I don't really feel like I took any damage or really had to heal that time. Granted, we had another true, but a lot of events are invite only. Are they already posted at Partiful? And Eventbrite and stuff? Excuse me. Large stretch. Because I'm talking like concert stuff, but no, just in general. Yeah, I mean, there's also a lot that happens in San Diego that, again, isn't tied to TwitchCon at all. There are a lot of invite-only parties as well, but there are a lot of things in San Diego that just don't revolve around TwitchCon, which probably is a good amount of what we saw there, but I gotta piss. Good moment.
Go find your own hiding place. I was here first. I don't know where to go. Go over there. Just hurry. You're going to give us away.
Chat. I threw some diamonds on top of my bowl. And then I realized I have a lighter that Carla got me that's capable of actually cooking up some diamonds. So basically, this mini torch just became my best friend. Cause let me tell you, that shit slappeth. One spot SPVP. Would anybody like to SPVP just a wee bit? Retire right now if winding down with French toast is the entirety of my existence. Oh, bro. Everybody says retirement would... Hold on. Okay, fine. 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 Alright, alright. I guess. But, like, everybody says retirement to be dumb as shit. Bro, I swear to God, I would love being fully retired. Like, I get to do a lot of old people stuff right now, but I still gotta worry about money and still make money and still, like, set myself up in that way before I can consider myself, like, fully retired without worry. I would love that. That'd be phenomenal. I don't know why people say that shit's ass. People retire and they'll be like, I want to go back to work. And I'm like, man, fuck you. I never wanted to get a job in the first place. Retirement to an extent would be cool. What wouldn't be cool about being retired? I want to work a bit. Do you want to work and do something hobby driven, or do you want to work and just have a manager telling you what to do for something though? Like that's kind of the question. And I think personally, doing something hobby driven or, you know, something that you're passionate about for work is something that's enabled through financial independence that, you know, you can't really get to otherwise, right? That's where a lot of stuff like that is enabled. That's where retirement is just kind of cool. Now, a lot of people hit the point where they retire and they're so late in life, they just want to chill and die peacefully. But man, the prospect of being able to not be confined by money to a certain extent because of, you know, solid financial decisions earlier in life and setting yourself up, retiring at like 40, 45 type shit, and still having, what's Q prevention? Oh, did we miss a Q pop last time? What happened? If you were, oh wait, do we have 3 guardians? Oh, we have 3 rangers. Holy shit. One of the rangers has to swap and then queue on another character, and then you can just swap back. No, we literally have 3 rangers. Oh my god. You guys are getting the 3 rule. That's crazy. Okay, somebody go to a different character and then we'll queue up. And then you're gonna switch back onto your other character. Said too many in the same class. Yeah, we're chilling now. Jaeger switched over to his Necro, and then he'll just go back to Ranger after. I want to retire and be the starter at a nice golf course. Bro, hear me out. A golf course job somewhere with seasonal weather would also be the best. Because then you just show up and play golf during golf season, and then when it's not golf season, you just fuck off and do other stuff. And you still get like your summer vacation, so to say, but it's winter vacation. And then if you're truly retired, you could even like split residency. And then you could be at 2 different golf courses. One in the winter, one in the summer. It's kind of dope. Kind of dope. But also, that's the thing, man. You said earlier, I don't know the ins and outs of Dusty's life, but he's kind of living the dream. I don't make a lot of money from streaming, but I live a far better life than I ever thought that I would growing up in the way that I did. I never really thought I would be at a point where I, you know, woke up and was like, you know, I'm doing pretty well for myself. And I think, you know, I can say that I'm very proud of the position that I'm at, even if it's not financially like the most lucrative or anything like that. It's something that I'm proud of the, you know, the platform that I built every day. And there's also this element of like,
Never get tired of this view.
there's also like somewhat of an element of like, you know, freedom even without being completely financially independent, right? I'm still dependent on the money that I make from streaming. I'm trying to invest it wisely, so everything that I make gets responsibly put away because people are giving me money. The least I can do is be responsible with it, so that way I can grow that over time. But it's also like, you know, I was able to go up and pick up Legos with Carla today because she shipped her Legos to a post office instead of our house, and we got a meal while we were out. It's nice. It's a fun time. That was something where I wasn't worried about being late. I wasn't like, oh shit, I gotta get back immediately or I'm gonna get fired from stream. That was a nice thing. No, I didn't. I mean, the ship to Lego, I checked and it was because your mom's address was input wrong. Oh, that checks out. That checks out. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense. Had a Reaper build? Wait. /P, you can swap back after the match pops, by the way, when we're in pre-game. countdown. You can probably hear me.
Guild has ever come
But
close to dominating the
yeah, I don't know, dude. I always say I kind of live like a retired person without the financial independence of being retired, where I would spend my time probably playing a lot of video games anyways. So I do what I would do normally. I spend some time outside. I come back in, I play video games. The only thing is if my sub count gets really low, then I get a little worried that I might have to get a 9 to 5. So that's effectively the caveat to this. It's I have to be dependent on people being generous and just throwing a bunch of bandos my way. And then I have to hope that I can invest those bandos in a financially reasonable way that leads me to being, you know, able to capitalize on that long term without Twitch providing a 401k match for us, you know what I mean? So, what's the 9 to 5? It's like 8 to 6. Bro, and then you got commute time too. Commute time go fucking crazy, if I'm being honest. Literally, the thing that I am most from a work standpoint, 6 to 9, nice. The thing that I like the most about streaming is that there's no commute. I'll be completely real. Like, I work, quote unquote, harder now than I did at my last job before I went full-time on stream, which was selling beds. So, like, personally, I also made better money selling beds. I made like 50% more or more, honestly. But I didn't do much work there at all. But I had to commute. I had to go to the store. And I had to sit in the goddamn store all day. And I had to wait for somebody to come in. And if you came into my store, you wanted a fucking bed. And I knew you wanted a bed. And I was getting you a bed before you left. Like, if you were like, oh, I have to go check at this other store. I was like, hold on. No, I can look it up for you real quick. Save you the trip. I'd pull out my phone. I'd pull up the website for the store they said they were going to go to. I'd look up the product and I'd be like, this is it. We can do it cheaper. If they had it cheaper, I'd go $250 less if it was a luxury product. And then I'd kind of adjust the discount. But I'd literally, bro, I sold shit. I sold shit. It was easy as fuck too. Because if you work in specialized sales like that too, that's like low volume, you know, I'm not going to get a lot of people that are shopping for a bed that are like enjoying the process. If somebody's shopping for a bed, their bed probably fucking sucks and they're probably upset about it and they just want to have a goddamn comfy bed and they're trying to solve that shit in one stop. That was no work whatsoever. I need a bed, sell me a bed. What's your budget? I mean, I'm a little bit outside of the bed game now. I haven't had a job in 3 years. So like, I could make recommendations, but also things may have evolved over time in terms of models. But what does it for poors? I don't have a budget. I mean, so I sleep on, and again, I don't know if these are outdated models, but I sleep on a Tempur-Pedic Luxe Breeze Medium Hybrid. And then I have that on a Tempur Ergo Pro Smart base. And then I have Tempur-Pedic and purple pillows on my bed. My sleep setup in king size when I bought it was, I believe, sheets, pillows, everything included, retail value of, say like 12 or 13,000, something like that, with all the accessories included. But because I worked at Mattress Firm, they did what was called Mattress Madness for employees twice a year, where we would go basically directly to the vendors that supplied the stores and they would give absurd discounts. We're talking like 90% plus discounts. So I ended up paying like $2,000 for my entire sleep setup that's gonna last me years upon years. Carla's been here for like a year and she can probably vouch that the bed feels the exact same way that it did the first day that she got here. Doesn't get much action. But even the pillows, like everything feels brand new with that setup. And the actual degradation of the material is so like low. I didn't know that they had range that were going to be inside of my asshole this time. So that's slightly unfortunate if I'm being completely real with you. It appears that I fucked up not getting some Condi cleanse. I could have got Contemplation of Purity on. I wasn't paying attention. And the fat necro was cooking my shit. Absolutely cooking my shit. Is the bed good for my aging doggo? She needs to sleep like a queen. Your wife will be just fine. Yeah, she'll love it.
Your enemy
She'll love
took
it.
the archway.
How I got my Harmon Miller, the Logitech one? Do you work at Logitech? I thought you worked at an airport. Voyle, did you steal somebody's luggage? Voyle.
Attack my
I could
target.
probably find some jewelry at TwitchCon. Define jewelry. Cause like, what are you looking for jewelry? Waiting for a Harmon to fall off a truck at work? Just rob the truck. Don't buy your girlfriend jewelry yet. I think he's trying to up his drip game because we make fun of him for being dripless, even though I don't even have any idea what he looks like or dresses like. I just call him dripless because it's fun to make fun of it. I don't know why. It's just like, he's very bullyable. Anyways, outside of that, both of us. I don't know if I would immediately recommend buying jewelry at TwitchCon or near the venue itself. As much as I would maybe budget in time for a stop at one of the, you know, one of the shopping areas, maybe like, you know, one of the malls in the area, some bullshit like that. I think there are areas where you could probably find jewelry that's actually half decent. I'm alone here. I need that, like, black couch behind me right now, with every single one of them behind it. Not talking 14 karat gold. Well, so the thing is, at TwitchCon, a lot of it, you don't really know if people are going to be honest about the composition of the metals. So in terms of, like, simple chains and, like, jewelry, if you get something that's costume jewelry without testing the metals, it could tarnish on you very quickly. So if it's something that you're taking on and off, like, constantly, then you can be fine with it. But like, for example, this is a bracelet that Carla gave me. It's like a fucking family heirloom for her family. It's actual gold, so I like shower and everything with it on. It doesn't tarnish. It doesn't really dull or anything like that. It's just, you know, simple gold bracelet. If you want something that you can just wear all the time, I wouldn't go TwitchCon with it. I would go like actual, you know, actual store where you can get verified, tested metals and whatnot. There's just there's a certain element to like knowing that you're actually getting what you're paying for with shit like that. That, I'm gonna be real, I know a little about a lot, but I do not know enough about jewelry shit to test jewelry on site at TwitchCon. That is where my specialty ends. Jin, I got you, brother! If I die, I die! Oh. Not certain that was worth it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting my shit kind of rocked out here. I feel every bit of the pain that is being sent my way, bro. This is quite possibly the hardest I've had my shit kicked in by a far, and I think it's the double NG and the Vert. And I hope the Vert enjoys his remaining 6 days of existence, because goodness gracious me, oh my. It's gone soon. It's brutal. Yeah, we just gotta regroup it. I feel like they just have so much spread. It feels like we're getting clouded in World vs. World, but it's a 5v5. You know what I mean? It's weird how spread they are. They don't really have a front line. Everything's just kiting around. And then they also have the DH that's throwing traps out in really good spots. Like, I think their DH is probably the large difference maker, all things considered. The damage is really there, but the DH is doing a really good job to throw traps in kind of like choke pointed areas, which is something that we're having to walk through, we're having to interact with. It's a little rough to try to deal with that shit. So, this could be bad. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We can get out of this. We're split. We also keep getting split. That does not help us whatsoever, if I'm being completely real. The second we start getting split, we kind of cook ourselves a little bit. Just take some of their time. There probably won't be jewelry at TwitchCon. And I wouldn't buy the jewelry at TwitchCon. Really. Yo, Wolf, I hope you're having a beautiful day as well, brother. I appreciate you. Got some good food today. Did some driving today. Got some sun. Carla picked up Legos, so she's happy. I'm living the dream, dude. Now I get to just play some video games and get my ass kicked. So it's a beautiful day. We're having some fun. I learn every single PvP rep, and we're hoping we get some good world versus world tonight as well. But it's been a good one, dude. I hope you're also having a beautiful day. What are mod elections? Ooh, we could do that. Nominations and stuff from Argentina. Wait, Waldo, hear me out. Will you send me coffee if I set up a P.O. box? Can that be set up? Can I have coffee distributors in foreign countries that send me coffee straight from the source that I compensate? Cause like,
Always have a backup weapon handy.
I'm fucking down. Just got back from an 80-mile bicycle ride. 80? Yo, Strag. How many miles was your bike ride today? Strag also took his bike out today. Strag, how many you do? I'm curious. Something tells me a couple less than 80. I did not bike far today, you fucking pussy. You're telling me you got the bike out and didn't do much with it, and Wolves is out here pumping 80 miles in one ride. That's crazy, though. I have been saying for multiple years that I want to get my bicycle fixed up, but I don't want to allocate the funds to do it. Basically, I don't want to budget bringing my bike to the shop, and now it's also probably buying Carla a bike when I finally do that. We would go on bike rides pretty much daily. It's just, I don't want to spend the fucking funds on that right now because good bikes are expensive. Even mid bikes are expensive. So I'm going to get either something with like training wheels, or I just got to budget it in one of these months before the weather gets shitty up here. Tandem bike? I mean, hear me out. Anytime that we are in, you know, a city where we have to use those, like, the little motor scooters. Bro, there's a 2-for-1 special on those called have a 5-foot-tall girlfriend that fits in front of you. We've only fallen once, and it was because, no miskiff, this dumb hoe decides to pipe up while I am completely in control of the situation. Love you, darling. And we're going back to the car in Phoenix about a fucking 150 feet from the car, right? I could have dropped her off at the car and then slowly picked up the scooter that we were on over the curb. And I swear to God, bro, I swear to God, I understand why the greatest explorers were Lewis and Clark and not Lewis and Clara. This bitch says with so much confidence in the dark of the night. How the fuck are you in here, Intrepid's legal team? That's crazy. Oh my God. That's like that's a cameo that I did not expect. So she hits me with the most confident. There's an opening in the curb to the left. My dumbass trusts her too much. Shame on me. Most importantly, shame on me for trusting her. I start to go left. I quickly realize this bitch's glasses are unironically as thick as the glass on my mason jar is, possibly thicker. Probably thicker than my mason jar, if I'm being honest. There is no fucking entry on this curb. It is just straight curb. And we're about to just head on this motherfucker. So I try to kind of like lean us right a little bit, but the road was for whatever reason very like bowed, right? Very crowned. And basically the right side of the scooter catches the crown of the road because I had to try to get us back on track and we're already turned towards the curb. It catches and I'm just like, we're going down. Bro, I swear to God, it was like I was tackling a quarterback in the NFL. I scooped and then I just rolled and I banged the shit out of my shoulder and stuff. I think something she had smacked the ground, but the largest damage that she took was her purse. Honestly, that shit got kind of cooked. But I gator rolled her ass to try to catch her off the pavement. So now she doesn't get to shot call where we go. She pulls up navigation and then lets me know when we're gonna be turning streetwise left or right, and then I do all the curb navigation. So we haven't gone down since then. Knock on wood type shit. But it's been smooth. When we were in Iceland, one of her friends just ate shit solo, and it was one of the funniest fucking things in human history. It was hilarious when it happened to me as well. I didn't get hurt or anything. We were vibing. Someone down the street goes, "You guys good?" We were chilling. Shit hurt my ego though. He's like, -330. I don't fucking know what her measurements are. I know the important ones, but like, I don't know what her eyesight is, bro. All I know is if she wakes up, she's fucking blind without her glasses. Like one time in the car, she was doing her makeup and we got to our destination and she didn't have her glasses on and then misplaced, like forgot where she put them and couldn't see enough to sort things out in the car to find her glasses. It was like an I Spy book if you were also getting like roofied. It was just, according to her, very blurry and everything was like jumbled up. Can't even see my alarm clock. Oh yeah, we discuss frequently because the last time I had my vision tested, I don't have like corrective lenses or anything. The last time I had my vision tested, it was just, you know, naked, no buffs, better than 20/20. So I basically have binoculars up in this hoe. I apparently see things at 20, whatever the measure is, 20 feet, 20 yards, 20 eagles, 20 bananas. I don't know what it is. But whatever it is, 20. I saw that shit at like 16, I think it was, the last time I got tested. Which surely my eyes have degenerated to the point of maybe not being 20/20 anymore because I stare at screens all day without corrective lenses. I should probably have like eye condoms or blue lights or something like that, but vision can't be that good if you didn't see the Fraud from Ashes. Hear me out. I thought the gameplay was going to be good enough to get us through the potential bad stuff. There is a certain element where once you launch a software product, it brings in enough money to where everybody stops fighting. I still think if that game 1.0'd, everybody would have just shut the fuck up, taken their money, and then chilled, you know what I mean? I have no idea, like, you know, what happened on the other side of it, but I'll be real, bro. I just think a little bit of money would have helped everybody. I can see the dimple on a golf ball from 315 yards away. I am literally a falcon. Is that cap? Because I feel like that's less eyesight and more autism. I don't know, but I feel like there's something else that's going into that side of things that we may not be seeing. It better be cap. I think, like, I believe it. The goddamn accountant's cooking the books. Okay. I haven't been following very closely recently, if I'm being completely honest. I kind of get cliff notes here and there when something exciting happens, but I'm more so accepting the fact that everything right now is basically going to be like, you know, touching tits outside of the shirt levels of exciting. And I really want to see everybody get their dicks out and start slinging them around. And I don't think that's going to come until like maybe early to mid next year when we really start seeing the hard-hitting shit drop and we see judges start ruling on things. I think right now we're still like, you know, walking over to the bed, kind of getting handsy. There's like an ass squeeze here. There's like a, you know, like a fucking titty pinch here. And we're not really going to get to the hot, steamy action. Oh, I'm the only one not readied up. We're not really going to get to the hot, steamy action until a little bit down the road. You know what I mean? And that's like, that's what I want to see. And I'm not going to invest my time covering every single development with it on stream. I only have a certain number of time, a certain amount of time to stream in a day. I also, you know, start to lose my voice at a certain point because I do be streaming a lot. So there's a certain element where like, I'll cover maybe large stuff. But I also think we're in a phase right now of a whole lot of hoopla and hullabaloo and not a lot of stuff coming through that's important, which technically everything's important in the case, but I also have just kind of accepted where the future of the game is likely to lie, and I unfortunately do not feel as though it is in a good spot. I don't think it's exactly where a lot of us were rooting for the future of the game to lie. So, as it goes on, I become more accepting of it, you know? Not gonna lie in the same grave. It's gonna lie in the same grave as New World and ESO. Yeah, RIP New World. And, dude, the ESO comm is going through it right now. The first cut came in, and they're like, oh, well, they only fired these people that weren't really important. And I'm like, man, if only that was all it was gonna be. Let me tell you, as someone that's been through it, a lot of people about to be going through it. Oh, where are we going? I follow you guys that do damage. One of you guys pump, I support. But yeah, I really don't think, especially keep in mind with as many products as there are right now that are like, behind us, as many products as there are that are going up in flames, so to say, if anything were to be acquired out of any of those products, why would it be Ashes? Maybe because of a fresh look at an IP, but even then it's like, it's just not a lot of reason for the best case scenario to happen for Ashes. I think a lot of the community will have moved on to other titles. The next gen MMOs, as they get closer, slightly invalidate the state of Ashes. Because people want, you know, that certain type of MMO feel, but if there are other good MMOs out, then that's going to compromise the number of players that are interested in Ashes within the content cycle. So, there are definite elements that come into it. It's too late for Ashes. Bro, just for perspective, hear me out. I think Ashes definitely had a great window of opportunity, and the way that it ended killed a lot of its momentum before it had a chance to fully realize the momentum. But I also think it's too late. Careful on our left. I also think it's too late for things like Forever, the, you know, cute and cozy titles. I worry that it's too late for even those bad boys, you know? I really want to root for those, but it becomes hard to root for those. I mean, especially the more MMO adjacent ones that aren't really like the true MMOs, so to say. It becomes harder and harder to see validity in those as the market becomes saturated with more like highly legitimate titles. Don't worry, brother, I got you. Everything's fine. And then a stack up on me, and Papa Dusto shall provide heals and protection and glory for everybody that needs it. I must pump. I must protect. Brother, I'm gonna be real. I'm starting to get real used to the buff up time on this goddamn build. And it feels real nice. Real nice. I am having a lot of fun with the new changes. Let's go get on point, by the way, on mid. Because we can definitely take this. We can get over here and help Stragma out. Stragma! You're living, buddy! I'm here for you. Oh, shit. Wait, Strag, live. Strag, live. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Strag's alive. We win the fight, boys. I think we just kind of need to, like, Zerg up. I don't think our main game material, just one side piece. I agree. And I think with a lot of those smaller titles, we also have to keep in mind that those aren't necessarily built, even though they're live services, to be, you know, played every day, main game potential type shit, you know? There's a lot of success for those games that just comes in the simple fact that, like, this game had some players in some capacity and they didn't go completely negative on the development cycle and they actually made some money for the studio, you know? There's a very large amount of value with a lot of those smaller titles simply in achieving that level of success. And I think a lot of people expect greatness to pop up out of nowhere, and it's very infrequent that that happens. And a lot of games are, believe it or not, completely, no, Jin, they are content with being good enough and having their window, capitalizing on that window, and then rolling that window into other, you know, other games. And not everybody is trying to sustain one game forever, especially indie devs. I was in the Discord for forever thing. The shit you see in there was just so disrespectful. People dying for main game. I think Forever also made a couple of developer decisions that kind of made those issues a lot worse a lot earlier. Come to me, Jin. Uh-oh. I might be able to save. Never mind, I can't save. That's not good. Strag and I can fight this out.
Your enemy took the mine.
I think we can probably fight this Stregma. I can get protection out. I can try to get heals and whatnot out. We'll see what we can do. Poppy. I think we might still be in an okay spot for it somehow. But man, I'm not sure how we're having any success in this, if I'm being completely real. We probably should have got our shit kicked in long ago. Bring back Ashes. Motherfucker, me? Or just in general? Cause shit, what you want me to do?
The keep's been lost.
No, I do miss certain elements of Ashes. I won't lie, man. I won't lie. I really miss certain elements of it, but I do also think that there were absolutely elements of Ashes that were also far from refined that we also have to keep in mind, you know what I mean? It was far from a perfect game that was completely in place. And I think it's great to remember it fondly. I will definitely remember it fondly. I played a bunch of that game while I was there. And, you know, I had a lot of fun. I'm not going to sit here trying to pretend that I didn't or anything like that. You know what I mean? And Ashes on paper with all of the grandiose design that was intended for it genuinely was, you know, really complete MMO.
They took the head.
And one of the largest critiques was that it could have even had too much within the scope. So... yeah, you guys can cap that shit, and then Jaeger and I can fight together here, and then we'll probably be vibing. Just watch our back here, Jaeger. We have 4 on us. And I might not be able to sustain it for us. Oh yeah, this is a lot, brother. We might have to just hit the dip set. I don't know if I have enough for that level of sustain. I don't have this line of sight to get you up. No, they kicked me. That's tragic. I sold my life to try to res you. I ain't even about to lie. I wanted to res you so badly that I may or may not have just left myself out to try a little bit. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. We buy time. We can probably get somebody to go cap far right now. Idea behind it was that it would work on it. Oh, what's that, Ashes? I mean, I think my largest critique about the gameplay side of Ashes, right, not the business side of things, I'm not a businessman, I'm a gameplay enthusiast, was always that they in my opinion had too much planned for a 1.0 launch, to the point where the 1.0 launch was almost definitely going to, you know, either continue to take an incredibly long time, or it would almost definitely end up disappointing people on a relatively high level. I wished that they had come out publicly and said, hey, we really do want to reduce the scope before 1.0 launch just a smidge and get it into a relatively reasonable playable spot for you guys. But plan out some expansions after the 1.0 that were including the things like boats, second continent, different types of settlements that were, a part of it. Those were things that were planned for 1.0 launch, families, religions, even secondary classes really could have come in post 1.0 as an expansion. They had so much content that, if I'm being honest, could have been delayed, or the game still would have been completely functional, that I almost think they were trying to have a 1.0 launch to compete with the best of the best as soon as the game dropped, instead of launching in a spot where people saw the potential and wanted to, see it build off of that potential and build more. So that was always my largest thing. I felt like it was a little bit too ambitious, too early, and I wished that they had been willing to kind of like cut more of the, more of the scope out a little bit. But you also had all of the issues on the business side, which I think far surpass anything gameplay related. But on paper, phenomenal game. I think that's a big thing right now, is a lot of games on paper, with the scarcity in gaming that's existed, especially for MMO players in the last few years. It's been hard. How do I get out of here, by the way? Like, where do I exit this? I'm assuming the portals? Or what's the dealio here? I feel like a lot of games that are coming out right now on paper sound really fun, and then people immediately assume because something sounds fun on paper that it's immediately going to be peak everyday game, non-stop, you know, playability, hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of content. And they just assume that it's going to come with this complete 1,000+ hour content catalog, and it's not the state of things. It's not the state of it. Imagine GTA 6 flops. I don't know if that'll happen. They may, because also GTA 6 is built on so much community-driven content. It's not even like they have to have live service patches and shit. I mean, GTA 6, depending on how much they embrace the RP servers, right? I think that's the largest thing, but they seem to be very, very, very heavily embracing the RP side of things, which we can only imagine how that's going to go. I think they have so much community-driven content that it's almost like, I don't want to say impossible for it to fail, but it's highly unlikely that that shit's going to fail. I have to teleport to you, Strike. Like, maybe it performs less than their expectations if their expectations were incredibly high. But I don't even know if that's going to be the case, bro. I feel like it's almost inevitable that shit's about to be massive. Not gonna get the RP side of things for about a year when they finally release it for PC. That's fair, but I also feel like there are gonna be plenty of people that buy it on console in the meantime just so they can experience and play. How many slots do we have? Do we want to check World vs. World before we queue again? And see if there is a tag? Yo, Jormix, what up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Nice to see you still grinding Guild Wars. I am happy to still be grinding Guild Wars, man. I, have been getting a lot of yo, Dusty, would you check out this game or that game? And, I'm never ruling anything out type shit. But I also am having an incredible amount of fun over here. To the point where I don't feel myself in a spot of looking at other shit, I'm quite content here. Oopsie! What up, my goat? I hope you have got some good food today. I hope there was beautiful sunshine for you. I hope you spent some good time with some loved ones. I hope you're doing well, brother. Shake that thing. Shake that thing. The 4 months, 21 days. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Also, the 624. Goodness gracious me, oh my. That uptime is crazy. Memorial went amazing. Good. Good. I'm very happy, dude. I'm very happy. There are two ways that it can go. And one way is like, everybody's at peace and everybody's zen. And the other way is everybody's distraught and there's no closure or anything. But I'm glad to hear that it went well for you, dude. I think that is just such a, such a key thing with the process. But I'm very happy to hear it. I hope you get to enjoy some time now. Maybe you get some good weather. Oh! Joining me! Commander. Carla, how do I say commander in Spanish? Comandero. Where? Blue BL. We're so up. We're so up. And they're a pub tag. Let's get active. Commando. Assassino! I know how to say assassin. But like, the commander thing is a little more foreign to me. I'm not quite sure how that one's supposed to work. Do I have my boofs up? I need you. And for now, I shall throw you on until I get better food. Oh! I don't want to go there. I need to get out of here. Commander in Spanish can be Comandante. Jefe! El Jefe Blue Borderland. Yo. Wait. Maybe I need to start commanding more. I will start tagging up on a daily basis if you guys exclusively refer to me as El Jefe while I am tagged up. I'm throwing that one out there as a potential. Maybe. You guys want to see more commanders? I have my needs as well. And both of those things can be satisfied. Well, Voil, it would just be like, El Jefe, what's blue? In Spanish. Because green is verde. And red is rojo. But there's no blue salsa, so I don't have a cheat code for that. I think red's rojo anyways. So what's blue? I feel like it's some bullshit like Azure or something. Carla's probably so disappointed in me right now. Like, just incredibly disappointed. I don't even know my colors, bro. I don't even know my baseline. Azul? I am a champion! 2 years of high school Spanish to get to this point. Thank you, Maine Public Education System. I am forever grateful for your contributions. What have... Oh, goodness gracious me, oh fucking my. Yo, this stack kinda fat. I'm not even gonna lie. This shit is kind of large. There are 38 here. I don't know how the group's moving. Wait, this is lion stack. Why do I feel like I remember the lion stack? I don't think I've used this commander. I don't think I've run with this commander before.
Nothing can bring me down.
At least, I don't think. Because you remember the lion stack. I don't think it's a lion stack, though. I see a lot of different guilds here. This truly might be a pub stack of Doom. And in pub stacks of Doom, the only thing that matters is if the commander moves well. Because if the commander moves like shit and people don't stay on the commander, we're fucked. Over before it starts. If commander moves well and people don't stand on commander, we have a fighting chance. Because some people may stand on the commander and we may still win a fight there. So, our thoughts
Nothing can bring me down.
and prayers are with this El Jefe. So we can find our way to success and glory. Although, I also, each day, you guys still recruiting for players, been looking for an active guild? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got 212, and don't judge me by my current number. People kind of come and go. But we have 212 accounts currently in the guild, and we're doing guild raids, I think 2 nights of guild raids a week, and we're trying to get a second group up there, which we're actually really close to. Outside of that, we do just world versus world, get in and join up with tags whenever there are tags. Honestly, we have groups running world versus world. We tag up ourselves every now and then. Strag usually tags up and leads the groups there. So we always have shit going on throughout the day, just in general. And as we continue to figure out a little bit more about the game, we're really digging our heels in this month now that we've got a baseline and got some semblance of a guild structure. So we're going to be digging in a lot more and trying to get some more organization to the events as well. I know there's, a lot of benefit that comes with organizing shit and just telling people show up here for this. But yeah, we're constantly recruiting, men. Same mentality as always. We do not turn down players unless for whatever reason you are just an absolutely awful player to be around. That's pretty much the only scenario where we will ever turn you down. But really just feel free, man. !guild, discord.gg/catswithabs. We are always open to bringing in more people, and from an activity standpoint, like, we play world versus world whether we're winning or losing. You know the mentality over here. We're not going to lose a fight and then just instantly dip out. So we're in tier 1 now. We got moved up from tier 4 last month to tier 1 this month because I'm pretty sure they needed a guild or two to sandbag tier 1 a little bit and bring it down to earth. So, we got kind of cooked there, just a smidge at least. But everything is great, just in general. I've been very thankful for everything. Oh, I don't have the right build on. Oopsie daisy. That is slightly unfortunate. But basically, the mentality over here, we just, we take fights, we blast content, we get better, and the first month in Tier 4 was all about learning the game, and we didn't really expect to get blasted up to T1 and have to get way better, way faster. Also, I think this stack might be good. I think the stack might be good. But this week, we're probably gonna get relegated down. Actually, I think red might be ass. And also trying to simultaneously throw. I think we might beat red. So I think we might get another week in T1. Which, hear me out, I'm happy about. If I'm being real. I really want to get more reps in against the T1 guys. The green side has just been throttling everybody. But hear me out, the green side also understands that people want to learn. And they will reach out, they'll provide builds, they'll provide compositions. Like, I have been reached out more to from the green side here than I ever was in T4 about like, hey, if you guys need anything, please feel free to let us know. Happy to see you guys. Because we get shit on, right, in these fights. But our first fight when we came into this tier, instant death. We've put up respectable fights. We've won a couple of fights, not against the massive Zerg. But like, we've won, you know, a decent amount of fights, even with our own little Zerg at this point in time. But we have definitely lost more than we've won, especially when fighting the top Zergs that are over there and the top groups that are over there. But our fights against them are now also a hell of a lot better than they used to be. We live for longer, we react to the portal bombs that were just insta-nuking us a little bit more, and people don't get us like, oh shit! Because that was definitely a big element of it. People kind of like shit their pants as soon as a portal bomb came in. And people are just, you can tell people are getting a little bit more comfortable with everything. So it's nice. And again, I'm always really astounded how helpful the Guild Wars community really is. To me, it has been, sometimes I legitimately, like unironically get overwhelmed and don't know how to react to the amount of help that people throw out. But it is truly something that every day I am so grateful for. That, you know, there are so many people willing to help, even if it's in a moment where I'm not looking for help or I end up, you know, not being the most receptive to it. In the back of my mind, I'm always so grateful because I remember the times when, you know, I was new to other games, just in my stops, right? And the communities were way less receptive, way less excited to see new communities coming in. Yo, Jordan, thank you for 3 months, dog. Is that a pub group? It is, and the commander's moving well. We're on Yolan Haven. We're on Blue Borderland. And then the commander is Guardian Clemming. So he's actually been moving pretty well, and the clump's moving with him pretty well. So I think we might have a little bit of magic cooking up here, boys. We got good groups. Looks like the supports are actually in place. Commander's setting up solid groups along the way. So everything might just be looking beautiful today, boys. I'm gonna be real. Oh, so this was directly grind one game at a time. So hardest shit to do for MMOs nowadays. Hear me out, man. I did a little bit of variety here and there, and I'm rooting for other games. I don't want every other game to fail, and there's a good chance that I check out other things along the way. You know what I mean? But I really want to find a home for the community, and I really want us all to know that we have something to log into today, tomorrow, and next year that isn't going away. And it's been hard to find that, especially with my choice in games, apparently. But I think the Guild Wars IP as a whole represents a large portion of that home for us, with the future that they have laid out with 3, with the history they have in 1 and 2, and the fact that both are going to continue as they are once 3 launches. It's crazy, man. It's something that I haven't felt since my peak optimism for New World. Because even when I left New World, right, I loved Ashes and wanted it to succeed very, very badly. But I already had a little bit of the trauma from New World when, you know, I left under my own free will. Are you AFK? Okay. He's chilling. He's chilling. Watch this. Join me, sir. Join me over here. Come. Come. Join us. Join us. Come. He's calling out your position in map, no doubt. I'm earning his trust. Hold on. I know hit. Follow. Come. Can I like slash beckon? Dusty beckons. Wait, I can. I'm beckoning him. Come here, sir. I would like to bring you over. Does he have a knockback?
Defense, then offense.
Oi! I was beckoning him. How to apply to the guild in Discord? We just have a request to join section. I wanted to earn his trust and get him to come over and jump with me, and then I was gonna do him dastardly and knock him off the high ground, but he didn't trust me enough. It was like the dog that you walk by that'll smile at you, but doesn't let you pet it. It's very sad. It's very sad. It's a nice passing interaction, but I think they knew that I had ill intent at least a little bit. I might have telegraphed with the swap too soon. But yeah, he's almost definitely calling out how many of us are here. 1,000%. And he's also probably really confused about what the fuck just happened. I'm assuming he saw two of us run over and kind of thought we were going to try to jump him and he was going to have to get out. And then we just kind of vibed. For someone that really loves PvP, I'm not the most violent. Also, B-Tizzy, what up, brother? Willbender, any good at PvP? Definitely, depending on the situation. Willbender does require a little bit of a particular playstyle, so to say. It's very assassin-y. It's very teleporty. It's very, we're going Rawls Rest, by the way, for the Borderland. We're going green by the look of it, I think. Yeah, we're going green. So, Willbender is oftentimes called, like, Blue Thief. It's very, 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 very in-out, hit hard, you know, do what you need to do and then get out and reset and then go back in for SPVP, which is a 5v5. Outside of that, in World vs. World, which is the larger scale that we're doing right now, it can absolutely still be useful. However, from a DPS standpoint, a lot of people feel like there's more benefit in running a DPS Dragon Hunter instead of a Willbender. It's a little bit less, you know, super teleporty and stuff, but in World vs. World, there's less opportunity to work independently, and you kind of have to work as more of a unit in more of a ball. So that's where Dragon Hunter really shines, in my opinion, is when you're trying to work off of multiple people. Especially fighting in choke points, you have some ground effects and some AoE shit that you can just blast out. So there's a lot of benefit to DH, but outside of that, I mean, Willbender's still really fun. I did my first 2 weeks in Guild Wars 2 on Willbender before switching over to Lumi because I wanted to, you know, wanted to play support and be able to help the team with that. And Willbender is, it's fun. It's very fun. Also has a lot of cool, like, small interactions where if you are in certain animations, you can pop an ability to teleport onto somebody in the middle of your animation, and then you just tele-stomp them with it. It's clean. What do you think of Dragon Hunter? DH is solid. I haven't played Dragon Hunter yet. I'm focusing on kind of like one thing at a time so I can learn as much as I can about the game while kind of not necessarily feeling like a master of the class, but feeling like I don't necessarily have to learn every class that I play from scratch while trying to learn the baseline of the game. So now that I'm comfortable on Willbender, on Lumi, I got comfortable on Willbender and learned the offensive side of it. And I was like, damn, support's massive. I'm gonna play a Lumi. So even though people were like, oh man, Firebrand is insane, DH is insane, you know, I'm out here probably sticking on Lumi for a while. Now, it also seems like a lot of people are finally coming around to like, Lumi is insane, and some people have been on it. But a lot of people have just been like, Firebrand is best, Firebrand is best. And I think people are understanding that Lumi brings a lot of fucking value with its buff set. I didn't miss that, you did. So that's nice to have. That's nice to have. But in terms of DH is probably what I would learn next, just because you know, a DPS DH in World vs. World, a Dragon Hunter that is running, you know, great sword spear type shit, or maybe even set up a, I don't know, like a mace tele stomp or like a mace AoE stomp, just shit like that. I think there's a lot of potential to have some fun on a Dragon Hunter, if I'm being honest. But I think it's also one of those where if you're playing a DPS, it requires having the group composition with enough supports and enough everything else to get the most out of your DPS. And with our guild right now just being in the state that it's in, we don't exactly have the highest concentration of supports and strips, and really the, you know, the non-negotiables that we need. So, what's better in World vs. World, Reaper or Harbinger? Switched to Harbinger recently, and I'm digging it. Probably, if I had to guess from a meta standpoint, Reaper would be preferred, just based on what I've heard. I'm not Necro expert, but I typically hear of a big three, so to say. I don't think Harbinger's bad by any means. If I remember correctly, there's something in the patch that's impacting Harbinger, but I might be tripping on that. I am somewhat of an idiot. The thing about, like, Necro is, I think core Necro right now is really fucking good for World vs. World. Just brings a shitload of strip and annoyance and utility. Then you also have, what the fuck was that? Goodness gracious. You have core Necro, you have Reaper, and then you also have Scourge as like the three that I hear about the most, but both have their ups and downs. Reaper's more tanky, Harbinger's more condy. Yeah, and I feel like with World vs. World, typically in terms of like a what's better standpoint, I feel as though most of what I've experienced so far is that Condi damage doesn't necessarily do the most when you're in organized World vs. World fights. If you're trying to roam around and find small fights, it can be great. But in actual organized fights, it seems like conditions get stripped and have to be reapplied at low stacks so frequently. So it's almost hard to get the most out of condition builds. But in Guild Wars, unless you're really tryharding, you play whatever you enjoy. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Now, the specific question was like, what's better? So that's, I think, where the discussion on like what is actually better comes up. But there is a large amount of value that also deserves to be shouted out with that, where with the differences in Guild Wars, right? More or less, the role that a Necro serves is typically stripping buffs off of enemies. If you strip buffs off of enemies and you are alive, then you are doing an amazing job as a Necro in general if you're in that strip role. If you're in a DPS role, if you're doing damage and you are alive, then you're doing an amazing job. If you were a support and you were throwing out any support and you were alive, then congratulations, you're doing a fucking amazing job. PvP, especially World vs. World for new players, can be very punishing. And no matter what you're playing, it is important to feel comfortable staying alive with the class kit that you have. Most groups can find a place for legitimately any build in the game. It's just a matter of moving the composition around. And for new players, I always, regardless of the game that we play, when players come in and they're like, I'm new, Dusty, what should I play? What does the guild need? I always say we need active players and people that enjoy what they're playing. So for me, I played 2 weeks of Willbender, not worrying about what was good, what was bad, anything like that. But because I wanted to play something that was pretty, you know, movement-y, a guardian, and, you know, faster paced to learn on that did some damage. And I knew that I was going to switch at a certain point in time. But by that same token, I was playing what I wanted to play while I was learning, and it allowed me to learn a lot about the game very quickly. So when I switched over to Lumi in a more decisive state, thank you, love, I was in a spot where I was ready to take that on. Harb's a good stripper and supports are always needed. That's the thing. Like, even if you really enjoy Harb, Harb is still absolutely valid. You know what I mean? It's not like if you play Harbinger, you're a fucking detriment to the team and your family hates you. Having Harbingers in slots, as long as the Harbingers are, again, alive and using their abilities, it brings benefit. Because in World vs. World, it may look like a lot of these fights are incredibly fast, but when you really get into two organized groups playing against each other, you can almost find yourself in a spot of stalemate, where the fights don't necessarily end as quickly as you may think they would. And there's just so much support that can go out at all points in time that can change how these fights are actually behaving. It's really interesting. It's truly a difference maker. Or did they try to just like rush into our backline? Because I'm a little intrigued by that. I respect it, but I don't know that that was like the smartest thing that they could have done. They lost most, if not all, of their like ground forces that came out there. It was a goddamn shame. That was a goddamn tragedy. For them. For me, beautiful. And then I have my big dome up This dome is so OP, by the way. Infinite projectile absorb during its uptime is fucking stupid. I love that there's no cap to that, at least seemingly. I haven't hit the cap to it yet, so... Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Got a fucking brake check there from the commander. Probably a smart one. This commander's actually moving good. Also, look at this boom ball, my boys. Oh my lordington. This is nice. Like, this is real nice. We're actually moving like a raid a little bit. We might find ourselves winning a fight or two tonight if this continues. It's fucking beautiful. If I do say so myself, I'm gonna shed a goddamn tear. Might be able to compete with another stack if they actually show up. Last time I played World vs. World, I was SNS Greatsword, had no clue what the fuck I was doing. Yo, I was double sword Greatsword on the Willbender. That shit was fun. But it was also like, my first time going into World vs. World, right? I didn't even know what the fuck stability was at that point. I was so unbelievably new. I didn't know what my buffs were. I didn't know why people were immune to all of the CC that I was putting out. Like, I was clueless, brother. It was crazy looking back on it, because I just try to exist in the fights, and immediately I just fucking deceased. I still have the wrong build on. I haven't even switched over my build yet. Remind me next time I can. I gotta put my shift 3 on the proper fucking ability. We're down some stab up time because of it. I'm not padding my stats as hard as I could be. The stab up time is everything with this shit. And I'm losing a little bit in actual fights because I haven't switched that over yet. My shift 3 is just useless. And I keep looking at it like, okay, I should probably fix this bad boy. Still have yet to fix that bad boy, if I'm being completely honest. And that is most definitely a me issue, more than anything else. So in a scenario like this, my stability would be the first to be stripped. What would be the best way to get my stability covered at that point? Just like new buffs? But with a buff set that's that heavy, what would be the scenario to get the stability covered again? Is it just waiting for other buffs to wear off and then trying to get stabbed back up before other buffs come in? Because now I'm at the point where covering my buffs is actually super relevant and making sure that my stability's in a spot where I'm putting something after it. Because basically strips just go, you know, down the line. Yes? So effectively, if my stability's in a weird spot, right? Like right now I have a full buff bar. Obviously, I'm not gonna like not use stability in a fight because of that, but you need to use your base stab first and ideally have a second stab so you can keep it most right. Right. So that's where having the intro with... Whoops, that's not good. Having the intro with Hollowed Ground, it's a long coolie, but I can start this to pulse stab out earlier in the fight during the prep phase. So when we're going in, I could theoretically drop Hollowed Ground. That's going to give 10 pulses, 5 applications. So that's going to get some base stab up as we go in. And if I pop that because it's a large area, we can run in with that. Spaced out change build? Yeah, I got you. I appreciate you. This is a good comp. I'm pretty cool with what's going on over here. I'm not gonna lie, this might be some good run. World vs. World run is good if anyone wants to get in. Alright, I'll throw that out there. Ideally, you have first stab and someone back up so it doesn't fall off, if that makes sense. Right, when we get into more organized groups, it's like the layering of buffs effectively. So, between myself and my Troubadour, we would effectively want to play with and support duos. And we would want to have a, like, an ideal scenario of, Dusty, you start with stab, I'll invulnus, and then I'll get second stab, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So you effectively rotate it, and then as soon as the stability is about to wear off, you put that back up. And then if it just happens to get completely omega stripped in a fight, say a bunch of instances come out, you try to keep the stab up reactively regardless of time because of the stacks. Always ensure that there's some stability up, and then if you wear through it, it's just trying to get it back up. It makes sense. It makes a whole lot of sense if I do say so myself. Oh lordy. This might just be heaven. A hot little third party for us. A bunch of dirty little fucking rats that are just gonna walk forward and pillage. I may or may not be almost out of stability. Voil, you like this shit? You like this dirty fucking shit, Voil? Uh-oh, I'm actually out of stab this time. Wait.
Should be impressed.
Yeah, no, I was out of stab that time. You like that shit? Thought I was your only dirty little rat. Oh no, we're the dirty little rats. We just third-partied the shit out of a fight. I was showing Voil my huge stability protection. I basically put up like a Fort Knox level protective barrier. I have to piss again. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm worried that the creatine's gonna give me kidney stones. Oreo. Fail Oreo?
Me down.
So I'm drinking a lot of water because apparently I have to dilute the creatine so it doesn't make my kidneys shut down. But if my kidneys don't shut down, then I will have mental clarity like I have taken the Limitless pill. And I will never misplay again in my life. Honestly, bro, between the creatine and the mouse cursor, I may never misplay in Guild Wars 2 again. I might just find myself ascending to a level never before seen by gamer. Does it on the DPS meter for SCP? Yeah, I am kind of a rat with that. If you want creatine, you need like almost double water intake. Word. Yeah, I've heard that it's gonna make a lot of water go to my muscles. Now, I have a question on this.
Might makes me right.
Would more water go to Pinar? Because of creatine? Of course. So what's gonna happen? Is Pinar gonna be a balloon? Because that sounds painful. You're in T2? Fucking casual. Yo, chat, everybody make fun of Voil, the filthy T2 casual. Goodness gracious. Huge Pinar. No, that's not good. My entire thing is that I'm all balls, no cock. Omega Pinar. No Omega Pinar. It has to be like baby bird peeking out of nest. Now it's gonna be built like an angry bird. There's not a lot of room for vertical expansion. I fear that it's gonna go horizontal on me. I'm slightly concerned. Slightly, just a little worried. It only holds water in the tip. Right, but then what's gonna happen when the two oceans mix and the water that's stored in the tip and the pee that's stored in my balls combine? Because eventually it slowly starts to wash together. And then what happens? I feel like I should see a doctor about this creatine usage. I don't know if I'm cut out for this, chat. Ever see oil and water together? Like, temporarily. Are you saying my balls and my Pinar are gonna separate because of creatine?
Might makes me stand your ground.
Because I don't like the prospect of that, if I do say so myself.
Getting healthier.
When did you start taking creatine? When I started, I gained 10 pounds after the first day of taking it. What do you mean you gained 10 pounds after your first day of taking it? How much did you take? It holds water in your cells. Right, but like 10 pounds? Sounds like he took 10 pounds. Brother was seasoning his food with it.
Getting healthier.
Goodness gracious. What the fuck do you mean? 10 pounds seems like a lot. He forgot the tub of creatine in his pocket. Brother, were you like, hear me out. Did you put a funnel in your ass for that? Because I've been theory crafting. And I feel like if you dissolve the creatine in some water and then put a funnel in your asshole, then theoretically it would be better. But apparently you have to have the enzymes to digest the creatine to activate it. So effectively, the $1 million product idea is that we take the enzymes that are needed to digest and activate the creatine and put a funnel in people's asses, put the enzymes in, put the creatine in, pour water in, and then shake them around, and then have everything just absorb through their ass, and creatine will be more effective than ever. I'm highly sensitive to creatine. Is your asshole highly sensitive? Because I'd like to try something with it. Because you'll be able to tell me if it's working. Based on your personal experience. I can't pay you. But you will gain something that many people, I think, would seek their entire lives. There is potential for you yet. Will you guys do something? But I'll be real, they just kind of looking at my goods back here. I got you, I got you. No cat left behind. If it was anybody from any other guild, you die, by the way. I'll be completely a buck with you. I considered even going back for you. Who's looking at your goods? Everybody. Apparently my dumpy's gonna be fucking huge. I don't really know. Gained weight, took that shit for a month. In college, gained like 4 pounds. Yeah, I'll update you guys, because I took my first creatine today. So, you know, it's a game changer. I took 5 milligrams, or 5 grams? I took a scoop of 5 creatines today. Whatever the unit of 5 that would be measured is. So I took 5 creatines today. So I'll update you guys on how it goes. I don't know exactly. Apparently there's like a formula for your body weight. I don't really like doing math, so I just slammed that shit. I'm gonna be completely honest. It said 1 scoop is 5 milligrams or grams or whatever, 5 units of creatine. And I Googled and it said 3 to 5 was normal for most people. So I just said, fuck it, 5, and I'll adjust from there. You know, if pissing kidney stones, then probably less. You're gonna be fine, literally nothing will happen. What if I get on stream tomorrow and my hair's gone? Like, I get on, I'm just looking like Bezos in this bitch. There's a loading phase, 2 weeks, you can take 3x. I don't think I want to take 3x, that shit's expensive. And you're 5'6". I wake up with like shrinking pains instead of growing pains. I ordered some try, hopefully it doesn't taste terrible. I don't know what you got, but I can tell you what I got. I have it on my desk right now. We actually found it on 66% off clearance at one of the stores we go to that's like a surplus and salvage. But one thing that I found in my research and also chat confirmed is get creatine monohydrate instead of creatine, probably something that gives cancer in the state of California. Get fucked, you absolute nerd bitch. Anyways, yeah, so creatine monohydrate. I got Raw Essentials creatine. Sounds like a condom brand, but Raw Essentials creatine monohydrate. I don't know how much shit usually is. All I know is I got an 18-ounce thing of it for like 13 bucks or some bullshit like that. It's 5 grams per scoop. 5 grams. So what's the formula for weight? If you haven't taken any, you can do a whole loading phase and you'll be good. What do you mean a whole loading phase? Like where I just basically super scooper? Or like what is a loading phase of creatine? I don't do steroids, guys. I played college sports. I'm ethical with my gains. All of what you're seeing here under this pump cover, this is fucking natty, brother. You might not believe it, but you've got to face it. To saturate the muscles quickly, consume 20 to 25 grams per day for 5 to 7 days, divided in 4 or 5 gram servings. Once the loading week is complete, drop down to the standard 35 grams daily to maintain those levels. Is that like if you're working out heavily, though? Because I'm gonna be real, like, I'm getting a little active, but I'm not really out here pumping iron type shit, you know? I'm not going to the gym and putting up, like, Joey Swole levels of weight. I just kind of vibe. I do activities, but I'm far from a power lifter. So I'm not quite sure where that falls in terms of like a loading phase. Nor are my goals to get absolutely like fucking shredded yoked and become a 300-pound brick wall of shit. Cause like I'm 6'5", bro. If I start putting on weight, my knees are going to just shred themselves. If I'm swole at 6'5", I physically have to be 300 pounds or more. There's no way. I don't want to be swole. I just want mental clarity. Because I think there might be math in this trying to offset the weed. Because it's like, if weed gives you mental fog, and creatine gives you mental clarity, and I combine the two, then that means I should be in an ascended state of humanity where my brain is able to fight off the fog, turn that into clarity, and I'm essentially converting boons to, or sorry, condies to buffs. Don't need a loading phase if you're not pumping. Hear me out, just don't do weed. Don't eat French toast, you pussy bitch. Hear me out. Fuck do you mean? Don't do things you enjoy. It's a totally fair response. I like weed. Hear me out. Hear me out. I simply enjoy it. Why do you enjoy it, Dusty? Well, because I have a lot of family that were really big wine people. And when I started smoking, it became a little bit of a Pokemon type beat. It was like a collect them all type shit. So I consider myself to be one of those annoying weed connoisseurs where I could tell you a strain for every situation type beat, you know what I mean? There's a certain element to where once you've smoked a lot, you find that there are different types of smokers the same way there are different types of drinkers. Frequently having the difference between, like, you know, PBR drinkers. Yo, get out. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Your PBR drinkers that are going to parties and doing keg stands and shit. And then you got, like, your wine sippers and your whiskey people and shit like that, right? I'm one of the people that really enjoyed finding the right strain for the right situation. I didn't really like alcohol that much for most situations because it made me feel really shitty. But when I went out with friends and we smoked with new people and there was sativa involved, I felt really chatty and bubbly. So I found that, you know, without the imbibement that getting absolutely sloshed in social gives me, I'm still perfectly balanced. I could, you know, function throughout the day and excuse the addiction instead of alcohol. But yeah, no, it's just, you know, it's just a little hobby that consumes every waking moment. Or stay active. Mental fog is definitely true, but getting a lot lately. Oh, I still stay active. Like, I refuse to live. I love Summit, but I refuse to live the Summit 1G way. I'd love to live with Summit 1G money, but I don't want to, you know, assume on another man's activities or anything. But for what I've been able to gather, Summit lives a pretty sedentary lifestyle where it's like smoke and stream exorbitant hours. There's a reason why I try to cap the amount of hours that I stream. I stream 8 hours a day, 7 days a week most days, and I have no problem calling it short with a 6 here and there because I need to make sure that I can be healthy enough to do this in 10, 20 years. Because I genuinely, like, if I'm not, then what am I gonna do? You know, this isn't exactly a credential builder outside of certain jobs in the marketing field, but it's probably due to mental fog, but I missed having it before sexy time. See, I think that's also part of the thing about finding your right strain. Now, when I don't smoke, I smoke so much that it's not really, not that I smoke so much. My consumption is nowhere near, like, brag about consumption, nor do I think bragging about your consumption of weed is cool. I wish I could take one rip and be good for the day and save a lot of money. But, like, I smoke pretty constantly throughout the day, just as a little, you know, a little drip feed type shit. Maintain a nice, smooth level of elevation. So I don't really get fried to the point where I get the, you know, the mental fog, nor do I like that. There's definitely a point where, you know, some days when you're more tired, I think it can kind of make that issue a little bit worse. But it also, that's why strain matchups are such an important thing. I really avoid indicas. I don't like even hybrids that give a really, you know, really couch locky feel. And I kind of equate it to like a quick cup of coffee that's not going to completely ruin my sleep cycle. However, everybody's different, right? Some people react in a really bad way. When I started smoking, it was after basketball practices in college. And I was like, oh damn, everything hurts a little less and I'm really hungry. So we'd go and we'd get food, and then this was when like Big Mouth season 1 was coming in and people were going crazy about that. So we'd like go watch Big Mouth and shit. I love Summit too, but I'd be low-key scared when he looks like a zombie. I genuinely, hear me out. Let me verify this. Summit is 39 years old. Some days, Summit looks amazing. And he looks young for 39. But man, some days, especially when he's been on the grinds like crazy, cool. Unk looks like Unk, bro. He can go from 35 to 60 in his age range, depending on what game he's playing. It's crazy. Now, again, I don't really know what he's getting up to. He has the money for like personal trainers and getting active at the gym and all that shit. But there's also a certain element of like, he also has unlimited money for the dankest of, you know, of dank. To put it simply, there's not really a limit to what the great Sum Sum has at his disposal. Didn't know he was 39. Bro, most entertainers, especially famous ones, are far older than people realize, especially in the streaming and music world. So like, I'm gonna read you a line from a rapper, and then I'm gonna tell you their age. Okay?
Might makes me right.
All my hoes do shrooms. All my hoes do coke. 20-carat ring, put my finger down her throat. If I lose a carat, she might choke. I know she gonna swallow, she a goat. That is a 42-year-old man that is rapping those lyrics. That is Future in Like That with Kendrick Lamar. Blue Borderland? Yeet! That is a 42-year-old man that is spitting those bars, and everybody is like, oh fuck, this is fire. Future's GOAT. Future is unironically one of the most streamed rappers of all time and gets no credit for that. I'll be completely real. I don't know why Future gets no fucking respect whatsoever, but Future does deserve some respect. I think, I was actually wondering in the car today, is Future one of the greatest features that you could possibly have on a song? Obviously, they're like the massive names and they're like, you know, the just genuine like Mount Rushmore level rappers. But genuinely, I feel like Future rarely has a bad feature on a song, and I feel like he's actually pretty diverse in his range of what he can cover for songs. The more I listen to like the specificity of Future and put respect on his name, he actually does deserve respect. But also, he is a 42-year-old man. Just for perspective. Just for perspective. He has a new album this Friday. I will be giving that a listen. I will be giving that a listen. I just saw 2 Chainz perform and spit actual bars of fire, right? Just saw 2 Chainz. 48 years old. 2 Chainz almost 50. And was talking about showing titties and stuff, not his. But Unk was going fucking crazy. Most entertainers be old as shit. Like, the average age of these super popular entertainers, bro, it's fucking crazy. Like, hear me out. Millie Bobby Brown pretty much exclusively plays like fucking middle school and high school age roles. This bitch 22. And I think she has a kid or something at this point. And she keeps getting cast as like a 13-year-old. Everybody's just accelerated like 10 to 20 years within the sphere of fame. She obtained a child, she doesn't have a kid. She get one from the kid store? Because I swear to God, that's tech. I say this frequently, but like, why would I have a kid myself and, you know, basically take a chance of Carla's 5'0" height coming through when I could just go to the kid store and I could basically make a kid's life way better by picking out an NBA baby.
Well, that was the fastest.
Jesus. Holy, back to back like we're Jordan 96-97. Whoa. The 77 months is fucking insane, by the way. I might have to get a new banana soon. I don't even know what that banana caps out at. That banana is 6 years. So, how do you know they have NBA buff? A child that is in the 99th percentile of height. You measure hand size, and you have them perform lateral quickness drills before you adopt them. And if they don't have a vertical leap in the 95th or above percentile, they don't complete a shuttle run, and they also can't do a 4-way agility course, not having it. Not having it. Attain mediocrity elsewhere. We got wind sprints to run, baby. I brought a parachute. We got to time the 40-yard dash. And the largest thing, the mental. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Our backline's getting backlined a little bit, but everything's fine. Everything's okay. We're fine. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. I think we actually unironically still win this. I don't know quite what they've got going on their end, but they got another pop coming out. I don't have a lot of heals for this bad boy. We gotta move up a little. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might have got caught in a relatively rough spot there, boys. We got the stab up. Stab's about to wear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We back down. Mr. Commodore has dipped. I have also dipped. I drop more heals. I drop more cleanse. Uh-oh. Watch the tail. Because they're probably gonna jump the fuck out of us. Be careful back there. A few brave soldiers survived. I think that initial clash probably caught us off guard. We're in an NBA combine for orphans. Is that such a bad thing? Hear me out. Is it better to make sure that a kid's going to be a good fit, or to just take a random kid? Hear me out. What if my kid comes out and by 3 they don't even have a quick first step? I'm gonna hate that fucker. I'm not gonna be proud of that kid. What do you mean you can't hezzy tween step back from 30? I need you to be able to ISO. I need the intangibles, the basketball IQ. The fuck do you mean you don't understand offensive sets by the time you're 6? My brother in Christ, we've got defensive concepts to move into because I need you to be a two-way player in today's contract economy, or you're not getting a supermax. Because realistically, if I stay in Maine, we're gonna be working with somebody that's probably not too athletic, all things said and done. So I don't really think we're gonna be a scoring threat. I think we might be a 3-and-D type archetype. So that's the important thing. We gotta hone in. We gotta get the credentials sorted. We gotta figure out exactly what's going on with this. Really, I'm gonna bring a rack of balls, and I'm gonna bring like a mobile 10-foot hoop. I'm gonna set up a goddamn 3-point contest, brother. I swear to God. I swear to God. If you don't beat me in a 3-point contest, you staying at the goddamn orphanage until you look like Calvin Cambridge. So you better get your ass finding some fucking shoes up in this bitch, and then we'll talk. But until you got those on your feet, bro, you better start learning how to dance or something for the next family that comes through. Golly. Golly. There's ACL during a high school game and career's over. Yeah, that's why I checked the return policy. You can literally always return the kid. That's the greatest thing. So it's like, again, ACL tear's like a 6-month injury now. Bro, I'm convinced they might just start popping motherfuckers' Achilles in like middle school and then repairing them with whatever they did Jason Tatum shit with. Been talking about Jaylen Brown a lot lately. Probably more than we should. Wait, are there 2 commanders here? Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my. All right, we got buffs up. We get back a little. Big crash in. We got to go to the left side here. And now we get our defensives out. We'll get stab back out, start to work forward. Our tail is getting fucking clobbered here. But everything as of right now is perfectly fine. And we don't really have too much to worry about. They're just kind of like, I don't know, exchanging places with us. It's kind of strange. Not quite certain what's going on. All right. That's not good. That stab got insta-stripped. Yeah, that is, that's not looking good, sports fans. That's an insta-strip of our stab. And then I got pulled into hell. Absolute hell. Got hooked like a bitch. Oh, yeah. We, my stab wore off in that clash. And I didn't have an uptime on it. And we don't have a stability cover in this group. So, I'm our only stability, and I got pulled in and yoinked. And that's kind of tragic. That's why the 2 stability sources is so nice. From a Troubadour and a Lumi or a Firebrand, if your 2 stability sources are playing properly, it's so good, man. Proper uptime on groups is fucking high. High. That's a good fight, though. I feel like these are winnable. All right, I'm going to pee and fill up my water real quick. One second.
Respite. Recover. Return.
Good day, fellers. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I don't have it in my group. Let's see. You are in, what group are you in? You're in 7? You have a Lumi. So, I mean, depending on whether your Lumi is DPS or support, will determine if you have stability in your group. Like, just by default, I think a Lumi can give some, but like, I don't think a DPS Lumi's given too much. Now, I would have to guess. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I would have to guess that most luminaries that are playing World vs. World are probably going to be supports. Like, more often than not. I'd have to throw out a wager. However, I don't want to assume on anybody's behalf because I've seen some pretty crazy shit out there. I'm definitely not gonna go out on a limb and just start guessing on shit that I'm not confident on. So, all things considered, you should have at least one. Outside of that, not much else. What do we have? We have 1 troop, 2 troops, 2 troops. Chat, why don't people like playing troubadours? Is Mesmer a low, like, play rate in general? I swear to Christ, if we die in a fight right when I'm about to pull up, I will kill you all myself, bro. I swear on everything that is sacred to me. I am working my way up right now. How do I get here? In the first place. Oh, I guess the gate. What are the odds green just lets me walk by? Can y'all switch? Wait, our side, run down the ramp, run down the ramp, run down the ramp. Come on, Commander Man. Down the ramp to Papadusto. Come on, buddy. All right, we're fine, we're fine. Everything is okay. Everything's okay. I get in, and there is immediately help to be provided. Bro, we're so up. Oh my goodness gracious, I didn't think I was gonna be able to immediately hop in like this. Oh, this is so large. And then maybe a little jump forward while they run by, a little picky. Just see what we can get. They're starting to spin around us a lot. I don't really understand what they're doing with this whole doorway play, but I'm sure it's something that I really don't want to happen at this point in time, if I'm being completely honest. I needed to cover my stability there very, very, very heavily. But stability's pretty covered. I just don't have a ton of other stab for it right now. We gotta be a little bit cautious. Try to get coolies up as quickly as I can, but this might be a little bit rough. We need more stability. Oh my god, boys, we did it. I got here in time, and we caught a fucking W, and we ate that shit. Ate it like goddamn fresh cooked dinner. I'm almost out of bag slots. I am so down bad. I've junked the vendor, though. I can open up some slots just from vendoring. I do believe we might just be fine. I probably have like 10 slots or so from that. Oh, fuck. I don't have boosters up. Well. Probably as good of a time as ever to slam some boosters up in this bitch. At least get a little bit of XP rolling. Self, what you up to today, my friend? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. These fights have been good. And I don't know how many people we're fighting against on the green side. I think we might have a little bit of a numbers advantage. But this is, I think, the first time I have actually seen... Did I just get hit by a catapult out of the sky? Did I just get sniped? By a catapult? What the fuck is this? Cat druids are pumping? Well, I think we're the only druids. So, like, we win by default. It's literally you and Strag. Oh no, and this Earth guy. Earthbinder Keed. Yo, Keed, you in chat? I got a job for you. I have an opening in my guild. position, more druids. Also, you may say, but Dusty, what if I don't play a druid? What if I'm just a useless, stupid troubadour? I'll give you love too. Oh wait, Contra too. Yeah, that's true. Also, ours. I must acquire this other druid. I am willing to trade 2 Necros for 1 druid. I feel as though that's fair. One of them just a stupid Tempest. Yunjin is us too. Oh yeah, Yunjin is also us. That's Yami. Yes, 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 yes. Wow, first things first, why am I so bad at finding druids? Like in the raid. Second thing, God, we actually pulled up with all the druids. I love this. You know what we need right now? Permission to build arrow cart, sir! I don't think I'm getting permission. Really hate to see that. Really hate to see that. We walk forward? Yes, 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 yes. We get Papa's stability up. And then we start to walk in and get a couple of picks. We get a wall behind all of them. Get some Aegis up for everybody. And we just walk in nice and smooth. Ow! Holy. Sometimes you just have to be confident that everything will work out. And not overextend. Not overextend is the key word there. That time we may have seen what I would probably call an overextension by most definitions of the word. I fucked up there. And I would like to think I'm pretty sure Streg kept me alive there. I'm not even gonna lie. I think without a druid in the group, I'm fucking cooked. And I probably caught some heals from some other druids as well. So whoever just threw shit at me, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Genuinely appreciate the ever-loving fuck out of that. Yo, Girth Rocket, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hank, what up, dude? I hope you guys are doing well today. We are getting active in some Worldverse worlds, and we actually have a really good group right now. Seems like there are 2 different commanders that are running in this group. Our commander from Lion is actually doing some shit. I like this guy. He's been moving well so far. And I think the most important part is that the group is staying really set up on Mr. Commander tag, which is also huge. Oh, somebody did an exclamation build command earlier, by the way. I am playing a Valor Luminary. So very support based, a lot of buffs, focusing on stability, uptime, and whatnot. So there's, you know, there's a lot of buffs that I bring to the table as a Luminary, a lot of utility, a little bit of healing, a little bit of cleansing. Basically just this huge smorgasbord of benefit to having a Luminary in the group. So I've been playing a lot of Lumi, really have been loving it. Can impact fights in a lot of different ways. I also have a really strong CC with my wall on staff, so still rocking the crazy cursor. It's only crazy until people realize it works, dog. And it's only a matter of time until people go, wait, maybe Dusty's actually right. Maybe this shit truly is the difference, dog. Because I firmly believe this cursor is one of the greatest things ever invented by man. It's just such an advantage. Oh, please don't. Not yet. I need my buffs back up. Oh, yeah, baby. Sit here and wait. Sit here and wait. Everything's fine. Let me tick up just a little bit of baby stab before we get too active, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's time to pump. Off we go. Boop. We're up. We get the projectile shield so they can't blast anything back at us. Now we ideally want another projectile shield. We'll get standard ground up, big heals and purges to come through this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at the defensives come out. That shit is just gorgeous, if I do say so myself, chat. They're gonna try to dive on us here, just be cautious. I've got defensives out for us. And then more Aegis. And then we have big heals going out, wall behind them, strip some of that stability. Big empower going out. Oh my god, boys, we're rolling them. We're actually just knocking them down right now. This is wonderful. They're gonna have to dip out of this. Yeah. These are going well, boys. It's feeling nice. Strag, how'd the stab feel that fight? We feeling good on that shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, that one felt pretty good from my end of things. We don't even have a second stability in the group, bro. If we can already navigate fights relatively well with one stab per group, imagine how smooth our fights are gonna feel with like optimized group comps, brother. It's going to be fucking different. And we're just following a pug commander. Line comms are quiet calm. Wait, they're just like chill ASMR comms. Made a huge clump revive. I love that. I love that. Dude, I'm trying to get better at weaving my weapons in lately. What do you mean when you say stab? Stability, mon frere. Stability. That is, like the largest thing that you and I do. Well, honestly, troubadours also have the benefit of giving the group invulnerability. So there's an invuln that you guys can give your group or 5 people around you. That is a pulse of 2 seconds and then a pulse of 0.75 seconds, effectively. So with those, little wall behind him. With those invuln pulses, obviously very nice to have at all, well, like pretty much all points in time. There's never really a bad reason to have that. So great for rotating through, great when debuffs. Oh my god, Strike just ate my debuffs so fucking fast. Dog, it was like brother was hungry for a fucking meal. That's actually insane. I had debuffs, and then Strag looked at me, and then I didn't. What a beautiful time to be alive. And between him and myself cleansing, we get to just vibe, man. This is so nice. We have stab out the wazoo. I can keep our stability up and very protected right now. We got walls behind him, strip some of their stability. So, effectively, stability, its largest function is that it makes you more or less CC immune. Can't be knocked down, pushed back, pulled, launched, stunned, dazed, floated, sunk, feared, or taunted. So, with stability, it's very important throughout the fights. You'll notice that we're fighting a lot of people, but in an ideal scenario, neither myself nor anybody in my group should really be getting CC'd. Now, as just one stability person, it's hard to upkeep stability for the entire group all the time. There are strips, there are a lot of different things that can wear off your stability. So there are definitely times where if I'm not playing perfectly, we can absolutely find ourselves getting cooked. So typically, a lot of groups will run a troubadour as well as a Lumi, which is what I play, or a Firebrand, which is another Guardian support build that's really good for stability. So the stability uptime of group is effectively like the core of support. And the more stability uptime you have when you need it, the more people in the group can just cast and exist and go through their abilities, because really what kills groups is a necro comes in or multiple necros, they strip, there's no reapplication of buffs, people get CC chained, people get pulled out of position, people end up in a very bad spot very quickly. And it's one of the largest, you know, the largest fight changers is the element of stability wearing off and people getting into a bad spot with that. So another druid incoming. I love you guys so much. Dude, it makes me so happy to know that this pug group is filled with so many of our guys and gals and everyone in between. And we also provide pretty much all the druids. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. I am so happy with our community and where it's going. Oh my god, Zopson. What the fuck? Like, I'm so happy with our community and where it's going. I think we are very much so working our way to becoming a consistency within this shit. All our supports are in this pug group. I know, I really like it. And if we can keep getting people more runs, like, keep in mind, Strag this entire time, he's not just healing the groups, he's also taking notes about how these fights are moving and how he's gonna have to be aware, like, of navigating this fight for us when we tag up. So there's this element of, like, if Strag doesn't have to tag up and Strag can still see fights, he takes all these notes. He looks at when the dumps are coming and when there's a push forward versus where there's an opportunity to pull back and regroup, when buffs are going out, all that shit, right? And as we all understand the, you know, the makings of a good fight, we go in, we call for wells and necro strips, we get CC dumps on top of those strips, and it's like, you know, strip and CC on tag. that call goes out, all of our necros and all of our CCs go out at the same time. Like all of our strips, all of our CCs, we get big combos out, we regroup, support gets in place, we catch up the groups. And as our individual players learn that in these fights, Strag is not only learning the individual player side of it, but he's also learning the shot caller side of it, where even without necessarily, I don't even know if he's like, whoops, I don't even know if he's in comms or anything with them. I'm assuming he is. Uh-oh. Strag got RIP'd. But like, even with that, there's so much that can be learned from these fights at all points in times. You want some food? Ooh. The wolf was kind of hitting right now. I don't think I would stop to eat. I think it'd get cold. I might nom after stream. And then, oh, fuck, that hurt. That hurt a lot. I'm gonna be completely honest. We just got kind of walked through. Well, I think after stream, we probably clean up the rest of the chicken. Yeah, we got cooked here. I think that initial pull-in, we lost a couple important people. And then our tail got kind of eaten. Their DHs were shredding that fight. Like, I think we got kind of worked in that, like, back and forth choke. Because we were just running on top of DH shit. But yeah, I think after stream, I'm probably gonna eat the rest of the chicken or ribs or something like that, and then we have to figure out what we want to pull. Also, we have to do an online order for groceries. Sabs, how people say hi in England. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, we have to do an online order still. Because it's Wednesday. So tomorrow's the last day of this week's sales. And I don't know what... Hold on, I actually clipped a lot earlier. I don't know what they have for Schmeat. I think they have steak on sale this week. They have hummus on sale, actually. Crazy hummus deals. Let's see. I want to say they have steak or some bullshit. They got glizzies on sale. But we have a lot of glizzies already. Did the deals refresh since I last looked? I see no protein. Other than glizzies. Prepackaged ribs, which we don't fuck with those. My ribs are literally better. Uh-oh. I'll probably have to pull something from the freezer. Or, since the 40 off 75 lasts until next week, we can just wait until next week's sales and then RNG pray that next week's sales are better. Because hear me out. With 40 off 75, Carla, if we wait until next week, right, and we RNG into whole chickens for 99 cents a pound next week, we could effectively get 75 pounds of whole chicken, which would feed us for quite some time for effectively $30. I feel like there is probably a lot of value into that. You know, that proposition that we have to keep in mind. It's something where, uh-oh, I'm in a bad spot. That was a mistake. I ain't about to lie. That was very much so not the wisest thing that I've ever done. I'm not even gonna lie. I was thinking to myself, what are the odds I just insta-die if I try to jump in just a little bit? And I'm not gonna lie, it was instant. I think I got my uh-oh out while I was still in the air, brother. I am not even about to bullshit. That was immediate regret for me on all levels. And I genuinely hate to see that. I do not have stab for a couple of seconds. And it might get hairy. We're fine. Stab is out for the boys. And then heals are out for the boys. More stab is out for the boys as long as we stand here. I need to get Aegis out for the boys. Oh, Jesus Christ. I feel like we had enough to stay in that. Like, that was getting lower on both sides. I genuinely... I feel like there's a chance. Hey, fuck off.
Help me out.
Fuck off. Ignore me. Ignore me. Don't do it. You're rats. You're all rats. Your families disapprove of your actions. They wish you would have gone to college for something else and not wasted all of their money. You goddamn hoodlums. We stayed up for so long. We actually did. That was a very, 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 very good fight. I have had a lot of fun with this comm. I think they might be tagging down. But, like, that was good shit. Okay, never mind. If they're... Yeah, they're tagging down. I'll be real. I'm gonna slam the rest of my gyro. Can you just bring that in? And then I'll cook that shit while we're in between commander tags. We almost got back. Bro, those fights were good. I feel like there's gotta be... EBG has a tag up. Uh-huh. It would appear so. Because there is a 21-person queue over there. So let's queue up EBG. And then check other maps while we queue EBG. That might be the play. How? This isn't good. This is not good at all.
Is mine.
I don't understand how this happens so goddamn frequently. But it does. User refined decorations. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna be completely a bug. There are some things that I just don't need at this point. And that was one of them. Oh shit, wait. I had a lot of junk. Like a lot. I have 136 blue pieces. Jesus Christ. Let me just salvage it. I need the space more than anything else. What's your favorite color? What color are the 3 digits on the back of your credit card? Thank you, love. This 5-bag alt has cleaner bags. Brother, I'm earning a lot right now because I'm playing really well. You wouldn't necessarily understand it because, like, you know, you've never really played well, man.
The spoils of battle.
I'm cooking out here. I'm trying my best, okay? The bags are overwhelming a little bit, but I manage them in small bursts when I have the motivation. Is it gyro, euro, or hero? What is the actual, like... Any Greeks in the chat? Because, like... I've been curious. Last night I dreamt of you crying when the AOC thing happens. Yeah, that creeps me out. Not in, like, a weird way. I always just wonder, like, who dreams things of me that aren't so, like, you know, normal, right? Like, that one makes sense. But, like, who just has really out-of-pocket dreams of me, you know what I mean? And just doesn't say it, which I'm thankful that you guys don't. But it's a strange thing. Because I've never really been, like, I don't know, someone that had a platform where it's like, oh, maybe people just have a random, oh, Dusty thought throughout the day. It's new to me. Per the dictionary, it's euro. What? What the fuck is that? Wolf XP potions in your inventory are staring at me. Okay. Well, I need to wait to pop those until I have a bunch of buffs up. Because if I don't have a bunch of buffs up, then what am I going to do? Oh, wait, there's a tag up over here. Who's this tag? Have you ever considered Dusty as what your car dashboard gets? Not if you take care of your shit. When was the last time you cleaned your dashboard? Who does? life. Uh-huh. 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 Is Guild Wars 2 beginner friendly? Extremely, but there's also a lot of depth to it. It's easy to hop into, and you can progress through doing anything in the game. Now, in terms of new servers, there's just NA and EU. They don't do like small servers or anything like that. But keep in mind, a lot of their progression is horizontal. So they've brought in a lot of expansions, a lot of new content over the years. All of that's still valid, and in a sense, they haven't really made it a larger mountain that you have to climb. They've just added more for you to explore on the same mountain. They've made more trails on the mountain over time. So that's the large thing with Guild Wars. You can basically ignore all of the new content in terms of story progression. Leveling is very, very, very quick. Gearing on a baseline level is extremely quick after leveling. So you can be in relevant gear to do this content and all PvE content quite quickly if, you know, if you have anybody guiding you. There are, again, innumerable ways that you can actually earn gear. They reward you for fucking everything to the point where it's almost at times slightly overwhelming. So grind is mostly for quality of life stuff. And fashion. So quality of life stuff, fashion. You can grind for Ascended gear, and that's a fun, you know, initial grind. But legendary stuff is also... Hello. Legendary stuff is definitely quality of life grind, more than anything else. Cute trading game like player to player? Oh yeah. Yeah, there's an entire, hold on, I'm eating my gyro apparently. But there's a trading post where you can buy and sell like everything, so 40 out of 50 on tag and EBG. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh fuck. Oh shit, ass. Leave squad. You join squad. Oh yeah. All right, I gotta bring my plate out because I just destroyed this thing. Hold on.
Attack my target!
I have destroyed. We're so up. Only thing concerning me is lack of numbers and skill bar. Compared to what? Because I think an important thing to keep in mind over here. Oh, excuse me. A lot of games, if you're, you know, comparing to something like WoW, that's gonna have multiple bars. So many things on WoW bars are situationals. A lot of people with bars in their games will have consumables. They'll have, you know, 3-minute, 5-minute cooldown, shit like that, right? They'll have abilities that they don't even use actively. Every single ability on my bar is used effectively off cooldown. Granted, there are situations where you don't want to be blasting your stuff just like a bozo. And there's a lot of nuance, but every single one of my abilities are very active. There are also like weapon swaps that'll change my left bar, and then through hitting my G, I also get another left bar, and with this bar from my G, every single one of these that I use gives me a different one, which is my auto attack. It equips a different weapon. So each of these have different effects based on which one of these weapons I equip and which one I use. And this is one of the more, you know, not that it's brain dead easy, so to say, but this is like one of the more straightforward classes. We're running critically low on bagels. We'll hope that they're on sale from the next set of sales. We do have god tier English muffins though. I don't know, Money does an exquisite nap. You're missing out on good ass waffle. I ain't about to lie. But yeah, so there's still plenty of versatility with it. And if you're looking for something that's incredibly high APM, like high actions per minute, 1,000,000 buttons to press at all points in time, play Weaver. I'm gonna be real. Weaver is a treat. If I'm being completely honest. If people can play it on a high level, you playing the goddamn piano, dog. Like, your constant uptime, zero downtime whatsoever. Is it a class? Yeah. Elementalist. And effectively, what you'll see here is you have your base classes, or your, you know, your core class, and then you have your elite specializations for those classes. Oh, shit. Then you have your elite specializations for those classes, or basically like your main class or main specialization for that build, right? So core just means like the base class, and then typically you'll hear people talk about their class within the, you know, the elite specialization. I, for example, am a guardian for my core, and then I'm a luminary for my elite specialization. So you'll hear me talk about Lumi a lot. Lumi is the build that I play. So a weaver is Ellie, and it's a lot. A lot. Dusty, translate what they're saying. Druids use Frost Spirit for choke points and Ellies. They want druids to use Frost Spirit. Oh, they want resistance to Ellies. They want resistance to elements from Frost Spirit so people don't get chunked. I don't know what Chokamos means, but I'm assuming that means you guys are getting one-shotted. I'm not quite sure, but I think I got the gist of it there. Like, most of it. Most of it. There's no major difference between English muffin and bagels. Okay, there is absolutely a difference between English muffin and bagels. If you get an English muffin and slap cream cheese on it, you're heinous for that. It's not the same. Regardless of the fact that there is quite literally a preparatory difference in the dough going into the baked product. But never mind. I'm not gonna judge your lack of culture, bro. I swear to God, if we go to Din Tai Fung at TwitchCon and you say that shit's mid, or we go to Tacos El Gordo and Tacos El Gordo and you say that shit's mid, then there will be hell to come. Oh Lord! Here they come! Oh my God! Everything's bad. Everything is looking a little rough at this point in time. I'm not gonna lie. Yup. We move slightly to the left. I got back up. No! I think we're just losing too many early on. We start the fight, and then we lose like half our people. And then our commander just has to try to like sneak out. Only time I dislike food is coconut. Okay, well, it's okay to dislike foods. I don't fuck with olives. I'll be upfront about that. I physically don't fuck with olives at all. I think olives are trash rodent food. And they should probably be used, I don't know, for landfill. And that's about it. Brussels sprouts can eat my cheeks. I'll eat your Brussels sprouts. Olive oil? I mean, olive oil is good in certain use cases, but olive oil is also an extremely fragrant oil, so I feel like outside of certain use cases, it's not really your most highly used oil. If I'm using an oil, I like to use something that's a little more neutral, unless, again, it's something that specifically calls for olive oil. It's not my everyday go-to oil, especially since I season cast irons and stuff every now and then. But I also try to cook with butter over oil when I can, just personal preference on things. I would rather have unsalted sweet cream butter than worry about oils and all that shit. I do use a decent amount of oil still, but oh, our tag is dead.
Lend me your keen insight.
My group has like no stab. Well, my group has no people now. We're down slightly horrendous. We're down slightly horrendous. Yo, on Burr, what up, go? I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much, Raiders. Welcome in. You guys haven't been here before? My name's Dusty. I stream quite literally every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I have a problem. I've streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I'm about a month into playing Guild Wars 2. Quite new to the IP, the franchise as a whole. So I came over from a couple of ill-fated games. To say the very least. It's been a goddamn journey to get to this point, to say the very least, but very excited for the future of the IP. I've enjoyed my time here so far immensely. We are currently running around in some world versus world content with a few of the guildies trying to find a pug commander because we don't want to put anything together ourselves because that takes too much work. But we want to find a little random commander to run around with, and we've had a couple of decent runs, but a lot of our commanders are tagging down at this point, which does make it slightly difficult. So, I play a Luminary, big support enjoyer, basically keeping people alive and making sure that they can kill people. Always just trying to take the pressure off of everybody and make their job as easy as humanly possible. Also because I don't trust people to do the right thing. So, I always try to do that. Well, support, I think it's addicting, especially with Guild Wars having such an emphasis on buffs and debuffs. I have spent my life playing PvP games. And there are certain games where I'm just like, okay, I am the carry, I'm mechanical, you know, I know more about the game, I play more right. And there are times where I step into the, you know, to the carry role when I'm familiar with games and where there's a need for a carry. But over here, even as I learn more, I'm just like, oh, the true carry is proper supports in groups. When we're dying in fights, now that we've learned what's killing us in fights, our most common complaint is, oh shit, we don't have group composition in place to actually have stability uptime, right? So, a lot of our new players, myself included, are starting to understand, like, group composition can truly be the carry in this game more than anything on an individual level. And that's been such a large thing for our people to finally figure out. Myself included, it's added a whole different, like, loop to the gameplay for us, which is quite nice. As we try to figure out the true group cohesion side of things, it's gonna be something that takes a lot of effort. But our first month for World vs. World was spent in, like, the bottom of the bottom. We opted into T4. So we could learn in, like, the lowest tier available. New players, right? New guild, makes sense. The redistribution comes at the start of the month. And they're just like, oh, hey, enjoy tier 1. We were not prepared. Not only that, but we didn't get put with the good T1. We got put on the bun side of T1, which, honestly, works out well for us because we want to get fights and we want to learn. Only thing is, we're dealing with a slight issue where half of our team is like, oh man, don't play World vs. World this week. We've got to throw. Everything's terrible. We got to make sure that we don't get matched up against these guys. Here I am wanting to be matched up against them again and get reps in against them. So we're in a bit of a predicament over here. We're at odds with the front office of Yolan right now. So it's been a little bit of a week so far. We can't wait for Friday to see how that ends up. What do you get up to today, Unper? Sort of cooking or anything else once that addiction starts? Dude, cast iron's fucking phenomenal. I forgot that I even got like a slight discussion started on cast iron, dude. I love cooking on cast iron. Shit just, I don't know, it cooks better. Especially once you have a proper seasoning on your cast iron. It's just GG's, bro. It's actually GG's. I have a big and small pan. I have too many cast iron pans. I actually have to go through my pans, like, really heavily. Like, really heavily. I have a lot of pans that I'm just like not using anymore type shit. And I have like a pot and pan set that's actually sitting in the stream room beside me right now that I really haven't taken anything out of. With the exception of like, I think 2 small pans. Outside of that, oh no, maybe I just haven't put the pots out. Outside of that, I have cast iron that's literally like new in package that I haven't got because my family just goes, what do we get Dusty? All he does is play video games. And they go, oh, he cooks, he likes to cook. So everybody just gets me kitchen shit every single year, not realizing, bro, my kitchen's overflowing. I live in a fucking apartment. I have like 500 subs on Twitch. I'm not out here with a goddamn industrial level kitchen. We have to go through some of the old pots and pans and, I don't know, probably like throw them at a homeless person while we're driving by or something to make room. I don't know what to do anymore. Telling me you want Guild Wars 2 gems? I tell you guys I want that. Except I tell you I want money so I can buy myself Guild Wars 2 gems, and then I just keep the money and invest it instead. And then eventually buy Guild Wars 2 gems with all the profits that I make. And then I Ecto Gamba. 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 Wonderful strat. Thank you, my good man. And realistically, hear me out. If I invest the money that you guys give me, and then I profit off of that money, and then I only gamble with the money that I profit, then technically I always have the baseline of money, and I haven't lost any money, so I'm never losing money on gambling. Wait, there's a tag. We're up! When one falls, another shall take its place. Those instant world or sword XP are not affected by the buff. At least the XP gives. They're sure something else. Oh wait, the static ones aren't affected by like XP bonuses. Cause I'll be real, that's some baby back bullshit. I demand a recount. This has some wine players in it. Wait. Do I know this commander? Chat, have we run with this person before? Do you guys remember this? Because I feel as though I remember this commander, but I also have no idea where I would possibly remember this commander from. The only commander so far that I definitely didn't enjoy running with was that one dude that insisted on using a green commander tag in the middle of all of our green nameplates. Oh, my brother in Christ, we are about to get swantoned on.
Nothing can bring me down.
Chat. I give it approximately 45 seconds until we get absolutely fucking swanton bombed by most of red. The horn has been sounded. I don't know that we have the damage to get through this before they come in. Lust! Let's get Lust out, please, for the love of God. Bro, we about to need every single one of those. Because we don't have the damage. Somebody should probably be trying to pull those guys. We might be slightly cooked, though. We may be a little bit cooked. Shrimpy, we need you. Are you in this raid, or did you already leave? No, you're here. All is well. Our butt's about to get touched. Everything's bad. Everything's about to be very bad. How does some white rice and ground chicken? I think after stream, I'm gonna finish the leftover garlic parm chicken that I made a few days ago. We have some rice, we have some gravy, we have some corn. The gravy was for mashed potatoes, but we ate all the mashed potatoes. So I'm thinking I just put the gravy on the rice and then call that, call that good. Because that sounds like a good ass meal. Now we do also have some ribs that I had cooked up that are left over as well. That I could just slap some sauce on, throw in, bake, caramelized top layer of the sauce, call that good while they heat up type shit. Did that last night and it was good. But I feel like I might just clean up this chicken. I'm trying to go like methodically throughout the fridge to make sure that everything gets taken care of and we don't have anything like left over that's getting thrown away. That's my whole last goal. We meal prep everything based on what's on sale. And then Friday morning, our grocery store app refreshes. So basically, like, we're going to have a bunch of new sales coming in on Friday. What? Red? Where's Red? What's happening? Are we... We're not up, surely. We need to completely, like, what? Wait.
Nothing can bring me down.
Huh. Well then. Sometimes the gamblers who lose the most are the ones who stop right before hitting the jackpot. And it appears our last commander may have stopped right before hitting their jackpot. And you really do hate to see that shit. I'm not gonna lie. That is a goddamn shame. They're trying to fight off TM. Wait, is there another fight somewhere? Did we just third-party Stone Mist? Cause that's kind of fucking hilarious. If they're fighting right now and we actually just snaked that bullshit, that's hilarious. So Wine got the claim. And I think if we can find where the fight is, maybe we can third party. We're half their size. Is there a Zerg that has 50? That's not 50 people. That's not 50 people at all. Hold on, peep the shit, peep the shit, peep the shit, peep the shit, peep the shit. I build one arrow cart. And then this repels the entire siege. Gosh dang it. I didn't do that, by the way. We Hype is active again. Wait, saying what up? Random W first time chatter, I'm not even gonna lie. Check my email. I don't even remember which fucking email it went to. I'm not gonna lie, I hope it went to the right one. Hold on. Hold on. I appreciate you. Let me check the We Hype page itself. We Hype, DustyWhy, Guild Wars 2. Okay, if we fight right now, we're absolutely fucking cooked. I have the June 30th one. DustyWhy Live. Account details. We're good. Linked games. Join creators. DustyWhy. It says my last one was June 30th. Do I have to, like, activate? Hold on. Because I didn't get invited to the last one until, like, later on in it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Could be the same case this time. I might be able to email them or something. I feel like a well-written email is a powerful tool in today's day and age. You know, the age of technology is quite wonderful. I hope we review court documents soon. Probably won't, honestly. It's not like... I don't have fun following the death of a game that I really wanted to enjoy, you know? I'm not gonna lie. It's not something that I enjoy. Some people are already getting their active links. I appreciate you giving the heads up, though. Wait, maybe it's in my other email? Hold on. It might be in my other Benz. Hold on, I left it in the glove box of the private jet, so I have to take the Maybach back to the private jet, and then I have to take the private jet back over to the other Maybach. One sec. Here's your key for Cat Mail Co. Okay. Nope. So I have a key from Cat Mail Co. So that's good. If we want to ever be a cat delivering mail, I believe that's taken care of. Spam? Nope. Nope. Not yet. Soon, though. Did the We Hype one go there first? I want to say the We Hype one went there first. We'll see. Maybe I Maybe I sent him an email. Maybe I sound all official, and I'm like, yes, as an esteemed content creator of many years who participated in your last giveaways, I'd love to be involved again. Yes. Take a break from typing. No, that's okay. That's okay. I just personally, I think it's boring to look through court documents. Also, right now, hear me out. One of the most boring parts is that they're all just a bunch of hoopla and hullabaloo. So, like, what I was saying earlier, we're actually talking about it a little bit, but we're talking about how, when I die, bury me inside the bagel store. When I die, bury me inside the cream cheese store. Sorry. You're about to start spitting bars off of that. Anyways. No, I don't think there's going to be a lot of, how to say this, like, interesting information that comes out regarding the court case for, unfortunately, probably another couple of years bare minimum. There's obviously going to be a certain amount of, like, you know, developments with it. We're walking back? Okay, that's fine. But there's also, I think we're kind of in the foreplay state of the entire thing, you know what I mean? I don't see major developments occurring for at least a little bit of, oh god. Oh god. We do not have the Groots for these right now. I don't think we have heals. Someone needs to convince billionaires to invest in MMOs, except the bold ones. I want rich people out of MMOs and gaming in general. I know that sounds crazy to say, but I feel like the shift in gaming to private equity and massive corporations substantially changed the scope of where we were. And at one point, games were developed by a bunch of fucking nerds that weren't making a lot of money because gaming wasn't a cash cow, that did it because they wanted to provide something to a lot of people. And it's unfortunate to see where gaming has gone to now, where everything is, you know, it's all businesses, we get that, but sucking the soul out of your entire community to try to get another dollar out is not what gaming was founded upon, nor what got gaming to its peak. And I think that we are starting to see the great reduction of gaming. I think, the implementation of AI at the scale that it is, while still extremely expensive, has led to a lot of companies seemingly examining, like Xbox is right now, unnecessary levels of management and bloat within the companies, which could be a sign of a lot of jobs being lost, could be a sign of a lot of companies streamlining, but at the end of the day, could lead to a spot where these companies aren't so overblown to where they need to take on hundreds upon hundreds of employees and, you know, AAA, quadruple A levels of funding to have a game, and a zeitgeist game doesn't have to occur with, you know, hundreds of thousands of concurrents for a game to be successful. As of right now, every game needs to hit such high metrics to be a success, or it's a complete failure. A game that hits 50,000 concurrent players nowadays, because of the level of investment that's required for it, is a failure. If it's coming out of a AAA dev. If you only peak at 50,000 concurrent, GG, pack it up, your game's fucking dead, right? It's no longer indie games across the board. And as developers trim the, you know, the size that's required, and you no longer need these mega corporations that are pumping hundreds of millions of dollars into game development and need to sell, you know, 17 million copies at $60 a piece to break even, $80 a piece, $100 a piece. And then they also just focus on how can we have recurring monetization to support our massive team that's going to be upkeeping this game. It's rough. It's rough. Was Zolar do something different? Look at Mecha Chameleon. 10 million copies, 2 dubs. Yeah, I mean, that's also, I think that's also something different than an MMO, in all fairness. Something like Mecha Chameleon is going to very likely be relatively short-lived in terms of its, you know, its limelight, right? Oni, what up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. Like, Mecha Chameleon is one of those, you know, it's a party game, it's a friend swap game. But I do agree, you do something that you believe in and you just put it out and there can be success anywhere, even if it's not in the live service MMO way of life, right? Mecha Chameleon is not original or filled with soul. No, they put out Friend Swap, but they put on like just a little bit of a tweak to it, right? And personally, I do like that Friend Swap with a tweak more than the let's capitalize on sucking as much money out of our players as we can. I don't know. I think Mecha Chameleon doesn't have any like microtransactions once you're in, right? It's just a pay-to-play type shit. So imagine if there were like Mecha Chameleon paint and like cursor packs, or not cursor packs, but like paint packs and brush packs and texture packs and shit like that you could get for extra money. I feel like then you're starting to get to the point of like, okay, Mecha Chameleon, what are we doing here? We're a little bit of a party game. And I don't know what they have. Again, I don't, but gives lots of fun aspects. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of games are just built to formulaically appeal to a large percentage of gamers, extract the money and treat it like a small business that would be presented on Shark Tank, where they literally just want to build up a little bit of money to roll into the next project. It's almost like you're founding something to then sell it without the intent of actually holding on to that, you know what I mean? It's an interesting thing. That Portal came in clutch as fuck there. Already a bunch of cheats for that game too. Oh yeah, I've seen some shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I've seen just a little bit of shit. Can't play siege weaponry. Oh my god, what is this defense setup? Holy shit. This is crazy, brother. I did not expect to see this much like siege in place. What the fuck? Did that tag go private? Shouldn't have. I don't think they did. We're on EBG right now. But having a lot of fun with my side games, but I love indie solo games. Definitely not something the general public plays. I think the thing with indie games too, though, is that the general public necessarily doesn't have to get into all at once indie games for indie games to be successful, because their operating expenditure of the company that's developing them is far lower than things that are AAA. And I think the pressure on AAAs to turn a certain profit and to get a certain bottom line is killing the level of creativity and the risks people are willing to take. Where an indie developer, it's kind of like all or nothing for them. They might as well take some risks and try to do something original, or at least put their own spin or feel on it, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of indie developers right now are known for pretty stylized games that represent that developer itself. A lot of your successful ones anyways. You obviously have catalogs that vary, but I think a lot of indie dev is more representative of risk-taking within game development, which I think is what evolved game development. Oh, this poor guy. Which is what I think evolved game development to this spot in the first place. And a lot of AAA is more playing to the, playing to the odds of what may be safe and what is going to turn the profit that you need to. And I think that's a lot of the problem, at least in my opinion, with the AAA stuff right now. It's just, it's such a massive, we're about to get absolutely backstabbed, aren't we? I think we might be getting cooked here. It's very standoffy. Does anyone want a good 2 to 3 hour experience that Loki had me thinking about life? Girlfriend peg you? Cause honestly, brother, shit'll have you considering stuff. I'll be real. That'll literally change your outlook on things. Play mole. Oh. Different 2 to 3 hour experiences that'll have you thinking about life, huh? What are those, Ned? Are those little indie games? Because I did have a key in my email for a cat mail game. Like you're a male cat. Like me, not you. You're a cat delivering mail to people. I might play it. It sounds fucking lit. It sounds very lit. COVID cooked the gaming industry. Since everyone was at home, the profits were insane for low quality games. Oh yeah, I think it's very natural with a lot of industries to the point where if you hire up, there's a reason why in a lot of businesses that are you know, established, right? Way more so than games. There's a lot of seasonal work, and there are a lot of opportunities for people to hop in, Jesus Christ, hop in and find opportunities because of the seasonal demand being increased at certain points in time, right? And with, this is not good for the boys. With gaming, we almost saw seasonal work being created during COVID. Everybody was staying home. Everybody was picking up gaming and streaming at record rates. And like, I mean record rates, dog. It was a different time. And now, we're seeing people go back to their normal way of life. Not everybody wants to be a streamer anymore. Not everybody wants to be a, you know, a content creator. Not everybody's doing TikTok dances at home and getting millions of followers. It's very much so changed a little bit. Tails seem to be your weakness for what I've noticed. A lot of the time, yes. I think Tails can also be helped a lot more by, you know, proper group composition, stability, enough heals, stuff like that, you know what I mean? Because if you have somebody that's on the outside, they're naturally going to take a little bit of damage here and there. But when you have group comps that aren't proper as well, and then you have somebody on the outside, a small portion, or like a small downtime window of stability can be blown so much further out if you're the furthest out positionally as well. It can make it a little rough, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. That was scary. That was very scary. Everyone stayed home, people game, temporary gamers. Temporary gamers, temporary content creators, bro. I guarantee we all know somebody that was a super relevant content creator during COVID, and then as soon as COVID ended, they just stopped making content. They either their stream died or they went back to normal life. Probably more than one person. Xbox and all those companies thought the COVID profit was going to stay forever. I think it's just the corporate mentality of you've hit a record, hit another record, you know how to do it, just replicate it. Not realizing that your gaming market share isn't just immediately going up because world population goes up. And it's a far different set of circumstances when you're looking at gaming. It's simply a product that appeals to a certain percentage of people. And like chewing gum has had a downturn, like so many things have had downturns, gaming also has had a downturn in relatively recent times to the point where it's, you know, it's nowhere near the peak that it once was. And I think companies have largely yet to shrink from that peak. And there was an element of like, okay, we're gonna give you the means to try to chase, you know, what that peak was for you. But at a certain point, you have to downsize and you have to accept that business isn't, you know, performing at a record high. And you have to preserve your profit margins. Yo, Sweaty, what up, brother? Love this game, but I hope it doesn't die. Ozu. Guild Wars 2? Oh no, Guild Wars 2 is fine, man. Guild Wars 2, even once Guild Wars 3 launches, is gonna get yearly expansions. So when Guild Wars 3 hype dies out a little bit, you'll see Guild Wars 2 pick back up. It'll be cyclical, but Guild Wars 2 is still gonna be just fine. Now, I also think it's important that you keep in mind Guild Wars 2 will go through cycles leading up to Guild Wars 3 launch. So, the announcement, that had a lot of people that immediately came in off of the announcement. And a lot of those people were temporary players that have since left. Guild Wars 3 is still a year and a half out from being in a, you know, being in a beta testing state. So, by all means and measures, Guild Wars 3 is still, is still quite some time away. And looking at it, you'll absolutely have people that along the way, you know, get into the hype of Guild Wars 3, lose the hype of Guild Wars 3, or, you know, they will absolutely ebb and flow and they will come and go. But I think it's gonna be just fine in the long term, man. Excuse me. I think it's gonna be just fine. Depends on the fit, but they ain't ugly. See, that's the thing with purple. It's an interesting, like, it's an interesting pop color. Because, like, purple can work or it can be really out of place and you can look like Prince. Or you can look like that person that wears Cookie Monster pajamas and Osiris's with purple. I feel like there are two types of purple fits, and it's like, oh, that works well. And then there are the elements of purple fits where it's like, okay, that is far too much purple, and motherfuckers just be walking around, hold on. Like, the second you start rocking too much purple, this is what you start looking like, I swear to God. That's the risk of purple. Is that this is all people will see if it's too much. If it's out of place, if you're rocking a purple shirt with purple pants, or not purple shirt with purple pants, sorry, purple shirt with purple shoes, like that shit definitely is about to look grimacy. You gotta have like, you gotta have very minimalistic purpley, I won't lie. I don't know, do I own purple shoes? I don't think I own shoes with purple in them. Those could be sick as fuck. Oh no, they'll be fine, Nin. I just don't think they're like an everyday wear. It'll be their shoes only. Oh, I think if you go only shoes, you're fine. Because nobody will be looking at the shoes to criticize them because they'll be looking at your penis. I think that might actually be one of your best bets. Yeah. Maybe the hat? Yeah, honestly, shoes and hat. So they either have to look up here or down there. Solid choice. Hear me out. Order a second pair of the shoes, Nin. Put them together, like the insides, basically, like the inside of the feet, put them together, and then figure out how large your head is and cut a hole for the shoes, and then put the shoes on your feet, and then put the shoes on your head as a custom hat as well. And then you could basically have the toe box be the visor. Peanut's playing RuneScape. Is Peanut still going crazy like that? I feel like I haven't heard a lot about Peanut lately. Of course, he's still fucking massive. But I feel like I haven't heard as much lately. Which, of course, once you get that large, you're set for life. Dude's rich as fuck anyways. But I also think he's just kind of like trying to increase his total reach as a content creator by going to a bunch of different games and branching out to different genres type shit. Because once you're that large, variety is what you want to do because it just snowballs you. And sitting in one place, once you've reached the entire market share of a game, it doesn't make sense to just sit there with the continued market share unless there's a reason to go back. So large content creators to that degree, they go place to place to place to place to place to place. And like, they'll check out new games in the first place because yes, they like gaming. But at that size, you are absolutely looking at it as a business, and if you don't think that Peanut has people that are running his side like a business and he is not running his side like a business, brother, every single content creator that is that large has management and has people with them. Queso is going to have people that are advising him on what to do. He might do his own thing, but people have teams at that level, dog. People do not work alone. They are businesses. And we're talking like solid cap businesses. There are streamers that have enough to be traded as like penny stocks, effectively. Now, there will absolutely be people that go around. He's been playing Sands of Sophie game, as a lot of content creators have. So have like Tim the Tap Man and a bunch of other content creators that kind of like delve into that shit from time to time. I think I saw some on it. Yeah, a lot of people go into that. But again, large content creators, and again, I'm not even trying to hate, I just like looking at the economics of how content creators move because it makes sense. And it's different when you're small versus large, because when you're that large and you're at the top of every directory and you go somewhere and it's almost like this unexposed market share, you throw your name out there and people that may have heard of you in passing, right, will now click because they're like, oh, so and so is actually in our game. Wow. And then it's a big deal. And then you access more of a market share than Peanut would if he was still, say, in Arc Raiders. With everything that's happened with Arc Raiders. There's absolutely a, you know, a method to the madness of how some people move. But there's also a massive amount of freedom once you're there to move how you want to. At that level, it's not a level of, oh, is this gonna kill the channel completely or not? You have a lot of freedom. Now, there is also the motivation when you're that large to keep snowballing and shit. But at the end of the day, there is so much freedom as you get larger and more, you know, more of a business side. Like all three versions. Simpington. Simpington. Oh, also, Sauce, we were talking about Nin's shoes earlier. He ordered a pair of purple dunks. And we're discussing how anytime there is purple that gets to be too much in a fit, you turn it into this. So you gotta be real careful about purple in fits, or you about to find yourself grimace the fuck up, bro. You about to be finding a shake named after your ass. I swear to God. Purple's too bright on the dunks to me. I feel like purple is hard to make work in outfits without looking like either grimace or looking like somebody that has 3 kids, pays child support for none of them, and probably just plays iPad gacha games all day and spends child support payments on looking at, you know, pixelated titties. I just sometimes get rough vibes from purple outfits, but that's also, I don't know, maybe some like repressed memories or some bullshit. I'm not quite sure what powers that side of things, I will say. Nin the pimp. Bro, I swear to God, he shows up with like a cane and shit. He'll be going fucking absolutely different on that shit, I swear to God. Like any shoe, depends on the fit. It also depends on the person wearing it, bro. I'll be real, like, some people just, like, look weird in certain things. And I don't mean to sound weird, but, like, some people don't look good in super baggy clothes. Because if you're super short and you wear incredibly baggy clothes, then you literally just look like a square or a bowling ball. So you kind of have to be able to wear, like, you know, not necessarily fitted stuff, but you can't wear something that's like, you know, Jenko jeans in the 90s type shit, or you look like you just came out the Kanye and Lil Pump I Love It music video. So there's a certain element of like, rock your shit, but if you show up looking like an actual goddamn cube, then I'm gonna start calling you Cubert. But me, with my lanky ass, I wore skinny jeans for a while. And they weren't skinny by choice. They were skinny because I have thick thighs. I liked my skinny jeans, but at a certain point, Carla was like, with your proportions, you may end up enjoying how you look in baggier pants. And I was like, let me give them a shot. Turns out I look drippy as fuck. They were skinny by choice. They were slim fit jeans. And it was because my legs are large. Random intrusive thought, but Kanye failed almost every artist he tried to promote, barring Big Sean. I think in terms of promotions, Lil Wayne and Birdman do not get enough respect with YMCMB in the number of generational artists that they started at YMCMB. Actually, Carla and I were talking about this. Jay-Z at Rockefeller Records has done a great job as well, but his era was before that. I also don't know that they platformed as many rappers that just end up being astronomically large. But yeah, no, I agree. I think Kanye's goal wasn't necessarily, though, to like promote a bunch of people. Designer for Love? I mean, hear me out. If your first song or your first major song is a feature with Kanye, you're probably gonna fall off after that because you're gonna get exposed to a massive community and not everyone's gonna translate to your solo work. Lil Pump still made a shitload of money before he fell off. Hold on. Lil Pumpernickel. Lil Pump had an $8 million contract with Warner Records, primarily because of Gucci Gang, He has an estimated net worth of 12 million, which, like, hear me out. I'd take that. I'd take that. Designer, I still stand on this. Designer tried to, okay? Designer tried to play too much into the mumble rap bullshit and ad-libbing, and I genuinely, if you dig deep enough in Designer's discography, you can find verses where Designer actually raps instead of just ad-libs, and he was actually not the worst in terms of a, you know, bars and flow and delivery to listen to. I think he actually could have gone further than being known for Grrrr! Ke! Panda. 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 Panda, 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 panda. Like, I listen to this Playboy Cardi. Bro, I skip Playboy Cardi when it comes on a car. Like, I can't stand, like, bro, I don't like Playboy Cardi's music. It's annoying for me to listen to. I like Young Jeezy. Young Jeezy's old now. Whoops. I wasn't prepared for that. Young Jeezy isn't even Young Jeezy. Google Young Jeezy. Hold on, peep. Ready? You Google Young Jeezy. Deadass, he just Jeezy, bro. Literally. Jeezy now. That's it. He literally took away the young. He is actually just Jeezy, bro. He's old now. He's 48 years old. Ain't nothing young about that shit. So yeah, that's a little bit of a side note. You know a crazy fact though. You want to know what's absolutely wild? Everybody looks at Young Jeezy and, you know, that era like it is completely separated. Young Jeezy is 48 years old, and people say he's pushing into old fart territory. Future is 42 and turns 43 in November. Yet people are out here bumping Future like at their high school and shit. Future is as unk as Jeezy is, but people are treating Future like he's this within 5-year generational talent that just came out. Future's fucking old. I'll say it. Future looks a bit rough and acts 22. Future also kind of looks old at times, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, there are absolutely moments in time where you're like, all right, Future's 40. Shakira's 49, and she just dropped another World Cup banger. Well, those hips don't lie. Like, at all. Whatsoever. Those shits tell a goddamn story. An absolute goddamn story. I'd lick her belly button. Oh, dude. I would have her spit in a cup so I could mix my creatine into her spit. And then I would have her smash the cup up against my face, mix the spit with everything that was spilling from my forehead as she smashed the cup upon my face and degraded me, and then have her slap me until my face started sweating to dilute the creatine more until I were able to drink the creatine. Okay, buddy? Well, I'd let her do it to you too. I feel like there's a Shakira agreement that's made. That song came out 21 years ago. What, Hips Don't Lie? It's crazy how relevant and timeless it is, though. Like, early music had a huge potential. Because a lot of music right now is just like pop culture references and shit, right?
Nothing can bring me down.
And rapping about hips, everybody's gonna have hips probably for the foreseeable future. And a lot of people are gonna think that their ass is way nicer than it is. Hips Don't Lie was a fucking low-hanging fruit that I'm shocked like nobody else got to or anything. Kesha TikTok's still a banger. Well, except for the whole like Diddy line. But also I think she changed it to like fuck P. Diddy or something. But even still, that aged a little bit poorly. There were quite a few rappers and just like artists in general that had like Diddy references in their music, because at one time Diddy was one of the most influential people in music. Literally like one of the most influential people in music. And a lot of people would give him shout outs within his or within their music. And then you just like I'd just be listening through different songs and shit. And I know like just a lot of general like artists that had that shit. I'd just be listening along to a song and I'd be like, oh damn, that did not age well. That line was probably a lot different back then. You know what's aged poorly about the song, Kesha? Why did Kesha get into crack? I feel like really one of the only things that gets celebrities with how much money they have is like the fucking Fent type shit. I feel like once you get into that element of it, it gets a little bit hairy out there, because there's so much that comes in once the Fent's involved, where you kind of lose a lot of you lose a lot of the whole like work you've done to not age type shit, because the Fent ages you like crazy, man, like crazy. Our glorious commander has died. This is the end as we know it. She had a rough go. She can still sing though. Does Miley Cyrus still do crack and shit? What's she doing nowadays? Because I feel like for a while, she was on some shit. I'm 30 years old and I still have never heard AO put that Kendrick on. I have no idea how you have never heard anybody say to put Kendrick Lamar on. I do not even know what that claim is. That is absolutely fucking crazy. I believe that about shit like Cardi, but you must not talk to anybody, dog. I'm gonna be real. Not a whole once.
Rebound.
Kendrick Lamar is the most decorated rapper in Grammy history, holding 27 Grammy Awards. Huh. Huh. Huh.
Stand your ground.
Huh. Right. 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 I've been nominated 66 times, by the way. Speaking of, is this Jesus Walks Bardcore? More to instrumental than Bardcore. Little research will show that Kidda also won the BET Award. Was Kendrick's entire sold-out tour also rigged? Were all of Kendrick's #1s also rigged? It was media pushed. Brother, don't ride Drake's penis so hard that you start conspiracy theories about Kendrick to try to discredit one of the most talented musicians that's existed in rap recently. Like, he's just not as big as he seems right now. Kendrick, he's absolutely as large as he seems right now. Kendrick literally had a global anthem in multiple global anthems within his singular album that he dropped. That is incredibly rare. Drake dropped 3 and has Janice Shut the Fuck Up. That's it. And it took him 3 albums. That's your king. Kendrick had multiple global anthems. GNX gets no plays. Are you talking about streams? Because GNX sold out stadiums, got a Super Bowl feature,
Rebound.
and quite literally has more exposure than all of Drake's recent albums have gotten outside of Drake's fandom. And you're looking at streams. Streams can be botted and manipulated a hell of a lot easier than a fully sold out stadium tour can. If we talk about stream numbers, that's an entirely different discussion. Duh, had a bot farm. Brother, everybody has bot farms. That's why Not Like Us was deleted and re-uploaded. Brother, you're going so tinfoil hat, please. I need you to Google Drake penis and you can watch it there instead of slobbering over it. I swear to God, I don't even know how you got on insulting Kendrick's music, but like, you literally just randomly started insulting somebody else when we were talking about something completely different. If you want to ride Drake's actual sausage, you can look it up. He posted it on Twitter. But for the love of God, chill the fuck out, dude. Nobody actually gives this much of a shit. And you fanboying over Drake this fucking hard. I'm not even fanboying over Kendrick. I'm just presenting the fact that Kendrick is incredibly relevant still. And you trying to shit on him just makes you look like a 12-year-old Drake fanboy. He's my GOAT. Well, cool. Stop fucking idolizing him and having every breath that comes out of your mouth be about Drake. And if you want to be on his penis, look it up on Twitter because he posted it there and you can actually jerk off to it. That's my final take on it. Don't just come in here and start shitting on stuff to shit on stuff, bro. That's not how we work here. Like, I just said about Peanut. You literally came in randomly shitting on Kendrick Lamar in the middle of a discussion. You said out of nowhere, hold on, I'm gonna pull you up because you keep wanting to go on about this. But you literally, for no reason out of nowhere, nobody even prompted you in this discussion, said, I'm 30 years old and I still have never heard Put That Kendrick On. Brother, you came in just trying to go fucking crazy and have like a weird take. Like, go literally slob on Drake's dick in somebody's chat that actually cares. I'm trying to play fucking video games here. I do feel like this is Stan Twitter, and I'm trying to disarm it, but for whatever reason, I'm dealing with Drake's giant cock slobberer here. I don't understand it. Like, brother, just enjoy the fucking music. I don't get it. I've been to 3 different concerts that were all phenomenal concerts. I don't get why everybody has to try to tear shit down instead of just not saying anything. Nobody was even on the topic of Kendrick Lamar. And then we just throw out shade to throw out shade. I don't get it. It's the weirdest thing for me. Like, I love you, but goddamn.
Nothing can bring me down.
Just topic of music. We weren't even shitting on stuff. We were talking about hips don't lie.
Together, strong.
Yo, kiddo, thank you for 6 months, dog. Like, we're literally talking about Shakira, bro. Listen, I get that you love Drake. I understand. I still put Drake on in the car sometimes. I made it through most of Janus STFU today before I got tired of it because it feels soulless and uninspired compared to Drake's older stuff. But genuinely, it's not that deep. You go back to Shakira spinning in a cup or something. For the love of golly. For the love of golly. Bro, this is why I'm very careful to try to not get too IRL with my streams, because people can't just, like, whether it's basketball, whether it's music, whether it's anything IRL, people can never just be like, oh, you like this, I like this, oh, that's cool. It always has to be, I like this and what you like is fucking stupid and bad and dumb and this is dog shit. And we always have to detract from others instead of just being like, oh, what do you like about this? And I miss the days when we promoted everybody liking shit and everybody expanded their catalog and didn't try to just detract from like, oh, well, I've never heard anybody say they like this whatsoever. Oh, well, this person only won because it's rigged. I didn't think I said that. Brother, you said he's only the most winning Grammy artist, like most Grammy winning rapper in history because the Grammys are rigged in his favor. And he ran bot farms. Like, that is tinfoil hat that is only meant to detract from things instead of celebrating one of the greatest musical talents that has literally existed within the genre that we are discussing. It's just a dumb mentality where you're spending your time trying to hate on things instead of trying to just enjoy what exists. And I'm gonna be real, I listen to Kendrick Lamar, I listen to J. Cole, I listen to Drake, I listen to a ton. Macklemore won a Grammy same year Good Kid, Mad City. Yeah, and hear me out. Macklemore literally had one of the largest songs in the entire world at the time. Yeah. I know it's crazy how even things that are not necessarily 20-year long lasting, but relevant within that time can win Grammys. If we look back at Grammy wins all time, even the first set of Grammys, there are things that don't have relevance today as historical figures that have won Grammys because they were zeitgeist in their performance at the time. Like, we can shit on Macklemore all we want. We can say it was meme music akin to Lil Dicky more than it was serious rap. But, like, he did numbers around that time. Now, I will say, I also disagree with it. Hear me out. I'm also not out here saying Macklemore my GOAT. But I also don't think it's completely heinous to think that a global sensational song won over Good Kid, Mad City. Which, hear me out, at that time, Kendrick Lamar was relatively regarded as a niche rapper that hadn't been relevant, but hadn't broken into the mainstream nearly in the way that he or rap music at the time did. At that time, the Kanye Wests and the Jay-Z's and that era were still, your Waynes, were still at the point of eclipsing a lot of your newer generation that hadn't transitioned over. Back when Cole was dropping Warm Up, and like back when Cole was in mixtape era, just because that shit might have aged beautifully, doesn't mean that it's not, you know, that it was super relevant then. Both winning because you're talking about them. I love celebrating music and musicians. Personally, I love talking music, and like I have my albums that I dislike. But I'm also not just like, I dislike this entire artist because they're dog shit and because I fucking hate them. I didn't like Drake's 3 newest albums, most of them, because they felt uninspired compared to a lot of his music, which I still bump happily in the car and sing along every word to. And I have a fond appreciation for a lot of his music, as I do with other people's. I personally think that music and art should be celebrated, and music is a form of art. The second we lower our field of view to certain things because we consider ourselves fans of others, it becomes nothing more than sports teams. Rage Against the Machine is literally an agenda. Okay, here we go. Most music is to some sort, but you can also choose to completely ignore that and just say words and enjoy the beat. But yes, I think we often underestimate how intelligent musicians and artists actually are. And we just think, haha, man put word on paper and then spit into mic. But there is often a far deeper message being conveyed than many of us even pick up on, or a genius lyric write-up could pick up on, or anything along those lines. Which is kind of what I love about music, you know? There are so many ways to interpret it, and depending on who you are, depending on what you've been through, depending on where you are in life, that music could come through a million different ways for you, which I think is the cool part about it, right? If I listen to any album for the first time when I'm in a different place in life, that may have a complete... How many people are in here? May have a completely different take, you know what I mean? I think that's a cool part about music. And I understand, you know, preferences and tastes and stuff like that. And there's music that I myself don't bump in the car every day, right? That's a big thing. But I think I try my best to not let my preferences and what I really, really enjoy as my favorites get in the way of exposing myself to new things that I may enjoy. And I try to go into things, you know, with an open mind and open heart. Just because people have beef in real life doesn't mean I have to take on the beef of them. That's what the people that are within their actual groups are for. And I'm gonna be honest, Kendrick, Drake, Kanye, Eminem, Macklemore, Lil Wayne, 2 Chainz, Paul Wall, fucking Coolio, none of them pay me. None of them have me in their camp. I don't give a shit who's beefing with who. Bro, I have Tupac and Biggie on the same playlist. It's crazy, isn't it? And I think what will be said and done with every era of music and art is once people are dead and we're no longer receiving their music and their catalogs are done, everybody will look back on what existed and they'll be like, damn, maybe we should have been a little bit less one side or the other. Because there are people that were a part of the Tupac and Biggie feud, the East Coast, West Coast, that after Tupac and Biggie were both gone and were no longer producing music and their gangster rap era had died, they were like, man, maybe I should have enjoyed all this shit a little bit more thoroughly. And they still have their rivalries and they still have their allegiances, but at the end of the day, they use it as something to look back on a very fond era. And I might be thinking like an old head here, but I think there's a certain wisdom that old people have for a reason, and them going through it and being like, hey, young man, make sure you take everything in and enjoy it, and don't spend your energy hating, because someday you'll look back. Bro, I'll be real, there's some validity to that shit, and I think it's the same thing with music. That's why I love going to concerts so much now, and honestly, Carla and I have been having a blast, even though Carla's going to a lot of, like, you know, rap shows with me, because that's my favorite thing. We also want to get into shows that she enjoys. We just haven't had any, like, K-pop shit that's going around right now. So there's, like, you know, there's a certain joy that comes from sharing that music and just enjoying that shit. But I don't know. I like what music provides as a whole. And I think there's so much potential to appreciate everything that's here. And there are typically many more reasons to, I think, enjoy something than there are to hate something. But decorated for a couple of years and then just left before the drop was done. Do you think that the amount of money that they got from Raging Against the Machine made them a little bit less angry at the machine? Just random questions up. Because hear me out. I too would rage against the machine unless that machine were paying me a substantial amount of money. And then that machine would probably have a little bit more tolerance just within my personal, you know, frame of things. I have a certain guesstimate that when it's really all said and done, the machine might not be the bad guy in his total story anymore. He might be friends with the machine now. I don't know what's going on our backside. Bro, there's no way that we're actually kind of cleaning this, right? Like, just absolutely none? What is happening? We have 6 in this group. Surely there's another private tag. Okay, we have more than 6. Oh, there's some green over there too. Okay, that makes sense. Turn. Turn. Where, brother? Turn with me, green rear. Okay, I'm trying to turn, big dog, but like we're not turning. I don't know if we're turning. I don't know if we're not turning. I can't move. Everything's fine. Uh-huh. 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 I'm with it. I'm with it. Pew. No Fortnite. Wasn't Rage Against the Machine. Gonna do a comeback tour with Method Man and Bone Thugs, and then 2020 happened. I don't follow that closely, were they? Did they have shared discography with Method Man and or Bone Thugs, or was it gonna be 3 different sets?
Nothing can bring me down. Defense, then offense.
I do like this guy's movement. Look at that shit. Brother's got like the constant pings for us. I feel like I'm following a lit highway right now. This shit's actually kind of wild. I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know where this lad came from.
So you were just
But he's
playing.
harbinging and he's loving it. I think it was just Super Tour. It's just like 3 independent sets. Interesting. Interesting. The last 3... Bitch. The last 3 concerts that I went to have all been very, very, very different, if I'm being completely real. Because it was the Kendrick and SZA one at Allegiant in Vegas. And that was kind of like a shared tour, you know, so they were going back and forth doing split sets. Awesome show, but they also had some carryover discography where that worked out really well. And then it was Kanye, and he was just completely by himself. No opener, no noise until the show started. Literally just quiet, his discography, some of it, and then leave. Back to quiet. And then it was 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne. for the Carter 20th anniversary tour. And Lil Wayne didn't show up, so that one was also quite quiet. That one was also incredibly quiet. At least during Lil Wayne's set. 2 Chainz's set actually fucked. I still stand on the business. 2 Chainz put on a really good show. I would unironically go see 2 Chainz perform as like, you know, as an opener and a feature for yet another show. 2 Chainz was really fucking fun to see, and I stand on that business until the death of me. But that's aside the point. That's aside the point.
I did that.
I actually had a lot of fun at 2 Chainz, by the way. It sucks that Lil Wayne didn't show up. But I'll be real, we refunded our tickets. I don't know if I told you guys. We had the option. Oh! Oh, fuck! Ah! Leave me alone! Jesus Christ! Bro, I had my hand off my keyboard. So we had until, I think it was today was the last day to refund. But Lil Wayne, after no showing, said he was coming back on the 28th. And we're looking at it as a matter of like, all right, realistically, what do we get that we haven't already seen? Right? Because we go there, we saw multiple hours of the DJ sets, right? Because the DJs were just chilling and playing and shit. Saw multiple hours of DJ. We saw 2 Chainz for like an hour and a little bit of change. And it's like, okay, what else is there? Right? What else is going on? What is the show? Now it's just like, do we go back and see, what would we get? Would we get Lil Wayne coming out and putting on a good show by himself? It's just like him exclusively. Is he going to have 2 Chainz with him? Is Mr. Chainz going to come out and put on another, you know, a banger show on the second end of things? Is it going to be a lot of features? Is he going to bring out, like, you know, a ton of people out here, right? Just in general. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I'll be completely honest. So we looked at some of the, how do I say this? We looked at some of the performances from his tour so far. They were not looking good. Like, they were not looking good at all. Now, interesting note, by the way, hear me out. Lil Wayne is celebrating his 20th anniversary tour right now. Lil Wayne is regarded as kind of ancient within the rap scene. Lil Wayne is 43 years old. Future turns 43 in 4 months. Lil Wayne and Future are within a year of each other in age. And Lil Wayne is doing a 20th anniversary tour while Future is absolutely blasting a bunch of current features and songs out and is dropping an album this Friday that's probably going to perform quite well. Really interesting difference in careers there. I also think Future is weirdly old and people don't call that out. Like, he's really old for a rapper to be saying the shit that he's saying. I feel like he should probably be talking about like a 401k and his percent yield and like, I don't know, mowing his lawn and maintaining that. But Future's a pillar in his community. He brought up a lot of rappers. Yeah, and his, I still think Future is one of the better features that you can have from a, you know, a modern rapper on a song. I feel like a lot of rappers have their own unique style, but I feel like a lot of modern rappers are confined to just that style, just that flow, and they're not very adaptive. And I think Future is able to put out multiple different types of features while still being Future, where it's an incredibly impactful feature to have on a song, not even talking about like his platform size or anything like that. I feel like he's just able to make a lot of different things work in the songs that he's on, Which is cool. I'm actually kind of excited to give a listen to his album on Friday. I don't know what to expect. And I'm not quite sure what it's actually going to consist of. All I know is that I will be listening before stream. And if it's ass, I will tell you why it is ass. I don't want to help you. I feel like I should not have to help you. But if it is ass, you will hear directly why I think it is ass from the man himself. Me. We'll be up tremendous. Guardy, are we about to go blast? Why is this guy in here with, like, nobody else just running around with a random tag? I'll be real, kind of my largest question right now. Oh my god. We can kind of cook people. What the fuck? Let's feel special. Listen, this guy's one of the better tags we've run with. I'll be completely honest, I trust this motherfucker. He is actually making really good plays, target calls, movement, all of that shit. Like, he drops target call, we focus target call, we all go crazy off of target call. Oh. I think they realize we have 6 people. I feel like they realize we're slightly down on numbers right now, boys. We are slightly down horrendous. Just realized that was you. 12 small but fierce warriors. Ready to take on any challenges, Conqueror. Any challenges. We've been kind of poking at the back line a little. Alright, hold on. I will be right back. Un momento. I love you all. Except Drake enjoyers. Kidding, by the way. Dusty need to check out MO2. I'll check out your ball sack if you look left and cough, you little bitch.
I chose you.
Bring that one down. Bring that one down.
Good day.
I thought about your mothers.
Ow. I just smacked the fuck out of myself with my headset. Bitch. I hate that so much. That hurt. I smacked the fuck out my lip. Oh my god. To be fair, I think Dusty would go hard on MO2. I mean, hear me out. I don't doubt that I would have fun with many different titles. It's just a matter of, if I'm being honest, what's my long-term investment? Because I only have so many hours to stream on a, on a daily basis. And while I very much want to be, enjoying what I'm playing, I also kind of have to think about the validity of, this is going to be here in like 10 years for me to stream type shit, because I want to stream for 10 years. And I'd like to not have to go through the uncertainty of variety all the time. That shit was actually very stressful for me. So, I've been saying a lot, like, while Guild Wars is maintaining its, its hype and its momentum and everything like that, right? I'm enjoying Guild Wars a lot. The combat system is very difficult to grasp at first, and I think there can very much be a feeling of uselessness for players when you don't know what you're doing. But I also think at a certain point, when you truly start to grasp the combat, there's a certain level of depth to it that I think a lot of people don't give it the most credit for, which kind of makes me sad that people sell that shit short. But I will say I've really started to enjoy it. I'm getting into the point where I'm investing, a lot of time, and I'm starting to understand a little bit more too. Or what are we doing? Brody just be counting shit constantly. I don't know what's going on there, but he's like conditioning us through his counting. We don't move unless he counts. Guild Wars 2 is old. Guild Wars 2 is good, but old. Guild Wars 3 is nice, but 3 years out or so. Guild Wars 3 public beta testing is 1.5 years out. Traditionally, ArenaNet takes we'll say 3 to 6 months between beta and 1.0. So like off of that, we can deduce that it's probably 2 years out, and even until then, Guild Wars 2 is old in the sense that it's existed for a long time, but content is constantly being updated, and they're dropping expansions, there's brand new content, and they have dedicated teams that are gonna continue bringing new expansions out yearly, updating the old content. Like, they're going through expansion by expansion and revamping a lot of the content that's in the game over the course of the next year plus to make sure that it's relevant even as it continues. And then once Guild Wars 3 launches, they're bringing that as a continued state, which is kind of solid. I really like their approach to things, which is, quite nice. There's a lot of security with this, where again, if I were just thinking about things as someone that was, gaming with nothing else on the line, then I'd have a little bit more freedom to maybe go hop into things for a day or two, check it out, see if it's stuck type shit. But that can actually be really detrimental to streams, especially streams of my size. And there's not really much, you know, much I can do about that outside of continuing to try to grow stream as much as possible to get to the point where I have the freedom to do that without worrying if I'm going to be able to pay rent or whatever. So, oh, excuse me. There's definitely that level of it, right? And with Guild Wars, again, it might be old, new to me. I've never played it. So if you've never, you know, you've never driven a car before, 2004 car is your first car, that car is still going to be dope as fuck to you. So I come into Guild Wars 2 with 0 hours of experience, and people have put in, you know, tens of thousands of hours of content, which I think is something remarkable for me to look forward to, you know what I mean? So for me, I got like the new to me car. It might not be the craziest car as people are driving down the road. And I think there are definitely people that are kind of like, Dusty, what are you actually enjoying about this so much? Why are you so into it? But to me, I haven't played this combat system before. I haven't really experienced, you know, I haven't experienced what Guild Wars actually offers. And it's really fun for me because this is giving me the same enjoyment in an MMO that a brand new MMO would give because it's the same thing. So, more views, following the meta is going to get you more views. That's not true at all. Neither of those things are actually true. Hear me out. I appreciate the advice, but I wouldn't tell you how to do your job. Streaming is far from just views, and views do not pay well at all until you get to the point of multi-million views. And following the meta as a content creator with a smaller platform is not going to get you views because you have to have name recognition and stand out to get views in the meta, which just isn't a thing for smaller content creators. So chasing those things is like rough. You have to keep in mind there's saturation in markets, and even just talking about it strictly from the business side, it's never really recommended for small streamers to go into large directories to try to take hold. Think World of Warcraft, think like, you know, we go into, I'll just pull up Twitch. And we'll find browse. And we'll go to the meta right now, Mecha Chameleon. Say I'm running Mecha Chameleon, and I have 100 viewers right now. I'll be in like this range. And that's with Mecha Chameleon being pretty front-loaded as well, just because there's a very high view, you know what I mean? There's like a certain element of you need to make sure that you're seen, which is the big thing. Jumped around, still have 600 follows, and I don't follow shit. So, Bruja, brother, I do this as a job. 600 follows, I'm so proud of you, but like, I can't build a career off 600 follows, big dog. And followers do not translate to like, not even that it's baby, but like you're looking at the wrong shit. I'm gonna be completely a buck with you. So, for me, right, at my size, I don't get by on ad revenue because of people just watching. I don't get by off of brands paying me a shitload of money. When you're a streamer, you either average 5,000 or more average viewers, or you get by because of people's generosity, gifting you subs, donating bits, donating money to you, or you just don't have bills and you live with your parents and don't have anything, right? And there's like, I jump you because I like you. Well, no, I know it's all well intended. I know it's all well intended, which is why I'm giving you like my full breakdown. I love you guys, and I know everybody just wants to see me blow up and shit. But like, I also need y'all to have confidence in me that I'm doing, you know, what I know is best. Bro, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Like, I know you guys just want to see what's best for me. And that's also why I'm very comfortable talking to you guys openly. Oh my God, Hoofsy. Bruja, thank you for the 10. Hoofsy, thank you for the 5. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. But again, that's why I'm able to do this. I'm not large enough to where I'm in the snowball. We were actually, Bruja, it's funny you come in now and mention this. We were talking about this a little bit earlier with Peanut. Burnt Peanut, you know what I mean? And with Burnt Peanut, it's like he's large enough to where he can go around and snowball, and because he has so many viewers and he makes money off ads, and you know, if a game ever wants to sponsor him, it's tens of thousands of dollars, right? When you're at that level, right, that's actually a level of you can do whatever, go wherever, and you're making enough money even if you lose 50% of your viewership. If I lose 50% of my viewership, first things first, Jox, thank you for the follow. First things first, right? Like, I'm dropping way down any directory that I'm at because I don't have enough of a lead, so to say, to actually afford losing 50% of my viewership and still being relevant. So it starts to fall off a little bit. And in terms of like, you know, in terms of just going to the hype cycle of things, it can be a little bit rough. So that's the big thing. I don't know what I came into, but ride and die, motherfucker. You didn't know what Ashes is burning, you did good still. Well, so keep in mind, Ashes is also something that, like Oni said, it was an incredibly scarce market. I enjoyed Ashes, which also helped a lot. I don't stream things I don't enjoy, and what I've always said is like, Drox, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate you. My motif for streaming is that I will never chase money. I will chase joy, because everything that I do so far and everything that's got me here off streaming has been off joy. My pure joy of New World made people want to tune in. Not because of the fact that New World, when I was, you know, getting larger and New World was the most poppin' thing. Player base was going down, my stream was going up because I genuinely enjoyed it when everybody else was just burning out. With Ashes, my joy of Ashes of Creation and my enjoyment of things is what got me here. And different content creators do different things, and different communities are built on different things, to the point where my community is built on me being a persistent, transparent person, which is what I enjoy. And my joy, what I'm saying? Well, so are you trying to assume what I'm having fun with? Because, like, hear me out. I'm telling you that I really enjoy playing Guild Wars. So, like, my thing, again, it's my joy of gaming. It's the fact that I will never let my moves be dictated by, I think this will generate me more money. Because, one, a move doesn't generate me money. Chat deciding to take out their credit card and gift subs generates me money, you know? I'm gonna be completely transparent. I don't make ad revenue. Like, I make ad revenue, but my ad revenue doesn't even cover my rent. That's getting into sub money. So, I don't have that. I don't have brand partnerships where I'm making hundreds or thousands of dollars a month off of brand partnerships. I don't have that. So if I had that as a content creator, it'd be a different level of it, right? And I may focus on different things. And when you get to the level of being a macro content creator, where it's like somebody gifts 1,000 subs, oh, thank you so much, that 1,000 gifted subs this month is 1/100th of what I'm making. Amazing, thanks so much, that's a drop in the bucket. For me, somebody gifts 100, and that's like a month-changing amount of money, where 100 gifted subs, that's $600 before discounts. Discounts come in, split comes in. We'll say 100 gifted subs, I take home like $350. That's a large stimulus to my month where I'm like, oh fuck. And if I'm just jumping around trying to chase viewers and only worrying about total viewer number, blah, 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 I'm focusing on the wrong shit. First things first, I'm not doing this for the money, you know what I mean? And that's like, that's my largest thing. If I were doing something for the money, I'd just go work a job, you know? Another game. Oh, I'm saying. Listen. I know that y'all mean well with this, but first things first, I think if somebody's happy with something, people need to practice just saying congratulations for being happy instead of trying to continue to push people into another direction. But I can just provide actual data saying that people are physically not here for just the game, right? So effectively, keep in mind, Ashes of Creation, post Ashes of Creation with World of Warcraft and whatnot. As much as people may say, you know, we're here for you, Dusty, we're here for you, Dusty, we're here for you, Dusty, there is absolutely an element of the game that I'm playing is a large determiner, determining factor of who will be here, how many people will show up, and what will happen. And keep in mind, Guild Wars hasn't even been the best for my viewership. I had better viewership when I was playing like variety, upcoming, in testing MMOs. And my viewership would be better if I continued to do variety stuff because people value my input on games because I play games autistically much and I learn very fast. But there's a level where, again, the Guild Wars 3 announcement has me excited, but also the prospect of me never playing Guild Wars 2 before has me even more excited because this game has so much history. How did I end up here? Wait, this isn't even my raid. I appreciate it. No, I know. Everybody always means well with it. Like, my community is one that, again, I wouldn't be here without my community support. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I'm very thankful to have a lot of people that truly want to see stream do well because I wouldn't be in a spot, that I am without that. But there's also an element of like, I know the games that I like. I'm also thinking years down the road. And at a certain point, you kind of have to, when you're looking at things long term, right? If I were going to a game with the intent of that game making me $100,000, then sure, that's a big business move, right? I don't make $100,000 in 2 years of streaming, dude. I don't clear that amount of money doing this shit. So for me, I'm looking at this as a standpoint of 10 years out. What could I see myself still enjoying in the event that I don't get big enough to just, do variety? And even then, do I want to do variety? Or do I want to have my community of people that, goes larger than me, providing a spot where everybody can log on a daily basis? And for me, my time in variety hasn't been as enjoyable as my time giving every single person a place to play. And I think really I want to be able to look 10 years out and I want to be able to see something in the future of the game that I'm playing. So with a lot of games, especially since Ashes died, New World died, and I looked at Ashes, and on an outside level, I was just like, oh, well, this game's fully funded. This game's totally gonna launch. It's definitely gonna make it there. And then it didn't. And so now I'm looking at every game and people come and they're gonna be like, Dusty, they're like, Dusty, you gonna play this? And I look at it and I'm like, I could play it for a little bit, get some views, but 2 years down the road, it's probably not even gonna be a played title, you know what I mean? And I did that for a couple months. I went over, I played some in-testing MMOs, and some of those aren't even probably gonna make it to launch. A lot of those have already lost their hype. Scars of Honor is currently running Discord polls and stuff that are getting tens of votes, and I literally mean tens. Forever today had like 20 viewers in the Twitch directory and has not a lot of players left, even with a new update coming in. There's just a certain level where I want to bring not only myself, but a lot of other people into something that we all enjoy and we all see a future with, because I see something so valuable in a community that goes beyond just, work, just being at home. This is actually a place outside of that shit, you know what I mean? And when I look at it like that, there's a certain element of, if I'm not enjoying what I'm doing, how the hell are people gonna enjoy spending their time here with me? You know what I mean? I gotta enjoy that. And again, I know everything everyone says is all love. And not everyone. Not everyone. Some people be hating ass motherfucking bitches. But most people spread an overwhelming amount of love to me. And I am so immensely grateful for that at all points in time. And again, I would be nowhere near the position that I'm in right now without that. And the only reason why I have this platform, this position, it is truly because of the position that you guys have given me. And again, I'm immensely grateful for that. I just, I have, and maybe it's the right choice, maybe it's the wrong choice, maybe it's not. Yo, big boy.
Apes together.
Thank you, T1 dog. I appreciate that. Much love, much love. I'm getting my shit kicked in here. I got a little separated from their clump, and I don't know if I'm gonna res. I think that's actually cleaning it up. Big boy, I appreciate you, dog. Much love, much love. I hope you're doing well today. And Thank you again for the T1, big dog. What you be up to? But, yeah, I don't know. There's just this... There's this level with everything where I see a future in Guild Wars for us. I see a lot of people that have come in, and when we went to WoW, for example, right? People literally said my soul was draining. It was actually accurate. But not only, like, my soul was dying, but our community's soul was also dying. People were getting less excited to log on every day for content. We had fewer people that were logging on every day, and a lot of the people that we brought in, you know, to play with us were simply put not there a few weeks in. And Guild Wars has been the opposite of that. We have players that are realizing they can play very casually, or they can play all the time, and it's good to come and go as you want to, get some content, and you don't feel like you have to play 10 hours a day. But with that, I'm noticing the total number of people that are logging on and the total number of people that are joining the guild, even a month after us being here, man, it hasn't slowed down. It's a really nice feeling. And of course, Guild Wars isn't in the largest hype cycle ever right now. It's, you know, I had a couple of weeks during the announcement, but after the announcement, keep in mind, I wasn't one of the people that got the hype off the announcement. That was the motherfuckers that actually play Guild Wars. That was your Guild Wars streamers, right? So, for me, I came in after that, and I've stayed past that because I really actually believe in the future of Guild Wars, and I'm having so much fun with it right now. So, for me, I'm probably not going to see much, like, growth in Guild Wars until closer to Guild Wars 3. I'll have to establish myself very heavily, and I'll have to work very hard to do that. So, log on to invite people as of late. You gotta get your grind in with people, man. Once you figure out what you want to be doing, there's, I think, something for pretty much everyone here. The thing about it is there's a lot of choice, and sometimes that choice can be a little bit overwhelming to a certain extent, where that choice can reach a point where you feel you have too many things to do, so you almost shut down and do nothing. And I hit that point like multiple times with Guild Wars so far. But every time I hit that point, I'm just like, you know, I remind myself, oh shit, we actually, you know, we can just do anything and keep progressing. We can keep pumping. We can keep working towards stuff. It's nice. Who's choose my favorite side MMO? I think for players that want it to be their main MMO, it has potential, especially if you're somebody that likes multiple forms of content. It presents that really well, and the ability to go, you know, form to form, so to say, hole to hole with it is really nice. But I also think it serves as an incredibly good relief valve to people's burnout. Now, keep in mind, part of that is because of ArenaNet's development philosophy, which they're very public about. And I actually didn't really know this until I started playing Guild Wars and hopped in and started researching more. But they're very communicative. They develop their games to solve players' pain points at different eras in gaming. So Guild Wars 1 was developed to solve pain points that players were having. Guild Wars 2 was developed to solve pain points that players were having. Guild Wars 3 will be developed around solving pain points that players are having. All three of those games will be completely unique, not only because of, you know, time changes, as well as the evolution of systems, tools, all of the availability of shit, right? But because pain points have changed over time as well. I lived. And as they continue to examine different pain points from different eras of gaming, and we see more modern pain points solved with Guild Wars 3, that's going to mean not only do their titles age well, but it means that their titles will be nice for people to come back to if they hit a point, and when they hit a point, a burnout on other things. So, community and devs growth as players and developers is why Guild Wars is how it is. The community is, I think, a very strong part, but I also think the community, I don't want to say like the community could be replaced by better new player tutorials because Guild Wars simply has too much, but I think the strongest part about the community that sets Guild Wars apart from other games. Like, I'm gonna be real, there are a lot of MMOs where you can find players to do pug content with and not really talk to them. But the community in Guild Wars being so helpful without shunning new players and people who don't know what they're doing is its largest strength. The Guild Wars community understands that people are humans instead of just fully optimized player bots that are supposed to never make a mistake and always know the exact optimal output of everything all the time. And I feel as though that's the community's largest strength. I do think the developers' growth as well, though, like you said, immensely important. They have hit points, and I've been reading into a lot of the, you know, the more friction-y points between developer and community, you know, among Guild Wars 2's lifespan. And it seems like anytime there's, you know, a big splash of negative feedback, they do a very good job to try to, you know, try to fix that. So, retail WoW, random dungeon finder requires yourself to sleep. Yeah, WoW is a little bit tragic. Don't PvP is in this game or anything like other games? Well, that's also because there are like 7 of them in all fairness. But yes, they've done a really good job, I think, as a community of self-preservation and realizing that onboarding new players and helping those new players understand only facilitates more of an opportunity for people to more of an opportunity for people to learn and enjoy the game as they go. I don't have any of them in my group, and if I die on tag exclusively. But I will give them everything I have even without being in their group. I will press every button capable in my kit, but I don't know that it's enough. If we die together, unfortunately. But I'm not in their goddamn group. They're running a private tag, and they're getting their shit pushed in, I think. It seems to not be going the smoothest right now, if I do say so myself. It seems as though there is a slight disconnect there. So hard to make a multi-generational game these days simply because different generations of gamers are looking for different things in their games. One thing that we all have in common, and that's we want developers to respect our time. I think Guild Wars 2, whether you love it or hate it, is another aspect of minimum. Yeah. I mean, there are certain people that, looking at it from the outside in with Guild Wars, and I myself was guilty of this, do not give it enough credit for how much, I don't want to say time-consuming grind can be possible, because time-consuming grind makes it sound very bad, but how much time you can put into something that is rewarding and is meaningful, like legendaries or world completion. So many different things along the way where you can spend impactful hours to get something that's actually a meaningful output. And I think a lot of games fail to have a good ratio for that. And with Guild Wars, it truly feels like old players that have existed the entire time, every time new content comes out, have things to grind for. You'll see a ton of new players come in anytime there's an update. Sorry, I should say returning players come in anytime there's an update. And then on top of that, when they bring in new players, since they haven't invalidated any content, their time from a new player coming in to leaving the game, providing they make it through like the new player, you know, intro phase, where you're most likely to lose new players, which is in, you know, onboarding first few levels type shit, first couple of days. I feel like it's gotta be better than average retention just because of how much content there is. And again, I think one of the largest, I don't want to say issues, but one of the largest hurdles for new players getting in is that there are so many choices. There are so many things that you can do, so many ways that you can spend your time. And it's an amazing thing, but it's also definitely a, you know, a factor of intimidation along the way. Brody, I don't think we have the numbers for this. I'll be real. I straight up don't think we have the numbers for this. Dusty, I want drip. How do I get it? Just get, make gold and buy? Depends on what drip you want. So, like, a lot of drip, if I'm being real, your drippiest of drip, that'll come from legendaries, which are very, 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 very long-term, highest rarity item grinds type shit. But there are also a lot of skins that you can get. That's gonna be make gold buy skins, or you can actually get the skins. Excuse me, who's yawning? You can actually get the skins from various various sources. Now, depending on what you're looking for, that's also gonna change that a little bit. But depending on what drip you're looking for, man, you can earn it in a myriad of ways. Now, gold and buying shit is obviously gonna be like the easiest, most consistent. That was me, I yawned. Rude as fuck, bro. I'm not even like really tired. I got up a little early today, but just put me in a spin cycle, I swear to God. That shit cooked me. And now it's like, it's in my mental. I keep having little like baby half yawns. Yeah, fuck you too. Bro, I swear to God. I'm actually going to fill a pillow sack up.
Help! I don't have long.
With tiny baby rocks from the greater San Diego area. And I will use it as a flail on your greater Pinar region while you were asleep. Strag will watch. He will not stop me. Because Strag does not want to know what it's like to experience pain. You are alone. No one will save you. Your screams will not be heard.
It's okay. Stay close.
Watch your yawns. Watch that shit. Where can I sign up? Listen, the Airbnb is already booked up. I'm incredibly sorry, but we put that shit out there months ago. Your only opportunity would be bribing Hoofsy to basically share his bed with him. I think he's the most open right now. Other than that, it'd be like, I don't know, a freaky night with like Nin or Streg or something. But Nin's like dating girls or something, which is fucking sus. Streg's Canadian, and I don't think Canadians fuck on the first date, so it's a little strange of him, but we'll see what happens. Long story short, not a lot of room at the Airbnb anymore. We actually ended up going with a different Airbnb as well, just because it was going to be a closer vicinity to the venue and everything. No entry? Well, there doesn't have to be entry, but there can be a little bit of pressure on the outside. Just a little bit of like, you know, hey, I'm here type shit, you know what I mean? Who would have an open room? I don't think there are any spots, actually. Like, unironically, unless somebody shared a bed, there wouldn't even be an open room. Now, the interesting part is gonna be when tickets come out. And then, like, 20 people go, floor? No, we're not bringing more people to the Airbnb. Carla and I talked about that today, actually, where just, like, people that didn't reserve space, basically, aren't getting space. We've been talking about it since, unironically, the end of TwitchCon last year, which is now about 9 months. We had an Airbnb that had the capabilities to hold like 16 people or something that we couldn't find people to fill, even though we plugged it everywhere we could. So at this point, if anybody decides later that they want to go, then they have to find their own, like, you know, housing accommodations, which there are still Airbnbs, there are still hotels and stuff. But I'm gonna be real, my first year that I went with, you know, a group of friends. And Carla did not do the planning for that. And I spent $600 to sleep on a couch with Sergeant Stomps because I didn't book my stuff until later. So that's part of why, like, you know, last year we booked relatively, you know, decent time. But Carla knew we could do better. And since we were definitely going again this year, it was like, okay, let's make sure we book early. That sounds like a deal. 600 for a couch? Yeah, that shit lit. That shit lit. Only 600 for stomps on a couch. I know, he was near my feet too. We were basically 69ing the entire night. It was miraculous. The only thing is my feet reached his face, his feet reached my like belly button. So, you know, it was interesting. He could basically suck on my, oh, we're not gonna go on this. Anyways, long story short, it was not comfy accommodations my first year. So we paid a fraction of that year two to stay where we stayed, and it was much nicer accommodations. And honestly, like,
trying to retrain myself. I'm actually wearing a shock collar.
yeah,
But I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'm really
it's
trying
nice.
to retrain very quickly as efficiently as
I enjoy that shit.
Get out of the hole saying no's.
I love getting good deals and planning ahead. I know, I love your frugality. It's nice. It's very nice. Some people are like, oh my god, I love your BBL. I love your fake double D cup titties. No, I love that you love saving money. We'll find you that budget BBL at some point. Somebody will get rid of theirs. We just have to be patient. And then we'll have that good deal. It'll smell a little extra sweet. If we get that right deal. But yeah, no, Carlo loves planning. And the cool thing is, I hate planning and I love attending things that are planned out where I can just feel like a celebrity. And since Carla loves planning, and I like just following along with things that are planned that are cool experiences, and also we can, you know, basically consider myself the lowest list of celebrity possible. Like, not even D-list, like far lower than that. It's effectively like, you know, a few hundred people in the world may know me, but at the end of the day, it counts.
Stand your ground.
There are people that are waitresses that are larger celebrities, but that's okay. That's okay. At least I have a cool camera. See a waitress with a Sony A7 and a 50mm lens while they're working? I don't think so. I don't think so whatsoever. So, Carla plans out a lot of the trips. And TwitchCon this year, niche internet celeb. Dude, I never want to be a celebrity. I hate that shit. I say it as a meme, but like, being called like a celebrity or an influencer is actually my fucking nightmare. And I think, oh, Ashley Creation has returned. I think so many people that strive to be celebrities and influencers in today's day and age, especially internet people, are so fucking toxic. So toxic. That's where the cool word niche comes in. I just say I'm a video game person. If people ever ask what I do, I'm like, I work online, not OnlyFans. And they're like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, play video games. And if they care for elaboration, then I elaborate. If they go, oh, that's cool, then I'm like, yeah, it's a nice thing. I, you know, work from home. I don't elaborate too much. So I try to not get into it. It was weird though, talking to like banks and shit, but yeah, I'll come up with good terminology. Cause like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. Cause if I want like if I want a professional title, I can, nice, got here just in time to get my ass fucking turned inside out. Fucking showed up to try to join this commander tag that's running private, and I got pink socked out here. Let's say, just gonna make games. That's kind of rough right now. Oh yeah, I mean, that's yeah. If you're trying to make games right now, it's a goddamn shame. That's a tough thing to be in. That's a tough route, dog. I feel an immense amount of empathy for game developers right now. Indie devs thriving. Don't let the success of few distract you from the fact that more indie devs than ever are failing right now. And there are more titles launched on a monthly basis than there were on a 10-year basis if you go back 10 years. It's just the rate at which game development has happened is faster than ever, and it's exponentially increased. As such, the floor to get into game development has also increased. So with indie devs, yes, you absolutely have some that are popping off, but keep in mind, indie game developers now are SoundCloud rappers. There are a couple popular SoundCloud rappers that made millions. But man, most of those SoundCloud rappers were fucking ass. And some of them just ended up being dudes from your hometown that ended up never getting a goddamn job. And I think the exception to the rule is not the rule. And there are absolutely very successful indie devs, and, you know, so many successful long-term games have come from indie beginnings. But as... Yo, Scrib, thank you for following. What's up, dude? But as game development continues to go through its cycles, right? The ceiling of game development because of mega corporations with infinite amounts of money throwing hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars to, you know, make a game have all the bells and whistles possible, far surpassing anything that normal developers can even put out, further widens the gap between what's possible for most and what's possible for those with an excessive amount of money. So indie devs are going to have a harder and harder time because at a certain point they're only able to offer a C quality product when everybody else is offering A quality. The only thing is, do people want A quality? Is A quality too much? At a certain point, I think there is too much. A5 Wagyu is delicious, but if I give you a 64-ounce A5 Wagyu, you're not making it through that bitch. It's gonna be too rich. At a certain point, gaming can also become too rich. If you're thrown into game dev, what role do you think you'd excel at? Marketing, etc. accounts. A per DM consulting basis, because I wouldn't show up. I don't like jobs. I'll be real. Well, I give them a Ferrari when they want a Civic. Not everybody's gonna want that Ferrari, Mr. Huffington. Some people will just want to get from point A to point B. Community manager? No, fuck that. Community manager would be the worst job in human history. No, fuck that. I would actually rather take a 12 gauge. No, I'd rather take a double barrel shotgun. I would rather stuff my testicles, like pound them down and crumble them until they fit into each barrel of the shotgun, and then fire the shotgun off twice, absolutely rupture both of my testicles, and then from there sell my ruptured testicles on eBay, buy my own ruptured testicles, send them to myself, make a stew out of them, eat them, shit them out, send them into the ocean, find them in the ocean, get eaten by a whale, processed by the whale, run over by a boat. I'm actually wearing a shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'd rather do any of that, or all of that, than be a community manager. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. You could not pay me enough to be a community manager for any video game, because anytime some dumb fuck from the community came in and they were like, at developer, the servers are down, and there was a clear announcement that the servers were down, I would actually just ban them from the fucking Discord. They'd appeal it, and I would message them and say, no, go outside, you fucking inbred. And then I would just block them. I'm not a community manager. I'm not it. I don't have the patience for that, bro. I like streaming because I can be completely unfiltered and not have to deal with motherfucking Alabama Roll Tide having ass people that literally are just detriments. And keep in mind, that's the least painful thing that somebody could ever say. That's just the whole, why the fuck are you adding developers to tell them that you have a bug where if you move something in your inventory, it doesn't move because your inventory's full? Why are you messaging developers on Discord for that? Let them fucking work and just submit a ticket, you entitled fuck. For the love of God. I'm not a community manager. I have too many thoughts. There is literally a process for reporting a bug in game. Just because a developer from a game acknowledged that you exist once doesn't mean that they want you to DM them every time that you have a slight inconvenience throughout the day. A lot of them are too nice to say that, but I will literally say it for them. Stop bothering them and let them work their fucking job. I'll say it, bro. I'll say it. I will be the bad guy. It's like somebody comes into my stream for the first time, and then I instantly just start DMing them after stream because they said, hey, Dusty. And I talk to them like they're my best fucking friend, right? I hop off stream, And I'm like, yo, man, I just want to thank you so fucking much, bro. It was such an awesome time. What are you getting up to tonight? You know, what are you doing? I'm about to relax with Carla. We're actually watching this YouTube video right now. I sent him a link to a YouTube video type shit. It's like, no. No, that'd be fucking weird, man. Like, people literally act like them and game developers are friends. And, man, I don't want to throw shade. Because I just sound like a hating-ass motherfucker. But just because somebody that gets paid to keep tabs on people's streams and content because they work for the community side of a game engages with your content does not mean that they want to be your friend. I'm so sorry to every streamer that thinks the community manager that is saying hi in their chat is their best friend. But people that are on salary to provide reports around streamers is doing that. It's the equivalent of a waitress smiling at you when they come to your table. As they're not being paid to do that. Bro, I just don't get it. Like, people are shocked when I tell them that I don't talk to game developers in my DMs and that I don't have a bunch of developers constantly hitting me up and I'm hitting them up. Like, when we're playing Ashes, everybody would literally, like, it'd start with the half joke of like, oh, we'll tell so-and-so in your DMs that this is wrong. And I'd be like, brother, I don't message any of them. I let them do their fucking job. And people would be like, wait, you actually don't? And I'd be like, no. Why would I message them, brother? Like, with the exception of, like, the one from the team that I've met IRL, there's no reason for me to keep tabs with those people unless they reach out for anything, you know? I've had some interactions with, like, a couple of them. And, you know, I actually do consider one person from the actual team a dear friend and multiple others, you know, familiar at the very least. But it's not to the point where I'm, like, hitting these people up being like, oh my god, how's your job search, bestie? Oh my god, I miss you. And, man, let me tell you what. A lot of people think just because a developer hit them up once and said hello or checked in on something, it's like, oh my god, we're besties now. Smiling Waitress invokes fear in me ever since I saw Obsession in theaters. Carla and I haven't seen Obsession yet. I think it's, like, streamable now from home. We only go to theaters if it's truly something that's, like, banger and also she wants to go see it. You know, talk to devs? Fuck game devs. Bunch of fucking nerds. I wouldn't talk to them anyways. No, I'm kidding. I just don't bother people, man. I acknowledge that developers work and that they are trying to do a job in the same way that, you know, say I'm at a restaurant and it's not too busy and my server's just kind of shooting the shit and a conversation sparks up. I'm not gonna tell my server to fucking scram. I'm not gonna look at them and be like, can you get the fuck away from my table? I love talking to people, but if my server comes by and they're like, you know, hey, my name's Dusty, I'll be taking care of you today. I'm not gonna, when they're, you know, getting off work that night, hit them up and be like, yo, Dusty, man, I sat at your table today. It was fucking sick. You want to come out and drink and do some Molly with us, bro? Like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. If they were an amazing server, maybe I go back and I request to sit with them because they provided me with a great, you know, a great experience. But that first experience, I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna be showing up when they're off work and just hitting them up and being like, oh man, I'm so thankful that you waited on me today, bro. I could feel the energy in the universe that we were meant to be best friends off of this. We had a great conversation about your buffalo chicken tenders. And when you told me that you guys used Frank's diluted with butter as your wing sauce, I just about came through my pants, man. And it was because of you. Like, you are fucking amazing. And we need to be friends. I swear to God, man. I don't understand it, but it's like, Dev goes into streamer's chat and goes, hey man, do you have repro steps for this bug? And then the streamer's like, yeah man, me and this guy are best friends. I could hit him up at any point. And I'm like, brother, I bet if you called them right now, if your house was on fire, they wouldn't pick up. I bet you could be abducted. And your life is legitimately dependent on them answering a Discord video call. You probably dead. I'd pick up. Well, you'd pick up for me because I'm an A-list celebrity and you love me, as you should. As you should. You should all worship me. And also try to hit me up off stream. Don't try to hit me up off stream, by the way. Like 98% of you don't try to hit me up off stream. I don't even like it when Carla hits me up off stream half the fucking time. Most of our communication happens on stream throughout the day. If there's anything important, I tell her to get it out on the 8 hours that I'm fucking here. Off stream, I want peace and quiet, bro. We watch fucking YouTube videos and she shuts the hell up. It's gorgeous. Kidding, by the way. She's a goddamn yapper. They 700 spam calling Dusty on Discord. I'm gonna wake up to so many good morning messages tomorrow. I'm blocking you guys. Oh, God. No, and dude, hear me out. I think it's great to have positive relations with people where if something happens that warrants a check-in, it's amazing. But man, like everyday communication is something crazy. Like there are some of y'all that I've met IRL. Granted, I'm not the most like keep in touch all the time person in the first place, right? I call my parents and talk to my parents frequently. I have a couple of friends that I keep in touch with, but most of my friends, we go months without interacting. And then it's legitimately like, oh, hey, you in the area, shit, let's get food or something, right? Smoke a bowl or something, right? I'm not the most like keep in touch type of person, which is a me thing. But man, I get real creeped out by like the good morning text like we in a goddamn high school relationship. Bro, I do not want to have a fucking snap streak with you. I don't even go on my Snapchat anymore. I haven't gone on my Snapchat in like fucking 4 years. Probably longer than that. Like nobody goes on fucking Snapchat anymore. Like, snap streak with me? Daily streaks! Make sure you guys subscribe for off-stream updates and lifestyle coverage that you can't get on camera. I will fucking murder you in-game. Man, gross. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't even like social media. I, all things considered, am a terrible content creator. I don't like having a social media presence. I like Twitter a little bit because I can just go on with like a really funny, at least I think they're really funny thoughts, or just a random thing about like sports or a video game or something. And I've also curated my feed to follow exactly like what I want to follow type shit. So I tweet about basketball. I recently tweeted, NASA said this 4th of July, wake up early for a planetary surprise. Mars and Uranus will appear very close together before sunrise. And so I said, no, Uranus will be above Mars, bitch. To NASA. They did not respond. I think they're cooked. Let's see some tweets about the concerts, specifically Lil Wayne, Wheezy F Baby, and the F is for forgot to show up was an absolute banger. He quite literally forgot to show up. Let's see outside of that, sushi picture, Ouster updates, Giannis tweets. Oh, hey, Freddie from the World Cup nuked his Twitter. That's interesting. That motherfucker actually just managed to disappear off the internet. Somebody's gonna link it up to him at some point in time. But he effectively cooked that. If a 10x larger streamer hit you up to collab, does that change your outlook at all? No, I don't like other streamers. Like, I've turned down more collaborations than I've accepted. I mean, as you can tell, because I don't collaborate with anybody. But, I mean, just to provide examples, right? Large variety content creators, we'll say it that way. have invited me to do certain blind streamer raids and whatnot with them. But I enjoy doing the raids with my community, and I wouldn't want to detract doing stuff with my community and prioritize doing stuff with other content creators that I don't normally interact with in the first place, just for the sake of boosting my viewership. I don't really believe in that. I'd rather do stuff with you guys. On top of that, when I went to World of Warcraft, a certain very large World of Warcraft content creator reached out and was like, hey, if you guys want to join my community, please feel free. If you ever want to do anything, let me know. And I was like, oh, we were actually hoping to get content against you guys. Funny enough. Turns out that didn't happen because WoW has no reason to have content against each other. But I believe in organic interactions and not transactional interactions. And I feel as though a lot of streaming leads to transactional interactions because people look at streaming as a business, especially once you start doing it full time. I am a business. Other streamers are businesses, right? We pay bills. And at the end of the day, some of us pay more bills than others. But really what I've noticed is that with streaming, it's more often than not that you will find your interactions and your friendships being overly transactional. A lot of the time it can be something as simple as you're in a spot where you're streaming a game that I'm streaming, and there's benefit to us being friends because it'll combine, you know, our communities or our viewers. Therefore, let's be friends, man. And it's like, okay, well, what do you like to do? And there's not really that organic reason to be friends. And there are content creators that I am actually friends with that I would happily, you know, collab and do stuff with. It's just paths haven't crossed for us to collab like that. I don't just immediately hate other content creators, but I have a very large discontent for transactional relationships in content creation. That are only existent because of the potential to grow. I don't believe in that. It's the same thing as, you know, if you had the opportunity to suck your boss's dick for an extra $10,000 a year, would you? Some of you would be like, yeah, some of you would be like, no. Me personally, I'd actually be closer to sucking dick for 10K a year than I would be collabing with another content creator that I didn't like, because at least sucking the dick's only gonna last a few minutes if I figure out what to do. Collab with another content creator that annoys the fuck out of me, that's probably gonna last far too long. And I'll be real, bro. There's a certain element of, like, some people play up being dumb on their stream. And, like, I don't really, like, I'm naturally dumb, but I also try to learn a lot, and I don't believe in playing a character on stream. And some people try to clip farm like crazy, and some people try to, like, turn a simple moment into something that's super clippable, and they're like, here's how you get the most out of every situation. I don't like that. I don't like interacting with that, bro. I just like sitting here and yapping. I don't have a filter. I'm organic. I give you guys my thoughts in very long rants while I just run around waiting for a commander tag to move. I'm not out here, you know, systemically organizing my content around getting certain clips or certain vibes or, you know, anything because I think it's going to be the most optimal for making money or anything. And people do that, man. It's annoying. I don't like influencer culture. I don't like the fact that people went from I'm hot and have a camera phone, so I'm an Instagram model, to now I stream to any number of viewers. I am a literal A-list celebrity that should be driving a Bentley with chains and, you know, bodyguards and a crew surrounding me at all points in time. We're just not those people, man. We're not. Streamers are overwhelmingly a bunch of fucking nerds. And it's just... it is what it is, but... it's more a society problem than social media thing of celebrities in the 2000s. Like, people still wanted to be celebrities in the 2000s. The only difference about it is to be a celebrity in the 2000s, you either had to be able to replicate the style, you had to have some form of what they had, right? It's a lot easier for people to try to mimic celebrities now than it was in the 2000s. And if I want to find myself a moissanite chain that sparkles like crazy and I want to hop on stream with a moissanite chain and a moissanite pinky ring that dances like mad when my ring lights hit it, and I want to sit here and I want to talk about politics and say that I have a political degree, and I want to come up with this entire character where I'm actually a, you know, political guy that makes a ton of money and has a ton of money, and I've lived this super rich life, and I have a green screen backdrop that's a super dope room, and I tell you guys I drive a Bugatti. I do, on the internet. And if you have no way to verify I don't, then GG. The accessibility of the internet and the accessibility of streaming and the invention of personas has allowed people to, as the kids say it, LARP their way through life. And it has allowed them to more or less try to trick people into thinking that they are a level of status because they've started to, and this has always been a thing, but you know, status being super important has always been something. But now it's a lot easier to make people think that you have status. You'll wear a shirt that you got secondhand that's a nice brand shirt, and you try to convince people that you're luxury shopping instead of flexing the fact that you saved 95% on that shirt getting it on Depop. Not an ad, by the way. Carla's just been buying me a shitload of stuff on Depop. But also, she switched to a new website because Depop ended their free shipping, so now she's on a new website that's doing free shipping again. Any Depop girlies or guys, feel free to get it from Carla. I don't know what one she's on. But there's a certain element with content creators where I feel like, in streaming in particular, right, you have this level of everybody's got to fake it until they make it, and nobody's willing to just be the vulnerable, hey, I'm not rich. And be real, right? Not a lot of us are actually rich. Everybody wants to be a Kai, everybody wants to be an XQC, a Speed, and that just doesn't happen, man. The reason why they're Kais, XQCs, Speeds, Summit, Strouds, Tyler Blevins, like anything like that, man, is because they are the exception to the rules and not the rules. Yet everybody gets into it expecting that to be their end goal. And I don't know, I think it corrupts a lot of shit at its core. The ability to try to emulate those people to such a high degree, act like them, talk like them, dress like them, behave like them, stream the things they stream, put yourself in the scenario that they are in, and, you know, how do I say this? Emulate them in every way that you can. I think it's substantially changed how people look at getting into streaming. Back in the early days of content creation, you had a lot of people who were known as being, you know, individuals. A lot of the double OGs that you had that had incredible longevity. Those people were very much so unique at their time, even if that was a less saturated market. You have to be yourself, because if you're just trying to copy Kai or X or anyone like that, well, guess what? GG, they did it first. Telling me you aren't making at least 100K per stream? Shit, bro, if I made 100K a year, I'd be happy as hell. Can you fucking imagine? I actually don't know what the most I've made in a single stream is, if I'm being honest. It's
Defense, then offense.
Off of gifted subs, just for perspective. But like, we have had, if I had to guess, probably the single largest day on stream, like ever, that I've had,
Getting healthier.
would probably be like $2,000, which would be one of the Ashes 24-hour streams, which is an ungodly amount of money, but also represented a good amount of my percentage pay that month. And just for perspective, is a large majority of what I'll make this month. Don't say last day of Ashes. Oh no, it was one of the Ashes, like, big patch launches. Because I don't do subathons or anything like that. But with Ashes big patch launches, we would always do the leveling rushes and whatnot, and I'd do a 24-hour stream for those. So with like the resets and the wipe pipes and the fresh starts, those would typically go pretty crazy. And there were a couple of days around the starts of those where people, I don't know if they were just drunk or whatever, but there would be like individuals throwing out multiple hundreds of gifted subs. And then there would also be Hoofsy, who gets very territorial sometimes when people throw out a lot of subs. So it got chaotic pretty quickly. Just a perspective, we like broke the hype train record on the day that I'm thinking of. And I want to say that day in particular, keep in mind, in 10 years of streaming, you know, my hype train record, my single largest day, I want to say it was like 2,200 or something. And then the total payout for that month, that was my first $10,000 month that I ever had on Twitch, and I've only had one, and it was that month. And, you know, that was a month where I put away, unironically, like 80% of my income from that month. Immediately, I paid bills, and I touched nothing else, and I was like, yep, no, I just did 6 months of work in 1 month. That's fucking awesome. And that's how I always look at streaming. If I have a good month, I'm doing X amount of months of work in 1 month. And then off of that, if I have a bad month, I'm just like, okay, cool, I have a little bit extra to pull off of. We're actually vibing. Some more than I made in my whole time streaming. Oh, dude, believe you me, in 10 years of streaming, most of the months, still to this day, just like numerically, right? Most of the months that I have ever streamed, I have made less than $100. The days of me getting, getting one payout every few months because I finally hit the payout threshold when I was averaging 5 viewers. Oh, dude, those are definitely not lost on me. And that's why, through the ups and the downs, right, a lot of content creators hit the point of like, you know, A, they're not as transparent about the money side of things because for whatever reason they think it should be hidden from the people that give them the money. You guys give me all the money. I'm gonna tell you where your fucking money goes. I feel like that's only fair and reasonable. But I just, you know, I like sharing that side with you guys, but I also feel like a lot of content creators, they don't do very well when they get past a peak and they don't realize that a peak will typically only be met with a fall off, right? Every single time that I met a new peak with Ashes, it was almost inevitable that hype with Ashes was gonna drop off. If you reach a peak, there will be an equal fall. What goes up must come down. And I think one thing that's a testament to this community, like you said, Ants, you thought might suffer once Ashes died. I also was a little bit unsure for a while. But at the end of the day, this community has weathered so many peaks and valleys. And throughout that, the consistency has always been there. And for me, I try to look at it as a standpoint of like, I'm making nowhere near $10,000 this month. I'm making nowhere near $4,000 this month. Guild Wars 2 has not been the most financially responsible choice for me, but I also really enjoy what I'm doing and believe in the future of it, and I think that's something larger than money, which is great. As long as my bills are paid, I don't need to be putting away $10,000 a month. You can belong to more than one guild? Oh yeah, you can belong to 6. Also, in terms of guild recruitment tools, I would say the Guild Wars Discord would probably be a big one in terms of like in-game. I haven't really seen a lot of that. Our guild Discord is always open as well. Discord.gg/catswithabs and !guild for that one. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to find guilds. But yeah, that's the thing as well, man. I just, you know, I was a little unsure what was gonna happen, but because of the consistency of the community, right? I live very smart. You'll notice I don't rock a lot of chains. I don't really have designer clothing. I don't spend a lot of money or talk about splurging on these crazy things. We went out to eat today and it was on gift cards. So, you know, I live very responsibly and very frugally to try to make sure that when there is a bad scenario, right, I can actually get through that. And when there's a good month, I'm not like, oh shit, I can buy a new car. My Civic's paid off. I'm gonna drive that bitch until the warranty's done. And then after the warranty's done, I'm gonna see what the value's looking like. And maybe if it's an economical choice, we trade up at that point. But we're gonna look at the economics of it all. I'm a very frugal person. And part of, you know, my confidence to keep going with stream when Ashes died. And also take the time to...
Defense, then offense.
Oh, Jesus Christ, wait, what do we have in here? Oh my god. I didn't know that this was such a large fight. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Bro, I wish this tag wasn't a private tag. That'd be great. But part of my confidence when Ashes died was that I knew I kind of set myself up for multiple months. And I have this timeline of like a nest egg, right? I've been full-time on stream for 3 years now, just about. And my goal every month is to set myself up with a nest egg where if things do go south, I can survive for X amount of months, and that X just continues to grow every month, you know, even if I'm setting aside 50% of my income each month to that nest egg. So I try to invest that, grow it, and as that grows, I look at that and I say, okay, I now have this many months of stream guaranteed. And anything else that I put away just grows the future. So I'm not looking at, you know, this month's pay as paying for this month's bills. I'm looking at this month's pay as paying for bills next year in 2027. And then I'm trying to get to the point where bills and budgeting is taken care of until 2028, and then 2029, and then 2039. And at a certain point, when I hit a point where all of my budgeting is taken care of, and I'm finding the money that I have growing to a point where it's simultaneously taking care of yours, then congratulations, I win the game. What's the game? Being able to do whatever the hell I want with my remaining years until I fucking die irrelevant. And that's really, I think, most people's goals. And like Oni said, if you want stable income, go work for somebody else. I could make so much more money, especially the amount of hours that I work right now, if I work for somebody else. I could work a minimum wage job right now, and I could make more money. Just for perspective, I was actually telling chat about this, but I got an email for a position that is coordinating a sales team. Effectively, I have a resume that includes administrative level experience at a college, directly out of college myself. So I was directly under dean level at that college. I have retail management experience, and I have sales experience. So I got an email for a job inquiry about like interviews and whatnot, getting set up there. And the pay range for the job was north of $90 an hour. And that was an element of like, hey, you know, we ended up with your resume through this. Would love to chat a little bit about your qualifications and see if it's the right fit type shit. If I wanted to make money, I'd just go make money, bro. But I want to wake up in the morning and have it be close to the afternoon. I want to go out. I want to feed my family of 3 squirrels that come by for food. I want to feed my 30+ pigeons that come through. And honestly, we're probably up over a couple hundred individual pigeons over the course of it now. But, you know, at peak, we usually get 30 or so on a good day. I wanna make sure the little family of sparrows can eat well because they just had youngins that they're trying to feed. And, you know, I appreciate what I have far more than being able to pay my bills a little bit easier. And I think that there is always a potential to make more money with pretty much whatever. If I really wanted to sell out, I could start doing some more sponsored content, pull in a few dollars there, you know, see what's going on, make a couple of clams type shit. But this isn't good. But to me, the enjoyment that I get in the thorough, like, it sounds silly, but being able to sleep at night, being extremely proud of what I do, and knowing that I give so many people on a daily basis a spot to go to and hanging out, you know, and just be a part of something, it's nice. Is that a euphemism? No, unironically, I just feed squirrels and pigeons and, like, sparrows and shit, bro. Literally, like, I kind of run like the world's bougiest nature preserve. It's not really a nature preserve. Also, I have about 200 feet of grass at my entire place. So they eat either off of like the deck area, like the wooden porch area, or in the event of like the pigeons, they eat in the driveway because we have like a dirt driveway. So I go out and I like spread their food for them every day. Like, I dead ass live like a retiree, and that's dope as hell. I personally, you fatten up pigeons, I don't think it's a nature reserve. No, the pigeons are healthy. The pigeons are very healthy. And honestly, being able to provide animals with consistent food outside of the typical strife of having to scavenge, I think is quite cool. Plus, they're really cute. We got some rare spawns. It's nice. But yeah, no, I'm not even gonna lie. In the middle of, you know, it's a towny area, so to say. So there's not the most wooded area for animals to go find food and water and shit like that in a safe manner without having to navigate through town. So effectively, when I started feeding the pigeons, they were trying to get into a small bird feeder that I had out there. And they were unable to because the bird feeder was anchored for, or it wasn't anchored for the smaller birds because we have a few species of smaller birds that come through. Keep in mind, again, say not a nature preserve, but I'm gonna be real, bro. We have multiple families of small birds that have nested up in the immediate area because of the availability of food. Multiple generations of those families of birds, all of which are known, basically, like, you know, kept track of. I have like 3 or 4 species of small birds. We have grackles which have migrated that come through in terms of like more of a mid-sized bird, as well as about 4 other types of migratory birds that came through. We have our pigeons, our crows. There are occasionally seagulls that will come down and land. There have been multiple generations of squirrels that have come through, which is kind of funny as well. We literally saw like pregnant mama squirrel that was nursing and was just like pillaging food and bringing it back home for the babies. She would stuff her cheeks and then just run off with stuffed cheeks. So we figured out that she was hoarding food somewhere, so we started leaving extra food out. And then after the babies were old enough to start coming over, one day we went outside and it was the mama squirrel and 2 of the baby squirrels, and she was showing them where the food was so they could get the food. And since then, they all 3 come back kind of like staggered, but you can literally like tell which one is which because of the way they eat. So there are two like kids that eat differently, 2 babies, and then the mom. So effectively, outside of that, what have I even gone through so far? Jesus Christ. Not even to mention like the neighborhood cats and shit that get fed. Like, it's not like I'm out here on some Mayahiga shit, but given the fact that I live in an apartment in the middle of a town in Maine where there's not a lot of land, I consider what I do to be the closest thing to a nature preserve that could possibly occur with the per square foot land. And if you consider the amount of square footage that's available and animals being fed per capita, I actually outdo most nature preserves that exist in the entire world. With the number of birds and animals that I feed and the condensed amount of land that I have, I'm outdoing nature preserves. I'm literally better than the nature preserves are, and that's inarguable. They just have too much land. It's too spread out. So I got deer, fox, and crows. Something ate my sunflowers last year, and I'm convinced that it was a deer. It was too large of bites to be squirrels. It was literally something that just went up to like the head of the sunflower and like and it started at the top and then worked its way down. I want to set up a camera this year, like pointing at where the sunflowers grow. Deer and rabbits. It was a tall sunflower. I don't really think a fucking rabbit was getting to it. I thought it was a squirrel at first, but it wasn't like little nibbles. It was like ow, ow, ow. Just found out my neighbor has pigeons. I saw him throw one up in the air one time. He probably races them. Mine are like, I don't have like a coop or anything. They're literally just wild pigeons that come by on a feeding timer and are like hand-fed type shit. And the flock has grown over time because word spreads, I guess, that there's just some crazy man giving a ton of high-quality free food because they get corn, they get black oil sunflower seeds. They occasionally get some other shit as well. But yeah, they eat very well. And occasionally they'll just bring over different friendos with them. So, do you have any rare pigeons? Oh, we have a few. Yeah. Didn't we have a race pigeon at one point? Yeah, we've had... It's hard to verify if they're race pigeons, but effectively we've had multiple like banded pigeons that have come through that are privately owned pigeons that somehow find their way like into our flock and then end up coming through. Those are more seasonal, but we've also had multiple more like rare spawn pigeons, so to say. Hold on, I'll find a picture of one of them. We have a couple of cows, we call them. And the cows are like white pigeons, some albino type shit. Let me send a picture to Carla real quick on Discord. Copy photo. And then I can show you guys off that. I found a picture of one of our cows. So I'll show you guys that. Hold on. And then paste. Does that work? That works. Okay, hold on. So this is one of the rare spawns that comes through. I'll let you pick out which one it is. But with the colorations being different on a lot of them, you can almost tell like the lineage of them too once you start to learn the different species of pigeons. So it's kind of interesting to see different ones come through and kind of try to figure out like what the parents were basically. But yeah. So this is like, we have one that we call the stealth pigeon, where he is completely blacked out, and we mean like pigeons will typically, even if they're darker, they'll kind of have like a bluish purplish hue around their neck, especially like these feathers here. So effectively our stealth pigeon is just sheer black. Even when the light hits him, he doesn't reflect a different color. It's fucking sick. I'll try to get more pictures as I'm feeding him. But yeah, this is one of our rare spawn cows. We have multiple different cow pigeons though. It's pretty cool. And then you know, all the squirrels, like I was saying, eat in different ways and shit like that. So it's nice. Now, keep in mind, pigeons can be, if you're into the whole like actually owning the pigeons and cooping them and whatnot, they can be worth a decent amount of clams. Like, people pay good money. IRL shiny? Oh yeah, motherfucker, drippy as hell, bro. I wonder if I have any others that are immediately there. That is a rotisserie chicken. Let's see. I have early pictures of the flock from like the first few days of feeding them. Cow? Yeah, we were talking about the pigeons, and I was trying to find like cool pictures and whatnot. Oh, hold on. I'll show you bat squirrel. So effectively, this was hold on. This next one, it was the mama squirrel out of all of the like the squirrel family that I talked about. So this one, but basically our squirrels will come around, and the squirrels and the birds both know where the food is kept. So I have like a wooden deck basically, and then it's an enclosed porch. So they will sit on the wooden deck and wait for me to come out, and then I'll see them there and I'll bring out their food. So I walked out one day to get some smoke in, and I see this. Bat squirrel. Literally just sitting there looking out over the city, protecting me. I snagged a picture, I brought out food. Squirrel ate the food, called it good, and then went on with its day, bro. So fluffy. Literally cinematic as fuck. Actually looks like Squirrel Vigilante. And the side eye is crazy as well. Brody actually like knows what's going on, yeah. So it's interesting. We have more animals that show up than I thought we would have at any point in time. And we have had surprisingly not really any issues at any point. They all just kind of chill. One of our squirrels got jumped one time, but we think that was the grackles. Grackles are kind of like some asshole migratory birds type shit. And let me tell you, they do not really enjoy company. I'm gonna be completely honest. They do not enjoy company that much. So that's a different level of it. Boyos, I think it's bedtime for me. I'll be completely honest. I think it might be get some food, get some eat, and then vibe out. And then we get back at it tomorrow. I'm gonna send y'all over to Mr. Avatar so we can ball out there for the night. He'll keep the vibes going on. And tomorrow, I shall be back. We'll be grinding out once again a little bit more of the PvP Rush event. Probably trying to find good morning messages, please, for the love of God, no. We'll be grinding out some more of the PvP event, trying to finish that side up, trying to find some commanders in World vs. World, and maybe even organizing a raid or two. My boys. Excuse me. It will be a beautiful, wonderful time, and I can't wait to see all of you there. I truly appreciate all the love, all the support, all the vibes. I'll catch you soon. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Have a good night, you